Me too. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the December 9th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Superintendent Murphy, will you please introduce our virtual pledge?
I am so happy to introduce the young people of Woodford Academy, where Caitlin Donner serves as their principal.
Please rise.
I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
to the flag
Of the United States of America.
of the United States of America
And to the republic.
and to the republic
For which it stands.
for which it stands,
One nation.
one nation,
Under God.
under God,
Indivisible.
indivisible,
With liberty.
with liberty
And justice.
and justice
For all.
for all.
Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Crossett?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Vice President Weinberg?
Here.
President Bolton?
Present. Thank you very much. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain to the audience and the hearing public the process that we're using to have the community join in?
Yes, members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, affiliation to the district, your school community, topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the December 9th business meeting agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Treasurer Wagner, would you call the voting roll?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. The business meeting agenda is approved as posted. Thank you very much. We'll begin tonight with old business. And the old business this evening is the discussion of our search for a treasurer. And we've asked Finance Chair, Mr. Craig, to update us. Mr. Craig.
So just a quick update. We have completed what will be a basically application pamphlet or flyer that will go out to drive in our recruitment efforts. And so that should be posted by the end of this week. And then the hope is that we will be able to get a number of candidates by somewhere mid to late January for us to then be able to evaluate. We do ask all of those folks who have anyone in their professional circles who have experience in finance or as a treasurer or a chief financial officer to share within your networks, and certainly please consider applying for the position. Again, this is a really important role within our state, and our state sets really specific guidelines, but we are working hard to make sure that we can get someone early enough so that we can transition them into the role as our treasurer, who we have valued and will really be sad to see leave, elects to choose retirement over continuing to drive so many miles into the district each week. So again, it's a great opportunity for someone who has a finance background and meets the criteria, and everyone should look for the position posted by the end of this week.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Any particular update regarding community participation?
So part of what we're going to look at, and this is really dependent upon the applications that we get, but part of the role will include having some feedback from key stakeholders. So that includes feedback from several of our key union stakeholders, several of our administrative stakeholders, as well as others who will certainly schedule time for throughout the process. again, we're hoping to have a robust group of folks who apply so we can have a multi-stage process to truly do an evaluation and determine who's the best person to take on such an important role.
Thank you. Do members have any questions of Mr. Craig or Mr. Crossett, who have been leading this effort? Great. Seeing none, I appreciate the update. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements before we perhaps go to kudos? Member Moffett, do you have an opportunity to share with us what you might be willing to share regarding legislative efforts?
Sure, I didn't know if we were doing that right here. I'm sorry to look so confused. So I do, I've been talking about this for quite some time regarding SB 295, and this afternoon, some of my school family have updated us. They've been really, really active with regard to keeping us abreast. There is a hearing tomorrow for Senate Bill 295, which will have a direct impact on Cincinnati Public Schools. The proposal, it's in committee at the moment, and Senator Ingram has been able to give us some updates. It has a hearing. It had a hearing last Tuesday. There is a hearing tomorrow. And some of the direct impact, that bill, what they typically do is they put a lot of things in that impact you, but it's not very clear. So if you've been paying attention, it used to have like 1 or 2 sentences, and now it's 106 pages that talks about graduation requirements. It doesn't talk about building utilization per se, but it talks about conditions of which a building can close. And it talks about potentially, it needs to be the lower performing 10% bottom, 5% performance index, bottom 10% for progress. And in the event, they have done a simulation in Senator Ingram's office, and in the event that this passes, 2 of our buildings qualify as written, and they're on the screen. Now, we have a plan. Our administration has been working on a plan, but this is just how things can progress very quickly. We need to pay attention. So write the committee. You can write letters. You can go online. You can submit, well, testimony has to be submitted 24 hours beforehand. But you can definitely email your Senator Ingram. You can email Senator Brenner, and you can stay included because she is anticipating that this will pass through committee by the end of this month and then be effective for July 1st. So this is just an effort that we are being hit by multiple directions. This is, and Senate Bill 295 is just one bill of many that they are working on very actively that impact our district, that talk about, there's a bill, and I don't know that number, but there is a bill that talks about transportation, the impacting transportation. There are other bills that talk about graduation rates for our students. This particular bill, if you choose to read the 106 pages, talks about College Credit Plus versus AP and how that would impact students as well. And they're really, really tricky because they don't come out and say that they're targeting the big districts, but they talk about districts with multiple high schools. Well, Princeton doesn't have multiple high schools, but Cincinnati does. So does Cleveland, so does Columbus. So they're targeted towards large districts. The point is, there is movement at the state level that we need all hands on deck to be able to fight against. And if we can't fight against it, we definitely have to stay aware and need the community support. So I'm happy to talk more, but I wanted to provide this update. This came in at around 2:30 this afternoon, and this is just a simulation of how Senate Bill 295 would impact CPS and the other districts on there as well.
Thank you, Dr. Moffett. Any members have any questions or comments for Dr. Moffett regarding that? I will only add that I know for the last few years, the Fordham Foundation has been really focusing on low enrollment and low achievement. And so it's kind of it's been percolating within those folks that do have some serious concerns about public education and how we're doing or not doing. So I appreciate you taking the lead and watching through this. I also have had other people tell us that it may not pass this year. And also that it will be worked into the budget language as having some sort of control as to how much money we would be getting and the kinds of criteria. So we'll keep the community abreast and hope that the community will keep us informed as well. Superintendent Murphy, do you have any announcements or retirements?
I have two.
Oh, no, she didn't have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to comment about Senate Bill 295. So I appreciate you both for speaking about this issue and actually highlighting the fact that it does not speak to underutilization, because that was the narrative that was being communicated before. And so I'm so glad that you just took the time to call that out. And also, there is language in what was proposed, and again, it's still in committee discussion, but there's also criteria defining what a poor performing school is, as well as there's criteria such as close at the end of the school year in which they receive the third strike, replace their principal and 60% of their licensed staff, consolidate the entire district with another district in the event it is a district that has triggered closure criteria or engaged with due to approve the education management organization. But this is also talking about for 3 consecutive years. So this is not something that is communicating immediate urgency, as has been previously discussed. So I want you all to be informed. So if we're talking about looking at the information, I want us to make sure that we're knowledgeable about how we are interpreting the legislation or the proposed legislation and how people are conveying that to us as well.
So I just want to clarify, because you are so right to my colleague. She's definitely outlined what SB 295 states. But let me be very clear. SB 295 is talking about repealing the current Ohio Revised Code 3314-3 or .35, which is in existence right now. So currently, the law talks about the building utilization. That is in effect. So until this passes or doesn't pass, we are bound by the current Ohio Revised Code, which is 3314.35, which talks about building utilization. So I want to be very, very clear. I'm talking about future legislation that is pending, but we are bound by current legislation, which speaks directly to building utilization. It doesn't talk about those other things. It is in effect now, and that's what we have to live by. This could never, Senate Bill 295 could never pass, and we are still bound by Ohio Revised Code 3314.35. So it's not a scare tactic. I promise you, I am not trying to scare anyone. I am just trying to make everyone aware that we are bound by Ohio Revised Code, and there is an attack against our district and the other 610 districts in Ohio and public education. They're coming at us in a multitude of ways, and it's going to impact us. But right now, we are bound by the current legislation, which talks about building utilization. And if buildings sit closed for 1 year, then they are forced to be closed, and they are forced to be sold first to charter schools. It's not a debate. I promise you, I'm not trying to misspeak. I just want us to all stay informed and aware. That's it.
Another comment?
Yes, I would like to also address that as you're speaking about the Ohio Revised Code. So as it particularly states, it is addressing buildings that have already been closed, which we don't have any buildings that are closed. And we're talking about the Section B for building utilization. It is stating a 60% utilization rate. However, I just specifically asked General Counsel Daniel Hoeing to define that, and he also expressed that there's not specific language around what utilization looks like or what utilization truly entails. So again, I want to stress that when we're talking about interpreting these laws, be mindful and be very intentional about what information is being communicated. And I encourage you all, just as I've done myself, to do your research, because you all are the ones that are able to push this work forward. And again, as I always say, please hold us accountable to do that.
Thank you, and I hope that we can now move on. Appreciate both members sharing the information that they have, and anxious to get back onto the agenda. And Vice President?
Yes, I just have two quick things. I just wanted to kind of point out the sign behind me here. Just acknowledging crossing guards, there's a call to action. So if you know of anyone who's interested in becoming a crossing guard, there's a phone number, it tells you how much, and there's also a QR code to scan. I also wanted to go to the next slide, which is already up. I wanted to give a huge kudos and shout out to the Taft football team. Yes. Wanted to give them a shout out for making history to be the first CPS program since 1992 to advance to the state semis in the OHSAA playoffs. So let's give them another huge round of applause. So if you go back to that slide, Mr. Wilson, sorry about that. I just wanted to also thank the board members who were able to attend. We had a send-off party for them, and it was a great opportunity to just give some inspiring words to the whole entire team and wish them luck. So I do want to acknowledge that they had a good season. Although they weren't able to win the game, it was very, very close. So let's just give them one last round of applause. Thank you.
Mr. Craig?
Just a quick announcement, and I wanted to, it's my kind of regular announcement I do for until we get to January, but many of our schools participated last year in the first year of the Cincy Ethics High School Ethics Bowl. We had a CPS school that came out as the victor, and so we want to return CPS to being the victor again, but we need volunteers. So if you know anyone who is interested, I know we have a lot of educators in the room today, and if you are interested in volunteering your services, they really could use you. We now have the largest high school ethics regional in the country with more than 40 teams expected to be competing. It's over a 2-day process here. So we need volunteers for both days. You can go to cincyethics.org/high school ethics bowl. We can share out the link, and I'm certainly sure we can post it out there for folks, but it really is just a great opportunity. If you scroll all the way down, you can see where to volunteer and the link there. And you get to hear some of our students talking about really complicated issues in a really intelligent way that's really inspiring, and they do it in a way that I didn't even expect to be, some of my opinions get changed by the way our students think and the way our students are able to talk about these issues. And again, this went from being 5 schools participating in the first year to around 17 schools participating last year, to now over 26 schools participating this year. So it's a really great accomplishment, and I'm really proud of our students and some of our schools having more than one team even competing in the competition. So sitting out there, we need volunteers.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, and again, as I always say, thank you for your leadership on highlighting this, and it's very beneficial to all of the young people and to the grown-ups that get to participate as well. Any other board members have any announcements or kudos that they would like to share? If not, now I go to the superintendent and ask if you have any announcements or retirements.
No retirements today, but I am delighted to highlight a few of our schools, starting with Mount Airy. Mount Airy has won a $100,000 Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation Game On grant, and the dollars are going to go towards their tennis courts, their baseball fields, and other adjacent areas. And the other beautiful thing, one of our strong partners, Cincinnati Recreation Commission, is joining forces with them to match that grant. So the total project budget, $250,000. And then second, we have done a lot of conversation around artificial intelligence, and we have several schools that have started an artificial intelligence club, including College Hill Fundamental Academy, North Avondale Montessori, and we're adding this week Bond Hill Academy. And then the last, we will share with you, back in October, late October, Hyde Park School was recognized as the newest 2024 Blue Ribbon School of Excellence in the nation. The meeting required criteria in all 9 performance areas of high-performing schools. Congratulations to Hyde Park School.
Yeah. Thank you. Those are great announcements. Appreciate it. I do encourage people to check out our campuses. I know Mount Airy campus is quite extensive, and like many of our schools, is adjacent to our school campus, our schoolyard, if you will. Our recreation facilities and the center is not there, but the playing fields are there. The tennis courts are in need. This is very good, and the coordinating between those two entities. Madam Vice President, the chair is yours. If you'll please conduct the hearing of the public.
Yes, thank you. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you will be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, affiliation to the district, your school community, topic, and also your contact information if you would like a response to any questions that you might have. Please know that this request, is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners. And I think we are going to first start with our in-person guest today, and then we're going to go to our online guest. So when I call your name, if you can please go ahead and start walking down. We have plenty of seats. I think I'm going to try to call at least 10 names per section. So up first, we will have Shirley McCollum, and if I do say your name incorrectly, please do not hold it against me. I do apologize already. If we could have Emily Hutchinson come down, Sanessa C., please come down. Elizabeth, I cannot see the last name, but it's regarding Rising Star on Vine. If you could please come down. Andrea Cruz, please come down. Maggie Nelson, please come down. Adoria Maxbury, please come down. Daniel Whitford, please come down. Karen Kelly, Zoe Harvey, Ashley Davis, and then Jeff Mason. So if you could just come on down, all the way down to the end in the order that I called your name, and then you can come up to the mic once we get started. But the first person will be Shirley McCollum, and she's in the back there. And we'll just wait until everyone at least has a seat so we'll be able to hear her. And I think everyone is down in the first round. Very good. All right, we are ready. Oh, the mic's not on. We're gonna get you connected here. All right.
My name is Shirley McCollum, and I am affiliated, I guess, with just the public school district. I don't have anybody in public school, but I'm interested in what happens with the children. And the last time I was here, it was pretty much about the same thing, a rush to go into something that would affect the children tremendously. You know, and I'm concerned about having to move our kids because I don't have internet or anything like that. I got a phone, but I don't know how to use it. So, but I do hear the public TV. We don't get a lot of news on public TV. They skirt around and do a lot of feel-good things, and when we hear something about the school board, it's too late. It's time for us to come down for a meeting. So I don't get a lot of information. And like I said, I don't even want to be on social media. But I'm concerned about some of the schools that remind me of things that happened in the past, like that Doane School. Now, what I was hearing is that Doane School is not an accredited school, but it's still going around with the kids in them. And I'm wondering, if it's not accredited, why is it being able to keep the kids? Because those kids don't seem to be getting a lot of education. And that's what makes them, when they get out of school, they are full of energy, and sometimes it's bad energy. And because they're not being challenged somehow. And I'm thinking that every child is being educated equally. And that doesn't seem to be what's going on. You know, so that Doane name reminds me of what happened to Native Americans, some hundreds of years ago or whatever. So.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Next up, we'll start, hopefully you're in order and just can come to the mic and go on down the line.
Good evening. My name is Emily Hutchison, and I'm a preschool teacher at Rising Stars Vine Academy. And so we have lots of questions, but first and foremost, we're so happy that we get the chance to talk to you guys and have these discussions. Being a preschool-only building, there are 14 preschool classrooms and lots of tiny toilets. And moving us out of our building would mean, I would assume that we'd be a cost to wherever we move to as far as just putting in tiny toilets, not to mention all the other things that are required of preschool, whether it be a gross motor area for us that's different from the rest of the buildings, or wherever we may be put. In addition, we've built such an awesome community over the last 9 years. We've got security, we've got cafeteria workers, we have social work, school psychs that have become such a great community, and we don't know what will happen to those. And so I think we have a lot of unanswered questions, and we are hoping to work in collaboration to figure out where they go. We know that the RAP is an awesome, successful group, and being housed in the same building has been wonderful to be there, but we want to make sure that it goes forward in the best way possible for both of us. Because we have so many options, and by the way, there are 4 disability classrooms, simply preschool disability classrooms in our building. Having that ability to collaborate with them and create a partnership between school age, the gen ed and the preschool disc gives them a chance to be around their peers and figure out what is the correct choices, what are not the correct choices, and also it also creates great pathways for going to gen ed or away from gen ed, depending on what they need. We worry that this transition to a different building, or perhaps including the RAP in our building, will stifle their ability to grow and be academic superheroes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker. And if you want, after you are done speaking, you can go back or you can wait towards the end.
Hi, my name is Janessa. I am a school occupational therapist at Rising Stars at Vine. And I kind of wanted to piggyback off of what Emily was saying about our school being built for preschool. It makes it so much more functional. And something to consider too is we have over 50 students on IEPs because of those 4 disability classrooms. And so with them having so many gen ed peers, it is easy for them to do things socially with them. We do groups, we collaborate with them. And it also means that we have a lot of special providers, like we do have a school psych, a social worker, myself, we have a few speech therapists that come in. And that's just something to consider when you are thinking about either adding school age or adding us to school age. That can take a lot of resources away from them. We have access to a gym that's built for us with gross motor skills. And we have different classes in there at the same time that can go away. And we also have a really good team of preschool disability. We are all together in a hallway. We're able to collaborate and make the most out of their learning in that short time that they are there, because our preschool disability classrooms are only there for half a day. So that also factors in. And We also have an IAT team that we're able to collaborate with, and because we're all preschool, we're able to really focus on their needs as preschoolers, and we're really focused on those developmental standards at such a young and vulnerable age.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker. Just going to go straight down the line.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Silverberg. I'm the one you couldn't read my name.
Thank you. And what's the last name?
Zilberberg.
Zilberger.
I'm here as a parent of a student that attends Rising Stars, and I just wanted to say that the school is a model for how children should attend preschool. We were adopted into the family just a year ago, and my son will be graduating and going on to any school of his choice because of the education that this school provided. The community, the celebrations, the parties, all of the things that built a community for these little teeny bodies that are still in many ways growing. I worried that combining this school into a larger school would disrupt that community. So many members, including even the security that walks my child to school every day, are so important to the community and development of all these children. I worry that if they're combined into a larger environment, how that would feel for small people to go into that big space. This creates such a small space of love and community that I want for many other generations of children to have the way that we've been able to enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Adoria Maxberry, licensed art teacher at Woodford Academy, former Woodford graduate, mother of three CPS students. I've got a kindergartner now, and one Woodford graduate, another that attended Woodford. I'm here because we were told by our board president that you weren't convinced that the community supported Woodford. And it wasn't the 1,421 signatures from the first time that Woodford was mentioned that convinced you. It wasn't the community board presidents that came. It wasn't our many community members that came. It wasn't the host of teachers, students, and staff that came. So I don't know what it truly takes to convince you that Woodford wants to keep the legacy and the gem alive that is in the Kennedy Heights community, but I don't know what it takes beyond prayer. And right now, I want to let you know that we care. We are here. We have stated in so many ways, shapes, and forms, data, numbers. We have invited you into our buildings. I'm not saying it yet, but we have invited many of you into our buildings, and we have passionately stated why Woodford is a gem. You have seen the magic that is in that building. We have been designated as a 2020 Vision Arts and Culture focused school when I was the LSDMC chair way back when, and I cannot tell you how amazing it is without you not just seeing the magic that comes from that building. We've had students that graduated claim what they've done with their Woodford graduation and their illustrious careers after that. I implore you to think about this from a PR standpoint. This is a nightmare, not just for Woodford, but for so many of the schools that I've taught at, and it optically does not look good. I'm coming to you imploring that you really engage the community, really talk to those that don't have the capacity to get online, Facebook. That's what we need to see. That's what our community needs. And you all, I need to see that vote be put in good faith.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Our next speaker.
Hello, I'm Ashley Davis, the resource coordinator over at Woodford Academy. As the resource coordinator at Woodford, I stand before you with a heartfelt, urgent plea to save our school. Closing Woodford, converting into a middle school, a decision that will devastate our students, families, and entire community. Meanwhile, alternative options and wealthier neighborhoods remain untouched. Woodford is more than just a school. It's a lifeline. We proudly serve the largest deaf and hard of hearing population and thriving autism programs. Closing our doors would displace these students, uprooting them from specialized support environment that they need to thrive. These are children who really rely on stability, resources, unique community Woodford provides. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are children whose futures depend on the unique community that Woodford provides. The fight is not only ours. As someone who attends 80% of Kennedy Heights Community Council meetings, I firsthand seen the strength and unity of the neighborhood. Our community stands firmly behind Woodford. We have unwavering support of partners like Binkins, Community Happens, In God's Hands Daycare, Proud Hound, Kennedy Heights Art Center, The Caring Place, Kennedy Heights Church of Christ, All Saints Church, Goodfellas, CRC, and many others. These partnerships are proof that Woodford is not just a building, it's a legacy woven deeply into the fabric of this community. This decision is about more than just the cost of convenience. It's about the equity, the compassion, the justice. It's about preserving a home for a student who needs it most. I urge you to stand with us to fight for fairness and choose to keep Woodford alive. Together, we can ensure this vital institution continues to be the beacon of hope and community of our generations to come. This is not about saving a school. It's about saving lives, preserving legacy, protecting the community. This is about equity over convenience. Let's choose compassion over cost. Let's keep Woodford alive.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening, members of the school board, facility, and community members. My name is Carmen. I am a freshman at Clark Montessori. I stand before you to speak against the proposal to remove the junior high from our Clark Montessori building. The Montessori approach is built on fostering independence, responsibility, and a strong sense of community, all of which are enhanced by the way it is now and the way it has been for 30 years. Clark has some very unique teachers and concepts that are taught within Clark, such as our steel band class. Steel band is offered to both junior high and high school. Our band teacher is widely known and loved throughout the school, as well as our gym teacher. It is almost like a rite of passage to have a class with Mr. Ames, as well as our wonderful teachers, as well as our wonderful art teachers who everyone loves. One of the things Clark is most known for is its grand trip to Andros. It is a tradition that high schoolers come down to speak to the junior high about Andros to get them excited for their trip. Then again at the end of the year to get them excited for high school and give them advice for high school. Being within an environment with high school and its atmosphere for me made the anxiety of high school less intense. Being in the same building with junior high has allowed me to keep in touch with my old teachers from junior high, whom I love dearly. Being in the same building as my junior high friends allowed me to introduce my younger friends to their future high school teachers. I urge the board to consider the long-term impact of this decision, such as Clark's accreditation with AMS. Let's not take away a model that fosters connection, independence, and community. I ask you to reconsider and keep junior high where it belongs, in the heart of Clark Montessori. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Maggie Nelson, and I'm a preschool teacher at Rising Stars Academy on Vine. I'm here to urge you to keep our building a preschool. To be clear, I wholeheartedly believe in the idea of the RAP and providing as many resources as possible to our families. In fact, it is my understanding that in the early days of Preschool Promise, Cheryl Brodnick and others envisioned Vine Street to serve families as a preschool building with wraparound community resources for families. By essentially closing our school, we are effectively quitting on this amazing possibility. I believe this is a major disservice to taxpayers, stakeholders, our children, their families, and our entire community. The only details we have been made aware of is that 1, all our current students would have a seat at Taft Elementary, and 2, that there are not enough classrooms for all of our teachers. Vine has 14 preschool classrooms, 4 are preschool disability rooms. The vague proposal has caused so much stress within our community, but it's also united us. In our community survey, 91% said that this would not be a positive change. It was brought to my attention actually during this meeting that the most updated slides now propose Taft moving to Vine, creating a pre-K to 6 building. But the idea of taking away our special early child-focused building remains the same. What will happen to Mr. Macker's security guard, Miss Dyer, Miss Angela in food service, who know every child by name? And if it's chili day, they know who likes chili spaghetti or who just likes spaghetti. Mr. Ronell, Mr. Mel, and Miss Rogers, the custodians and building engineer, Miss Ebony, Dr. Hill, Miss Annie, our whole interdisciplinary team, and our principal, Miss Battle. We need more engagement around this part of Phase 2, especially considering there appears to be major change that has never been communicated to us. We are supposed to be leaders of early childhood education and expand pre-K. Please work with us and help pre-K continue to thrive on Vine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Andrea Cruz, and I'm a teacher at Rising Stars Vine as well. My colleagues have shared some really wonderful information, so I'm going to talk about some other stuff. According to the CPS website, your equity policy or our equity policy commits the school board to ensuring that the principles of fairness, equity, and inclusion are fully integrated into the policies, programs, operations, and practices guiding the 34,000 student public school district, the largest in Southwest Ohio. It also obligates the district to eliminate any policies, structures, and practices that perpetuate inequities and contribute to disproportionately of access and outcomes. In addition, the policy calls for equitable distribution of financial capital and human resources through CPS's annual budget allocation process. Moving Vine to Taft would go against your own policy. I think you all received an LSDMC slideshow where I went through all of the numbers and I looked at the projected seats for this year, the actual filled seats, and then the projected seats for next year for each corridor. What you would be doing is making Central Corridor have less preschool seats than it does now by 38 seats and significantly less than what we were projected, while also adding 140 preschool seats to the Eastern Corridor, which doesn't seem very equitable to me, especially when you look at the different income and things like that. I'd also like to point out that there are lots of small details and logistics that go into preschool. It's not just adding a classroom and here's recess and here's lunch. You have to have a certain number of hours between breakfast and lunch and snack. You have to have a nap time. You have to have a certain amount of time that they can get gross motor. You have to have the space to do those things. Please talk to us more.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Can I have the next speaker, please?
My name is Daniel Whitford. I'm the school psychologist out at Woodford Academy. I understand that the district is in a difficult position due to legislative constraints. No one wants to be upending students' academic paths, and I know that there need to be shifts in the district. My concern is that this proposal has not evolved enough in response to the overwhelming concerns from parents, teachers, staff. I've heard a range of complaints, but also solutions put forward that I feel are not reflected in the second version of the proposal. First, I want to speak to the community that the staff, students, and parents have created at Woodford. Beyond other schools that I've been a part of, the integration of the deaf and hearing impaired program into the fabric of the school is truly amazing. Typically, hearing students and the hearing impaired peers mix seamlessly at Woodford. Everyone learns the sign of the week. We have stellar ASL interpreters. They're normalized, unobtrusive in classrooms. Teachers wear microphones. Students who have felt self-conscious about their hearing aid technology have reported feeling much more comfortable at Woodford. This same sort of normalization is also effective and important for students attending Woodford in any of our autism units. Students who were not counted towards Woodford's utilization numbers, by the way. It's not only best practice for disabled students to be integrated with their peers, but it's actively damaging to reduce that inclusion. It feels like instead of highlighting, emphasizing, and encouraging the exceptional programs at Woodford, the board has instead failed to incorporate parent and staff feedback into new versions of the proposal. Woodford could be a school that is publicized as much as our Montessori schools. Instead, this proposal includes plans that will, explicitly or not, essentially disband Woodford. You all have done a good job offering opportunities for us to speak, but it feels as though you haven't taken that speech into account. You have not responded to the advocacy of our teachers, parents, and students, and contributed to a legitimacy crisis for our institution.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, please.
So tall. Okay. Hi, I'm Zoe Harvey, teacher of the deaf at Woodford Academy. I've been up here so many times. You guys know my beautiful face by now. I have two things I want to talk about. Number one, obviously, I want to continue to advocate for Woodford staying as Woodford and our deaf and hard of hearing community, preferably staying there, but if not there, at least together. I've said before, if our deaf and hard of hearing community is dispersed throughout the district, I personally will recommend that multiple kids of mine leave the district. They will flounder anywhere else. Yeah. Secondly, I actually wanted to directly address President Bolton. Back in November,
you had made this kind of side-handed comment about how Montessori schools, that it's a myth that Montessori schools, don't cater to the Black community. I definitely think that Montessori teachers and families would definitely tell you that they want Black and brown children. But if you go down to OTR or into the West End, I would encourage you to look at the resources available to those families, to take the time and the energy to actually go through the lottery, the Montessori lottery, to take the time out of their days when they might not even have the resources enough to do that just for regular schooling. So my question to you, President Bolton, is would you be willing to go and help get those kids signed up for the Montessori that you tote as being kind of the star of the district, when the rest of us are also trying our hardest to get you the numbers and get you the scores that you would like?
As our next speaker comes, if you can come to the podium, but I'm going to have you pause for a second before you start. It's okay. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to continue on with the next group of individuals, so you two can go ahead and head on back. If you'd like to stay, you can stay. And before you begin, I'm going to call the next group down. Ryan Shearer, Brad Smith, Fanny Carradine, Marcia Futel, Bishop Ennis Tate, Ramika Smith, Stefan Pryor, Renee Avia, Brianka Gay, Sandy Bennett P., I don't want to mess up the last name, Jennifer Foster, and then last is Liz Gottmeyer, sorry. So go ahead and come on down, go all the way to the end, and however the order is, that is where you will start. So go on down to the very last seat, fill it all in. It was 12, okay. It doesn't matter, they'll just go up to the mic. And don't worry about the order, just come on down. Have a seat, and then we will just go in order. So the first person, the second person, the third, the fourth, and so on. All right, are you ready?
I am if you are.
We'll give it 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right. My name is Jeff.
And 1.
Yep, my name
You can
was
go
a very
ahead
slow one.
and start.
My name is Jeff Hittman Mason. I am a Pleasant Ridge resident. I am a proud father of a Woodford Wildcat as of this year. And I'm also the Pleasant Ridge Community Council Vice President. So I'm coming with a couple of different hats on to advocate for Woodford Academy remaining as is for the sake of our community. From a Pleasant Ridge community standpoint, I want to advocate for the many families, which I found out this week that we are the primary populator of Woodford Academy, Pleasant Ridge is. And that's because our neighborhood school is a Montessori, and I have learned personally, and I'm sure you all know, that Montessori does not work for everyone. So as the primary populator, it's guaranteed to be an issue for Pleasant Ridge Montessori, which even with its recent addition is already a full school, that if Woodford Academy was to be merged into Silverton Academy, you would likely have many parents overpopulating PRM in a town and a community that is growing with many developments to come. So I want to advocate on that. I also want to advocate for the sake of our rental residents. As somebody who hears public comment at our community council meetings, it's mostly homeowners, but I think it would be inequitable to not listen to think about the rental community, the people that are moving from place to place. Imagine if your child was used to traditional education, and having one that was within a mile at Woodford Academy would be a great thing, but you would almost be cornered into sending your child to a Montessori type program that might not be a good fit for them. And so as a parent, I want to give you my anecdotal story, and that's that my son was great at Woodford Academy. I mean, at PRM in Montessori in kindergarten, he was a classroom leader. He helped other kids with everything. And as soon as he went into the multi-age classroom setting, his academics and his emotional development dive-bombed. And so we had to make the hard decision this year to move him to Woodford Academy after having gone to the school and seen the magic that has been mentioned.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll start with our very first speaker and work our way down.
Good evening.
My name is Renee Avia. I'm a taxpayer, a retired public school teacher, and administrator. I follow what happens in CPS and the Board of Education. I care about our schools and our students, and I know that there hasn't been a recent superintendent that has been strong enough to make the necessary changes to right the size of the buildings when we've had master school plans in the past years. I support your vote today to reconfigure some of the schools because according to Senate Bill 925, if you don't do it, the state will. In addition, this bill is looking at low-performing schools and how those schools will fare out. And it's been mentioned that principals could lose their jobs, 60% of the staff will leave. Other entities like charters and school management companies or universities are going to take over the building. And the state can also shut down the buildings. I implore you to support the superintendent's plan and CPS can continue to control the schools and not the state legislature. Be leaders and support the plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a resident and taxpayer, and tonight I want to speak to you from the Ohio Ethics Commission on Public School Districts. Conflicts of interest involve public officials and employees taking official action or making decisions in matters that definitely and directly affect themselves, their family members, or their business associates. The basic assumption that underlies the ethics law is that Ohioans deserve public service to advance the public interest rather than their personal interest or those of closely related parties. Simply put, a public official has a conflict of interest when his or her ability to be an objective decision maker could be impaired by his or her own interests, the interests of family members or business associates. So let's say I'm an elected school board member and one of my family members runs an organization that promotes charter schools and vouchers that is closely aligned with the Cincinnati business community. If I use my position on the board to oppose a plan of action to prevent public school buildings from being taken by the state and handed over to private or charter schools that my family member's organization promotes, then my decision is directly affecting my family member and advances the interests of the organization which they work, namely that organization gets newly renovated buildings for practically no cost. My decision making is impaired by the interest of family members, by my family member. According to the Ohio Ethics Commission, I'd say I'd have a conflict of interest. So what does the Ohio Ethics Commission say I should do? Ohio ethics law prohibits public officials or employees from participating in any way in actions or decisions that definitely and directly involve their own interests or those of their families or business associates. That means I should recuse myself because if I don't, I'm essentially directly benefiting my family member because their organization's interests are being served by my decision to oppose this plan. If we do nothing, we lose our buildings. We lose our buildings, we lose our jobs. Is that what this board wants? To lose our buildings and lose jobs? Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hello, I am Brianka Gay. I serve as the lead counselor for this district and the proud counselor at Woodward High School and the mother of a CPS student. So first, we want to make sure all students have access. That's our goal. As counselors, my goal is to get you to graduate, but also make sure you're good after you graduate, all students. So in that, we do have to increase our career tech opportunities. We have to. We already know that the new Ohio Prepare for Success evaluations, they emphasize industry-recognized credentials. So that's also going to be a way for us to get stars. So we got to make sure we increase that for our students because as a counselor, we already know that, yes, you can get it at Woodward. Certain schools, you can get certain credentials, but we have to expand that so all students have access. Also, we need middle schools. So if you work in a high school, we know that it's important that our students need to be separated to make sure that we continue to nurture them, self-esteem, make sure that they're prepared for high school. So we need to be able to make some changes. I know we're advocating for different things, but we do need middle schools. And I stand behind that as someone who's been working here for 10 years at Woodward High School, love what I do, social, emotional, and making sure our kids graduate on time and make sure they feel secure and loved. But I think we need to be able to hone in on the middle school students and support them. Thank you. And also, just another thing, our kids are watching. They're watching how we navigate hard conversations and challenges. They come and talk to us about it like, you hear what's going on? So let's just make sure we're doing everything out of love and No, we're here for the students. We're all here for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Liz Gottmer. I am with Peaslee Neighborhood Center, which was formerly a CPS elementary school until it was closed by an earlier round of downsizing. Peaslee is a prime example that schools are more than buildings and they are more than their curriculum. Schools are centers of community, which is why the mothers, grandmothers, aunties, and neighbors of students who attended Peaslee fought so hard to keep it. This is also why you see so many people gathered here tonight to speak in passionate defense of their beloved schools. Peaslee still exists today as a community center because its families knew what was in their own best interest and made a way out of no way to make it happen, despite the odds stacked against them. While I am happy to see that Peaslee's partner school, Rothenberg Preparatory Academy, is no longer recommended for changes under Phase 2, I will say on behalf of all other schools that would still feel the impact of this growth plan. School staff and parents know best what is in their own best interest. If instead of rolling out such plans in a top-down fashion, CPS would do community engagement first, you would find that these school communities are already resourceful and good at problem solving and will be able to offer solutions that better serve CPS students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ramika Smith. I work with All In Cincinnati. I'm here with the Cincinnati Community Coalition. I also sit on 2 LSDMCs. I'm the president of the PTA at my son's school and am the acting vice president of Whitney Hills Community Council. I was a part of 3 different meetings that were talking about the growth plan, and I actually complimented Superintendent Murphy as well as John Chambers on their intentionality of engaging the LSDMCs and PTAs in these conversations. However, I realized that I was blind to my own privilege. I realized that if I was not blessed enough to have the privilege of the time to be so engaged, I would have no idea what was going on. In this day and age, not all parents have that privilege. We are dependent on the schools and the board to educate us and inform us about the things that we need to be aware of. And beyond that, we are not experts in this space. We are counting on you, trusting you, and electing you to keep us aware of our options and to inform us, not to take away our options and our voice. I'm not saying that there is not something that needs to be done. I don't understand the urgency, but I digress. As I said, I am not a professional in this space. What I am saying is that we are intelligent enough and capable of being a part of the solution if you would let us. I'm engaged in 3 different elementary schools in the district. For one elementary school, this plan works. For one elementary school, it does not, and for the other school is not affected. So I'm not even saying that everything you all have put together is wrong. I'm just saying it's not always about what you're doing, it's about how you're doing it. Lastly, speaking specifically for my son at College Hill Elementary, please let us be. We have been unsecure for the last 4 years that we've been in the district. We finally have a principal, a vice principal, and a resource coordinator all at the same time who are working to really encourage and improve our students and our academic outcomes. Let us be. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Our next speaker. And remember, we're just going to go straight down the line. Sure. So, thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Shear. I'm a 7th and 8th grade teacher at AWL and vice president of CFT. I'm here to speak in favor of the restructuring plan. First of all, I just want to say I believe it's the responsibility of this elected board to make tough decisions when that time comes. And I think it's very clear that this is one of those times where it's a tough decision. Not everybody is going to be satisfied with the decisions that are made. But I believe what we're seeing shows that we need to get something done in this district so that we can be more proactive rather than reactive moving forward into the future. I commend those board members that are looking at the big picture and taking seriously the threat from the state legislature. I believe those that are not are failing in their duty as an elected member of this board, because the state legislature does not look at our district or our students families in a favorable way. And that has been very clear for a while. And they have plans on plans to make it much more difficult for us in the classroom. And this restructuring plan helps us alleviate some of those stresses moving forward. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. I've been here before you before. I'm Marcia Futel, and tonight I'm representing the Cincinnati Community Coalition, which is a growing group of concerned citizens, taxpayers, organizations, leaders, business owners, and parents. So 3 points I'll make. First of all, you already know this, our demands are very simple. We're asking you not to proceed with this plan tonight, any parts of this plan tonight, until and unless you have engaged the community properly, until and unless you have formed a community task force of agreed upon stakeholders to be incorporated in your decision-making. That's very simple. The second thing I would point out tonight is that we understand you have concerns, and I don't think any of you are derelict in your duties to understand the seriousness of what the state is doing. So I would not lay that burden on you. However, we could help you. We could help you. You've known about Senate Bill 295 for a while now. We've been hearing about it. That's the linchpin in your plan to do all this reorging and moving around, you say, and it was explained to us in your board meetings that this was an underutilization issue, when now it's apparent that it's not an underutilization issue, but it's an academic issue. And so in all of the presentations that you have shared with us, there's been no academic data. So if the situation was at the state level, the concern was about academic performance, why do we have so many schools that are below the number that they should be, who could be at risk of closing, first of all? Second of all, as we saw tonight, and I have those same presentations, those same slides that Board Member Moffitt shared, but one of the things that was pointed out is that they cannot consider the data.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Somebody coming behind me to finish this up, I'm sure.
You can go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fanny Carradine, and I am the CFOP president. I'm the Cincinnati Federation of Office Professionals, and we represent senior support specialists, lead secretaries, and all the other clerical workers in CPS. From the positions that they occupy, CFOP members have a unique perspective on the daily operations of Cincinnati Public Schools. We work in the school offices across the district. We work with the parents, we work with the students, we work with the teachers, we work with administrators. We see things, we hear things. And in the very conversations that I've had with CFOP members of Cincinnati Public Schools, people are breathing a massive sigh of relief thanks to Shauna Murphy's leadership in this moment. And so I want to take a moment to address the growth plan that Superintendent Murphy has been advocating for. If the board does nothing today, we know unenrolled schools will close. If the board does nothing today, we know students, teachers, and CFOP members at over-enrolled schools will continue to suffer. As school secretaries and clerical workers, we know what our school needs. And if we in this room are serious about how we are going to continue to help and prepare our students for life in Cincinnati Public Schools, it is on us to make tough decisions like these and support Superintendent Shauna Murphy. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker.
My name is Sandy Bennett-Petker. I'm here as a district-wide mentor. As a peer teacher, I feel we need to support phase 2 of the proposal. As an elementary mentor, I walk into some buildings and there are numerous empty classrooms or classes of 10 to 15 students. Some of these schools are costing the district $16,000 per student. The district cannot afford this. Then I go to another school where they are busting at the seams. The classrooms are overloaded and specialists are teaching from a cart. Where's the equity in that? From the field, our office sees firsthand the critical need for middle schools. A great deal of our office support goes to the middle school age teachers. Middle school educators play a vital role in addressing the unique challenges of early adolescence while fostering a supportive learning environment. Middle schools would equip students with the social, emotional supports, skills, and mindset needed to prepare them for high school and beyond. I'm currently working with a team of teachers under the direction of Julia and Delicio, trying to rebuild our relationship with local universities. They have identified a need to place pre-service teachers in buildings implementing the middle school model. Without a deliberate focus on middle school education, we risk losing the opportunity for developing a robust pipeline of teachers for our district. No one wants to leave their small classes, but at the same time, we have to be responsible to the taxpayers. In line with CPS mission statement to provide high quality and equitable opportunities for our students, we need to move forward with phase 2 of the superintendent's proposal. There is no way to make every person happy, and we cannot afford to lose schools to charters, which in turn will lead to staff losing jobs because you are reluctant to make the difficult yet responsible decisions you were elected to do.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. I had a lot to say, but I'm just going to summarize my presentation tonight after hearing from those that have come before me. I realize the difficult decision that you have to make tonight because there's so many things that are happening and so many moving parts. My concern is that we're not dealing with the real problem in the room, and that is that there's division at 2 levels of this operation. It's apparent that the administration is not working with the board, and the board is not working with the administration, which causes problems in the community and the school buildings. And because of that division, we have what we have tonight. It would be better served, time better served, if we were all here applauding all the work that was going, rather than having to argue about which decision is going to be better for this community and for this city. So I'm cautioning all of us that we are required and expected to work together in unity. A house divided will not stand. And if that be the case, and I believe it is a true principle, that if what Board Member Moffitt has talked about, and we've all heard that it's a major issue, that the hammer is coming down and we're not ready. And if the thief is not ready for the robber, then the robber will take over the house. And right now, as I've heard tonight and what I've seen is, we're not ready. Don't be a hypocrite. Help the situation by making the right decisions at the right time with the right people in the room. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Foster. As Vice President, Avondale Community Council, a Black mother, grandmother, auntie, and village mother. For 5 seconds, I want you to close your eyes and think about everything you lost the next time you open them. That's the feeling that these children will feel. When you open up your eyes, you see everybody gone. You have lost Pastor Seal. You have lost some of the great teachers. So, as you think about ACEs and you think about trauma, would you sit back and really say, I'm gonna add one more trauma ACEs to these kids and these families? As they wake up every day in some of the communities that they live in, according to the ACEs, they say 5 or more, that means you have a high tolerance of ACEs. We have children dealing with 25 a week. Now, you go add 30. Ask your soul and your conscious heart, do you want to add another trauma to the trauma that the families that they're going through? This is not administration problem. This is a width problem. We have to solve this all together, not just administration, because we know now academically, only thing we have learned academically have had the thing that we have learned how you have added and subtracted. Square footage. We have no room for no parents. We have no room for community leaders. We have no room to listen to the ad hoc committee. What is we doing? We grew here, y'all flew here. What we gonna do together?
As our next speaker comes up, Stefan. Before you begin, Stefan, I'm going to call a list of names. Thank you, everyone. Can I have David Whitehead please come down, and then the other two? Yeah, thank you. Craig Rosen, Rashida Pearson, Casey Irwin, It's VIDA, Manuel, and then Alexis Zafer, Mildred Patterson, Josh Ulrich, and Christina Ulrich. And Stefan, you can just wait a second until we get everyone down.
Okay.
And as you come down, just come all the way down to the end of the seat. I think I called 9 or 10 names, and then we'll just work our way down.
Come on, hurry up, y'all. My fault. Coming to the altar. Come on now. How you doing, sir?
Okay, I think, is that everyone that I called? I think we have one more coming. All right, Stefan, the mic is yours.
We got one more coming.
Oh, one more, okay.
One more coming. Take your time.
I don't think so. I think we have the, oh, okay,
that
they're
was-
leaving. Nope, all yours.
Oh,
Go ahead,
one
the
right
mic is
here.
yours.
She's sitting down. All right. All right, ready? Let's go. I've been doing my studying about this redistricting the schools. Schools will be crowded and commuted times, ill-fitting attendance boundaries. This will make the schools very corrupted, for real, for real. It'd be so crowded, they'd be starting fights in classrooms and all that. So, Superintendent, Ms. Murphy, you they boss, girl. I don't know what you're waiting on. You can call the shots. I know you can. I know you can. You need to call the right shots for the community, Ms. Murphy, because I did tell you a couple months back you was going to be the next superintendent. Look, you sitting right there right now and looking at me, and I'm looking at you. But we got to do this right, y'all. Miss Eve Bo, and you, girl, I said it last time, girl, you've been here so long, so long. I mean, I mean, real long. I know it's time for you to go. I know it is. When I say leave, y'all say Eve, leave, leave. See, they behind me. It is time for you to go. We need a whole new fresh.
Can you just continue on, please? Thank you.
I got you just interrupt my.
Yes.
Olympia's
Please
gold
continue.
medalist. I'm sorry, Miss Mary. My bad on you. My bad. I'm sorry, but Miss
Go ahead.
Eve, have a heart. Have a heart for people. Because one day when I was in here, you said a comment to the crowd. It wasn't cool. So that's why I came here and said that to you. No disrespect. I love you. Nothing you can do about it, but have a heart for people. You know what I mean? I know you've been in this position for a long time, and you're there for a reason, to help people. Not help the lobbyists. I know the lobbyists love to get stuff done and build in the communities. I know that for a fact. But Eve, do your job. Do it well, for real. You know what I mean? Leave a legacy behind so people can remember you. Not what you done and didn't do. Real talk, Miss Eve. It ain't all about you here today. I love you and know you can do about it, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, all right.
All right, we'll just go down the line with the next speaker. You're up first, then we'll go with the next person.
Vita Manuel, West End resident.
And if you need to bring the mic
I'm
down, you
sorry.
can bring it down.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Vita Manuel, West End resident, Seven Hills Neighborhood House, CSSJ, advocate, just advocate for children in general. As I look, it seems like you're targeting certain areas that don't seem to have the resources, but they are thriving. I mean, you know, it's like, do you have an old textbook? But we're making the old textbook work and kids are reading. You know, they're coming, they want to learn because they have a safe environment. When children are safe, they excel. It's just that easy. You know, you're gonna put a kid on a bus and send them God knows where. They're not safe because they don't know where they're going. They have no one they can touch, feel, know. They don't know that. But they got to deal with that environment and then wait till about 6 o'clock when they get home and tell mom, dad, auntie, whatever, oh, this is what happened to me today in school. It's not right. It's just not right, period.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
You guys are gonna get tired of seeing me, I promise. My name is Casey Irvin. You guys have seen me week after week up here. I'm a parent of a 7th grade Montessori student. Like my shirt says, product of Cincinnati Public. I'm a Hughes graduate, class of 2004. I'm standing here once again because I believe so.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry. I'm standing here again because I believe so passionately that the Phase 2 plan as currently written is not the right choice for the district and its students. I know each of you is trying to do what is best and want to make an informed decision. As the time comes to vote approaching, I ask for you to leave Clark Montessori alone and prioritize a third Montessori junior-senior high school in Phase 3 of the plan. I hope you consider the AMS accreditation process, the values of the Montessori, the importance of giving a middle school student a role model and a high school student, the relationship and bonds our students have with teachers and staff, and how isolating 12 and 13-year-olds in their own school does not give an opportunity to establish community and leadership. I hope you consider all the children impacted by the speed of the Phase 2 plan and have taken the time to listen to the families and see how this education is impacted the most. Please vote no on the Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Kidd-Zaper. You got it right this time. I want to start by thanking Board Member Mapp and also Vice President Weinberg for responding to my email that I sent to all of you all. Dr. Moffitt, I know you've been busy meeting with groups, so I want to just thank you and acknowledge that you all have responded, so I do appreciate that. I heard that we're safe, but we're not sure. We had parents that were going to come, they were like, oh, we are safe now. We can't trust it. So we're here basically making sure that whether or not Phase 2, we're not in it, thank you if you removed us, and also Rothenberg, because there's no reason to remove a successful school like Hayes Porter. You see you showing up parents, administrators, the leaders, residents. We're here tonight. Last week we had 35 students that showed up saying that we want to stay in our school, and they're very concerned. Talk about trauma, that's what it is on our kids. Because hearing that their school is going to close is traumatizing. So we're here to stand for those babies, those families, those parents who may not be able to make it tonight. We're here for those parents. And we want to make sure that Hayes Porter is not in Phase 2, Phase 3, 4, 5, and any other, unless it's adding preschool classrooms. I want to thank you for your time, and also just want to encourage that continued engagement, because although my heart is a little lifted for Hayes Porter, it's still heavy for the rest of the district and all the other schools that have to carry a burden of potential changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. How you guys doing this evening? My name is Mildred Patterson. I am, to follow up back what she said, I am a product of Cincinnati Public Schools. I went to Hayes, Porter, and Taft, TA. So it is very disheartening that Hayes would even be on the table as the only Cincinnati Public Schools in the West End for you to even consider moving them. It is trauma for our kids. I don't know what depth of Cincinnati Public Schools works with the city, but maybe I need to strengthen those relationships, bring more community. I heard y'all say community 4 times. Y'all have not been using the community and bringing them forth. I'm a product of the West End. Not only am I, like I said, I went to Hayes, Porter, and Taft, graduated from Northern Kentucky University, and an educator in Cincinnati Public Schools. So I've been giving back. And I refuse to let our schools close because you guys are just making a decision. Bring the community to the table every time. We're here, we're there. And you guys are not using us or utilizing us as the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
First, let me apologize for my speech. I recently underwent critical cervical and thoracic surgery, and I'm still recovering. Good evening, President Bolden, board members, Superintendent Murphy. Congrats again on removing the interim from your title, and I apologize, I missed Sundays with the superintendent. I look forward to our district being more open and direct access to leadership that you have provided. Thank you. For those who might not know, my name is Craig Rosen, and I'm proud to consider myself a friend of CPS for over 16 years. In that role, I've been involved, engaged, and/or vocal on many district subcommittees and initiatives, and I think this is part of the problem the district is finding itself in today. Some of these included a decade as tri-chair of CPS Budget Commission, president of Cincinnatians Active Support Education, a member of numerous committees including STEP, facet LSDMCs and ILTs. And I think this is where the board might have made a misstep. Those committees, the community engagement that we were so proud of for so long, are limited and few in between. While it's true, the district has done a great job putting their meetings and subcommittees online for those to see. It is still a huge time commitment for many people to understand the will and the want of the board and the administration. I strongly supported last year's Phase 1 changes, having preached the need to reevaluate and reinvigorate our district's gifted services. Though as a Spencer Center LSDMC parent rep last year, I can share most of our school community, though appreciative, was extremely caught off guard and surprised by the remediation to Riverview. I personally like the Phase 1 proposals, and I also see the merit in Phase 2. However—
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
The light is green before I got up here. Okay, now we're good now. David Whitehead from the NAACP.
Let's pull the mic up just a little bit.
David
Yes.
Whitehead from the NAACP, President-elect. I'm going to get right to where I left off the last time, and I'm still waiting on the executive summary from your proposal. There's still no data involved. And I've heard a lot of things about emotions, about money, about different things of the nature in regards to school, but I have yet to hear anybody say anything about how it would improve the academic success of the students. That's what's crucial right now. We can have the smallest rooms, we can have the biggest rooms, but if it's not improving success, what are we doing? We should be here for the children, and it's about the children. So when we start talking about Senate Bill 295, if you don't know, I've been in the political landscape of legislation for a long time. We stop bills in committee. We go fight up in Columbus before you even see it. And if we're talking about Senate Bill 295, we have to understand that it's talking about academic success. And it is going from the 21 through 23 for collecting the data, but 2024 and 25 is where it's going to be implemented. So if you are doing what you're supposed to be doing now, your school is not in jeopardy. Your school is not going to fall under the mix. So let's not pretend that it's about the schools getting taken by the charters, because what we do understand that charters are failing. There are some charters that are closing. So these charters ain't coming to grab. What is coming to grab is the gentrification of our community. The fact that we have to stop this. We got to stop playing with people. We have to be clear in the information that we're sharing, and that's where my problem has been. We are not showing the data points. We know there are middle school students that are suffering and failing. So yeah, you may need to move them, but share it. Share it with the community. Share that the fact that there are people not being educated. And then when you go into those contracts with the school teachers, when all that, tell them, look, it's a merit-based pay.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Christina Ulrich. I'm a John P. Parker parent and PTO president. I wanted to express my concern about the boundary.
Let's pull the mic up a little bit. Can't really hear you. Go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to
And
express
excuse me for just a second. Can we please hear the speaker? Go ahead.
I just wanted to express my concern about the boundary change that's listed for John P. Parker. Although it says no change, changing the boundary would have a serious impact on our enrollment and our school community, and it wouldn't support the goal for the schools to be adequately enrolled. We already lost a preschool class this year because of Bramble opening, and I believe we now have 3 completely full preschool classes. I've also been troubled by some comments that I've heard here and online suggesting that families are not or don't want to send their children to John P. Parker. That view is really out of touch with the community. I would invite you to come and speak to us. We have a really wonderful school that's high performing, and it feels like we're continually being subjected to changes. There's even a billboard like right around the corner from our school advertising magnet schools, but there's nothing to say that we have a really fantastic school already in our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Superintendent, or she's not here. Superintendent, or Vice President, School Board, CPS School Board. Okay. I'm here tonight. My name is Rashida Pearson. I'm here tonight to ask you all to step back for a minute and not vote tonight. I need you all to stop playing Monopoly with our kids' education, because that's what it appears right now. It appears like you guys are looking at the school system, and you're just playing Monopoly with them. And that's not cool. We looking at what's going on with the violence with our kids in school, at the bus stops, and then you wanna take what you say, some says 70%, now it's 40%. I don't care if it was 20% of the school district that you're trying to reroute. It is going to devastate these youth. They're already going through it right now with the economy, with the city being gentrified. And Evo, and I understand the school board does not have anything to do with the city being gentrified, but that doesn't mean we have to play a part in education to align with that. We don't. We're taxpayers, so we don't. And I just want to remind everybody here tonight, we voted the school board officials in. We hold the power. You all supposed to listen and answer to community voice. And that didn't happen. Just because you engaged, you had these little meetings and you had a couple of members from the community council to engage. You did not engage the community properly. I know you didn't. You know why? Because when I made a post, there's no way my post shared 155 times because nobody was aware of what was going on with the CPS school district. So I'm asking you all tonight to yield voting.
Our next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Josh Ulrich. I'm a homeowner and resident in Madisonville, a small business owner in Madisonville and work in Madisonville. My wife works in Madisonville. I'm a board member on the Madisonville Community Council and the Business Chamber in Madisonville. I also tutor math at Schroeder Middle School. Most importantly, and the reason I'm here today, is I have a kindergartner at John P. Parker. My friend Rashida, who was the previous speaker, when we came to Madisonville almost 7 years ago, one of the first community members to welcome us into the community. So last year we were here fighting what seemed like a crusade by the previous superintendent to gut the preschool at a 5-star preschool at John P. Parker. The result we ended up with was better than nothing, but we did lose a preschool class. Now I'm surprised to see that we're back here today talking about redrawing a boundary line to cut 50-ish families from our school. I realized that the discussion between the two board members before we started the public comments put some things in doubt as to whether that hammer is going to drop, as one of the previous speakers said. But it's concerning that lowering the attendance at John P. Parker by the stroke of a pen could cause some issues with the school. So as one of the Woodford, there's a billboard that basically casts a shadow on John P. Parker with a Sands Elementary School student on it promoting magnet schools. And that's great. Montessori's fine for the people that want Montessori. We want our neighborhood schools. We're happy to send our child there. We're excited about it. We're excited to see that she gets to mix with everybody in our community on all levels. So please support our local neighborhood schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call our next group of individuals. If you could please come down. Angela, I think it's Angela Couch. I think that's correct. Lisa Colbert, Shayna Darden, Katie McOwen, Paige Hayter, Carly Diggs, Dorothy Mays, and then Janet Albert Captain.
And then we'll just hold on 1 second so we get everybody down here and seated before you get started.
Okay. Can you hear me?
All right, I think we can begin.
All righty. Good evening, Superintendent Murphy and the board. My name is Angela Couch, and I am a preschool teacher at Pleasant Hill Academy, which is included in phase two of the growth plan. I am in support of phase two of the growth plan. Superintendent Murphy had a daunting task when she became interim superintendent. From the beginning, she has been collaborative and focused to correct what was wrong in the district. First and foremost, she has put our students first. Phase two is important and necessary because of the many under-enrolled schools. She has done what is necessary to protect our buildings from being acquired by the state with Senate Bill 295. No one wants their school to be affected, but the reality is somebody's school has to be affected because there has to be a physical responsibility to the taxpayers. I believe that the board must vote to approve phase two because it is necessary to move the district forward. If approved, as a teacher at Pleasant Hill, with so many uncertainties and different things that are being said, I ask that teachers have an opportunity to continue conversations that have been started to answer questions and voice concerns, such as teacher reassignments, seniority, and the possibility of teachers being placed into buildings, and taking a look at buildings that are most beneficial for the demographics, just to name a few. While we are here to advocate for the needs of our students, who will advocate for us teachers? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Did we not start from the beginning?
We just
Oh,
went in the
that's
order
okay.
of our
Well,
names.
we're just going to go from the beginning, though. After you, we'll just go down the line.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Esteemed board members, as we deliberate the future of Pleasant Hill, I urge you to consider the substantial investments and strategic advantages that support its continued operation as an elementary school. Firstly, the significant funds have already been utilized for the development of the state-of-the-art playscape, specifically designed for the development needs of young children. This investment, coupled with the school's current configuration and facilities, provides an optimal learning environment for elementary students. We have long-standing community relationships like Cincinnati Nature Center and Keep Cincinnati Beautiful, who help keep our naturescape, our peace garden, our prairie, our outdoor classroom, our outdoor amphitheater, our vegetable garden optimal for elementary learning. Caring for these green spaces is a rare opportunity for young children and prepares our primary students to be lifelong caretakers for the environment. Secondly, Pleasant Hill close proximity to the public library offers a unique opportunity for collaborative learning and community engagement. This relationship enhances educational experiences and fosters a love of reading and learning. A large number of our families rely on the library and their after-school services every day. The close proximity of the school and the library is a powerful part of what makes Pleasant Hill perfect for the intergenerational school community and young children. Finally, maintaining Pleasant Hill as an elementary school eliminates the need for extensive renovation and upgrades that would be necessary to accommodate middle school students. By preserving its current function, we can allocate resources more efficiently and prioritize pressing needs within the district. Let us build upon the strong foundation at Pleasant Hill Elementary and ensure the bright futures of our youngest learners.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie McOwen, math specialist at Rothenberg, and I also teach STEM Fridays to all grades. I'm speaking for the third time in 2 months tonight to request the district and board members to engage with school communities as future proposals are being created. I do not blame Hayes Porter for being upset. Just as we were suddenly shocked in October and have yet to have any further discussions, they too are in shock and panic. Engagement is needed before any decisions are made in the future. It was upsetting for us at Rothenberg listening last week as members of the board and audience gave a negative image portrayal of our school. Each other, as we all have many great things to offer. However, it was also evident that many members and city residents do not know all that we do at our school. So I'm going to share some of that right now. First, let me say that we are in a transition of improvement. We are no longer 2 stars. We are 2.5 stars and rising. We already had major growth in our 3rd grade OST this fall, a 36% proficiency growth in 2 years. Some events and programs we are doing. We had our first annual spelling bee last year and are continuing to do it this year. We've had the mayor and Greg Landsman come and read with our students several times this semester. Not too long ago, we had a packed cafeteria and gym during a Pancakes with Parents events. We are planning our first annual cotillion for our 6th graders. I personally have partnered with the Design Lab and am bringing an architect to do work with our 4th graders all next semester. We have a preschool waiting list every year. We have several wonderful tutoring groups partnering with our school. We have a successful rooftop garden parent program and summer jobs for students. We have several student enterprise activities. We have 2 huge after-school program partners, Amani and Wesley Chapel. We have a large parking lot. When you come to engage with communities, you will find out many other great things that we all offer. We know we've got things to improve, but like a phoenix, but as Falcons, we are rising up to greatness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Greetings. As a child, I grew up in Over the Rhine and I attended Rothenberg School. I now have the distinguished honor to serve as an accomplished educator, effective leader, athletics coach, mentor, and so much more to the Rothenberg community. At Rothenberg, I help build independent critical thinkers, learners, and doers of our future. I know how important legacy stability is in our community. My siblings and I attended Rothenberg and now are adults and productive, hardworking citizens who still pour into Rothenberg and the Over the Rhine community. Working at Rothenberg was a choice for me and not a last resort. The level of care and concern for the students and families in our community goes beyond a report card rating. We are products of Rothenberg's longstanding reputation of caring for the whole child. Academics and success flowed naturally after we knew that we were cared for and that our needs were met. The unique community environment at Rothenberg is like no other. Other schools have modeled our parent center that was created specifically in the blueprint during the renovation to allow parents and volunteers access to resources, knowledge, grow, and be community. Our after-school athletics experiences and so much more have also been modeled across the district because of the success and safe spaces these attributes have provided in the community we serve. Each school has a unique community where they are comfortable and don't want to be uprooted, which is understandable. That shows we have dedicated staff and families across our district. While change is inevitable, proper chains of command such as engaging the community should be best practice. As a district, we need to get creative with ways to boost enrollment instead of pitting schools against each other. We are all here for students, and the disdain that has been recently spewed out of fear and hurt from these proposals is damaging relationships amongst our schools and communities. While each school is unique, the geographical of Rothenberg is also what makes it a true gem in the downtown community. As the boots on the ground, we will continue to do what we have to do to grow.
Our next
in the
speaker.
sake of advocacy and support.
Hello, my name is Paige Hayter, and I have been the school psychologist at Rothenberg Preparatory Academy for 6 years. Rothenberg is so much more than a school. It is a community with generations of families who have attended and many staff members who have a deep history with the school and the Over the Rhine community. Today, I would like to speak on behalf of a crucial part of the Rothenberg community, our specialized classrooms. If we were to merge with another school, our specialized classrooms could be in jeopardy of moving. Rothenberg currently has 4 specialized classrooms, including 2 autism rooms and 2 multiple disabilities rooms. We have seen many benefits for all of our students by having these classrooms as a part of our school community. For many of the students in these classrooms, Rothenberg is their neighborhood school. It is unfair to ask them to attend a different school. Our specialized classroom students deserve the same opportunity to attend their neighborhood school as all other students within the neighborhood. Separate is not equal. It is important to remember that the benefits of these specialized classrooms are not limited to the students with disabilities. We have seen many advantages for students without disabilities as well. A few years ago, we had a student with autism who had never attended school before attend Rothenberg and placed in a gen ed classroom. Students in that classroom were so accepting, kind, and helpful to this student that it was recognized by the district. Giving Rothenberg students an opportunity to attend a school with an inclusive environment has helped them strengthen their empathy, compassion, problem-solving skills, and appreciation of diversity. These students are better prepared to navigate the real world where they will inevitably encounter people from all walks of life with varying backgrounds, needs, and abilities. By keeping autism and multiple disabilities classrooms within Rothenberg, we allow all students to understand that everyone has value and belongs to this community regardless of challenges. Additionally, the staff who work in these classrooms are experts in inclusion and differentiation, and they are a core part of Rothenberg's successful special education team and bring invaluable skills and strategies that benefit all Rothenberg students. Please allow us to continue to give all of our students at Rothenberg the opportunity to attend their neighborhood school and to assure that students of all abilities can continue to learn from each other.
Thank you. Our next speaker, you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carly Diggs, and I'm an intervention specialist at Rothenberg. I serve as one of the case coordinators for the building. I'm a team lead, and I founded and run our free clothing closet called the Rothenberg Rack. I have a deep passion for our students and the Over the Rhine community. I appreciate you taking the time so that we can set the record straight about Rothenberg. At the board meeting on December 2nd, it was mentioned that Hayes Porter is a 4-star school. Great job. As an educator, I know that that's really hard to do, so genuinely, great job. Please know that Rothenberg is working hard to improve our status as well. We have multiple tutoring programs, increased proficiency on the 3rd grade reading guarantee, as well as an organized MTSS model, a strong PBIS program, multiple community partners, and a continued focus on data to drive our decisions. One of the reasons that I care about Rothenberg is our strong special education department. We have a strong team that works together to serve each one of our students despite their needs. We have 4 specialized classrooms that also are a part of our community. Another reason that I care about Rothenberg is our ability to care for the whole child. Not only do we educate our students, we also support, feed, and clothe our students. This winter, we will provide coats, new shoes, socks, underwear, hats, gloves, blankets, and other essential items to more than 100 of our students. Please consider the strengths of all schools before you make any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Janet Albury-Captain, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Rothenberg Preparatory Academy. So I stand here today not just for our students, but for their families and for the school community that serves as a vital anchor in their lives. Rothenberg is located in a neighborhood that is experiencing constant change, driven by gentrification. For our students and their families, this means navigating a shifting landscape that too often leaves them unseen and unheard. Families are the foundations of our school, yet many are struggling to maintain a foothold in the very community they helped build. Supporting Rothenberg as a STEM school is not just about providing education. It's about ensuring that our school remains a stable, inclusive space for families who have long been marginalized. STEM education offers our students and families a chance to rise above the challenges that they face daily. It provides opportunities to dream, innovate, and build future that honors their roots and their potential. A STEAM designation will empower students to become problem solvers and leaders while showing their families that their voice and contributions matter. This is about more than academics. It's about preserving and strengthening the bond between our school and the families we serve. By supporting Rothenberg as a STEAM school, you are affirming that education is a bridge to equity, opportunity, and belonging for every child and their family. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Mays, and I'm a parent of 2 boys that go to Rothenberg Academy, and I want to speak on the behalf of my sons since they can't speak for themselves, but Rothenberg has been a good school for them because they do learn the students, and they also work with the parents. Like if you have any issues or any problems, they don't mind working with the parents and also they students. They get to know, like, the whole school. Like, you can't walk in a building and just not know who the kid belong to. And I also want to say they are a good resource. Like, if you have a problem or any issues, it don't go beyond that school. They help you, or they try to help you find a resource that can fit your problem or your situation. And they also help, like, cause my youngest son, he started preschool this year, and I can see everything that they did with him just being his first year. He come home and he learns, and he loves it, and they don't do with a lot of bullying cause I'm a Cincinnati public school graduate as well, and I had to deal with a lot going to Cincinnati public schools, so I can see the difference then and now. Had the Cincinnati public schools had grew to where they is now, and yes, it is a working process, but I like how things is going with they school now versus when I was going there years beyond, time. But I'm thankful for Ruthenberg, and it's not that far away from where they live. They can get home faster. So to change that, who knows what cause problems in my kids' life, trying to transition over to something new, and teachers that don't care or don't get to know their kids. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. All right, we have our last round of speakers. Can I have Emily Marshman, Lakeisha O'Neill, Crystal Ingram, Katie Berlew, Naomi Larson, William Beaker, and then Julie Sellers. Julie, you will be last, of course. I'm just calling your name. Say it again. Oh, yes, thank you for that reminder. Mr. Wilson, as our speakers are coming down, how many speakers do we have online? Okay, so we will go to them next, and then we will end with Julie Sellers. All right, our first speaker, you can come on up to the mic. I think we have everyone, hopefully. Okay, you are good to go. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Berlew, and I am a special education teacher at Taft Elementary, and I've been there for 3 years.
Let's bring the mic down a little bit more for you. Yes.
Taft Elementary is more than just a school. Because we are a magnet school, we have students from all over who are choosing to attend our school. Our school has a community pool, a health clinic, full-time therapist through Best Point, and a food pantry through Good Shepherd Church. And at our school, we take care of the whole child, we take care of them emotionally, physically, and academically. Our school is a STEM school. We have an amazing STEM program, and our teachers do a great job integrating science and technology into all content areas. We also have amazing after-school programs with a strong STEM focus that strengthen skills that they will need beyond just the academic classroom. My principal, Miss Jason, has worked so hard in building a really strong staff at our school and a sense of community, and every day I'm seeing the growth and progress emotionally and and academically in my students. And I know that if we are given the opportunity to continue to operate as a magnet school, sharing our transportation cost with Mount Auburn Prep, which is the school next door, we will get to continue to see all of the growth and amazing progress and see our students continue to do amazing things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Hello, and you can bring the mic down a little bit too. Yep. So, here you
My name is Lakeisha O'Neill. I'm a parent of a son that goes to Taft Elementary. I believe Taft should stay open because there are amazing teachers, amazing staffs, and a wonderful principal. When my son first started, my son was shy, wasn't speaking. Now my son is in front of the class, answering questions, helping others inside his class, and he's only 10. And I believe that Taft should stay open because not only does they work hard with the kids, they also have us parents evolve with our kids. They do these programs, like we had a program called Math Night. It's where parents and kids was able to do math together. Not only that, it has an amazing pantry there for families that can't, get food. The pantry is open to the public. That's why I believe Taft should stay open.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Crystal Ingram. I'm a parent of a Taft Elementary graduate and have 3 currently attending. The current proposal says that Taft Elementary will not exist as a school next year. We want to be clear that we are very interested in staying open next school year with our current staff and students. I love that Taft actually cares about my children. The teachers and staff act like they are their own, especially the fact that they are patient with my 3 kids who are on IEPs, by the way. My children actually feel like somebody they've opened up to this school. They've been there since they were in preschool. Without Taft, I feel like my children will lose their confidence wanting to learn because they have to switch from a loving environment that they've been used to for years since they was little on up, which is totally unfair to me and my children.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Emily Marchman at Taft Elementary, and I teach an AUMD class. I'm one of the 3, well, I guess 4, because we have a preschool MD unit too at the Taft Elementary. I actually taught in the preschool MD unit before this year, and I really love working at Taft because of the staff and environment, and I know many of the parents that have been assigned to me in the past often request to stay at Taft when they move on from preschool to kindergarten. And so I have seen that I know the parents also appreciate working with us and being part of our community. And we've had meetings among our staff and families, and we just want you to know that we have said that we will be flexible. We will do what we need to do to stay open. We'll try anything. We've talked about Montessori. We've talked about, whatever we need to do, we will try to stay open and continue to be a community. Thanks.
Thank you. And before the next speaker, I'm just going to ask for everyone in the audience, whether you're staying, whether you're leaving, whether you agree with us, whether you disagree, can you please be respectful to not only the speakers, but everyone in this room? You can go ahead and speak.
Hello, board. My name is William Becker, and I am the PE teacher and the head of the Moore Group at Taft Elementary School. Not only am I a Taft teacher, but I am a proud Taft Elementary teacher. I am here today to ask to you to keep our school together. The staff and partnerships are something that you don't see at every school, and it's something that was not built in a day. Before becoming certified in physical education, I was a substitute teacher at CPS, and I've seen many schools in the district. All due respect, we have, in my opinion, the best principal in CPS, Dana Jason. She is the reason why the school is what it is today. She is the reason why we are here. We work tirelessly every day because of all the work that she has put in. We work tirelessly of the school to make sure it's possible, it's the best possible environment for our students, and that when they come to our school, they stay. When students leave our school, they come back. The reason for that is because Taft is special. It makes the kids feel like they have a home. Closing our school would put us back years in relationships and partnerships that we have built at TAF, whether it be our campus food pantry or our numerous partners that go to our classes like Adopt a Class, Graders, Procter & Gamble, Good Shepherd Church, and Christ Hospital, just to name a few. Just today, we got our donations for our winter coats for every single student from the People's Church and Good Shepherd in what has been over a 10-year relationship with those organizations. This is not only a school for our students, but it is a safe place and it is a home. When they come to Taft, they feel safe, they feel respected, and they feel heard. I would hate to lose that what Taft has built, and would kindly ask you to consider the community and the students who will be affected in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hello, I'm Naomi Larson. I'm the STEM teacher at Taft Elementary for 2 years now. Last week, studying erosion with second grade from the Amplified curriculum, I took the lesson into a hands-on realm, and we were able to build landforms out of sand and see how water affects them. After spraying with an open spray, different water forces, and then a jet spray, and then finally, obviously everyone's favorite, a tsunami, where we poured it out of a pitcher, we got to see how we could transform water with the use of science. And as our students were supremely engaged in that lesson, one of the children yelled out, "The superpower of science," and put her arm up in the air. This is a child who, when she came to us last year, was unable to transition through classes because she would break down. She was so scared to walk through the halls because she was that shy. And now she's constantly coming up and talking about our erosion lessons and how we get to do hands-on science. I would also like to say these are also the people that are going to be doing your surgeries. These are also the people that are going to be building your bridges. So you might want to allow them to continue with their STEM education. We are willing to be flexible. We are willing to go Montessori. That goes hands in hand with STEM because it's about autonomy and hands-on. I am just asking that you do not throw out this whole family that is obviously fully engaged in not just our students, but the community. You hear from parents and our principal who went to our school. And as a Westwood Elementary grad and a Walnut Hills grad, who my other graduate, Adoria, was already up here, we are coming back to this district to serve this district. So please allow us to do things. And I'm a single mom and I would like to spend time with my own children. So I would like us to make some decisions, but make them not in haste, but with all of us in mind. They're not numbers, and if you factor them in as 15 students, you better factor in their ACEs, because those are not classrooms of 15, they're 45 to 60. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wilson, if you could go ahead and alert our online speakers that they can go ahead and get started, would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker today is going to be Eric Higgins. Eric, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead. Unmute your camera and microphone. Mr. Higgins? All right, since Clayton Adams on, we're going to start with Clayton Adams. Mr. Adams, you can start with your... Please wait to unmute your camera and microphone online until you are called. Please mute your camera and microphone until you are called. Clayton Adams, you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right, good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Clayton Adams, and I am one of the building representatives at Aiken High School. I wanted to speak tonight about the need to alleviate overcrowding at schools like Aiken. Much of the discourse around the restructure has focused on under-enrolled school buildings, and very little has been said about the over-enrolled school buildings. For those that do not know, Aiken is a building that was built for 1,000 students, but has over 1,200 students currently enrolled. Many schools, especially on the west side of Cincinnati, are experiencing similar issues of overcrowding. This leads us to the question, how does overcrowding impact teachers, students, and the building itself? So 1, many teachers are on carts and do not have their own classroom space. 2, there is a large amount of increased wear and tear on the building. Performing maintenance on overcrowded buildings costs the district additional money compared to under-enrolled school buildings. Number 3, there are teachers who have more students on their caseload than called for in the collective bargaining agreement. That ultimately makes the learning and teaching environment more challenging. This also costs the district additional money due to overload pay. And then number 4, there is an increase in stress and burnout when school staff are expected to work in an overcrowded school building. These are just some of the issues that will continue to persist if the overcrowding issue remains unsolved. I ask that you make the right decision to help the school buildings that are suffering from overcrowding. Leaving certain schools under-enrolled while other schools like Aiken are over-enrolled is not equitable or fair for anyone. Let's refocus the conversation on helping staff and students who are currently in over-enrolled buildings. As a district, we cannot afford to continue down this path of unsustainability. We must protect our district from Ohio's gerrymandered state legislature who can seize under-enrolled buildings and give them to charter school operators. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Aubrey Drummonds. Aubrey, you can unmute your camera and microphone. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Abria Drummonds. I am a parent, but I'm here as an education advocate. I feel like we're talking about everything but the kids. As gatekeepers of academic freedom, you are responsible for dismantling the remnants of systemic racism in education. This board, if in continued support of this growth plan, would abandon the guardrails set in place. Not to mention, you will continue to perpetuate the current strongholds that the teacher unions have over our district, pushing agendas that support jobs and not purpose by supporting poor performance and outcomes of classrooms and their staff, further victimizing the people, our children that we claim to serve. This plan throws data and the recent claims of achievements of our goals to the wind. Instead, it reinforces pipelines to prison and poverty. Every neighborhood is not created equal, but entrenched in systemic racism and privilege. By removing school of choice from our families, we are imprisoning our children to the neighborhoods and communities they are in by circumstance, but now becomes a condition to the quality of education they will receive. This creative gerrymandering has higher stakes by taking place in an era in which our expectations for fairness are much higher in the scope of the whole child. We need to realize that we have made so many decisions that are not centered around our greatest commodity, specifically in neighborhoods that are not being gentrified, neighborhoods that are crime-ridden, overflowing with drugs, violence, mental illness, and poverty. Not to mention children who will lose access to health care, but that's afterthought. These neighborhoods do not have strong LSDMCs, or at least ones with strong parent voice. Without the parent voice, these children are rendered voiceless. The teachers don't want to be in these neighborhoods. They are not invested in the neighborhoods. They often escape as fast as they can. These are not schools you would send your children to, and you would be crazy to think that parents would stand around and watch you play Monopoly with the academic outcomes of our children.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Carrie Bello. Carrie, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Can you unmute yourself?
Carrie, you need to unmute your microphone, please.
I'm wasting my time. Hi, everyone. My name is Kari Bello, and I'm a parent of a pre-K student at Woodford. I spoke back in September, and briefly, I just wanted to state that Woodford is a staple in the community. Just a little bit of background. My son was born with he was born with hearing loss, and so this program has been an amazing program for us. To my knowledge, it is the only program that exists in the CPS district of its kind, and I'm just confused as to what the solution is to displace students with disabilities to another location, or to disband the program altogether. I'm just confused as to how that provides a solution to the students at Woodford. So I implore that you guys would really take into consideration the hearts of the parents who are speaking on behalf of Woodford, telling you that we do not want this change to happen at Woodford. We love our school, we love our community, and I just want to say that we chose this school because it was in our district, and outside of this, we would have had to send our son to a school that was $30,000 in tuition for the same access to the programs that we have for free at Woodford. So thank you, Woodford. Principal Donner, we love you and we support Woodford.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Eric Higgins. Mr. Higgins, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your camera and microphone.
Good evening, school board and Superintendent Murphy. My name is Eric Higgins. I am building principal at Clark Montessori. Been principal since 2019. Last week, Clark administration, our LSDMC chair, was able to meet with board and Superintendent Murphy, come up with an agreement that we would take all the sixth grade students on the Montessori side on the east side for the 25-26 school year. That's one of the things that, is really pressing is that all students get a seat at Clark. And that's one of the things that we decided that we would do to help with this situation. I am truly optimistic that, working with the school board for the 25-26 school year, that that we'll be able to given that extra year, that we'll be able to have a smooth transition for our students, staff, and families as we work towards a Clark Montessori Middle School for 26-27 school year. Assuming that this is all going to be board approved, we want to do what's best for students. That's always first, and that's every decision that I make is students first. So during the 25-26 school year, I mean, if this does go through, it will allow us to create a small focus group of Montessori experts working with the American Montessori Society, the community, school board, superintendent, on some accreditation, some staffing, researching other programs, to keep a great program, Montessori program for our school district in Clark, and make sure that it is done with fidelity and again, in the best interest of students. So I just wanted you to know that, again, we are optimistic that,
Thank you so
where we
much.
started from to where we are now, that, the school board and the
Thank
superintendent
you, Mr. Higgins.
are listening, and we are
I don't think you
grateful
can hear
for
me.
that, and we appreciate.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela McCowan. Angela, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, well, good evening, Superintendent Murphy and the board. My name is Angela McCowan, and I am I'm an intervention specialist in the resource room at Rothenberg Academy. I will not repeat what was said, but I want to say that we are all here for the kids. We all want the best for our children in our specific schools. We serve the whole child. We are educating the next president, the next senator, the next councilman, the next doctor, the next nurse. So we are all passionate about our schools. It would seem to me that if there's some schools that's overcrowding, why can't we just send those kids to the schools that's underutilized? And I'm sure that those parents would not be as happy, but wouldn't that solve a problem and stop the division that we are now experiencing? Again, let me just say, we are here for kids. We are. There's not a person in that building or any other building that is not here for kids. So let's figure out what is the best way to go for the kids instead of what's the best way to go for the adults who've already received their education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have we have how many more speakers? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barb Schultz. Barb, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your camera and microphone.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm Barb Schultz, a retired Cincinnati public school teacher at Clark Montessori, a recent LSDMC member, and a lifelong supporter of Cincinnati public schools. I am here to encourage the administration and board to reconsider the proposal that would move the 7th and 8th grade communities out of the Clark building that was designed specifically for Montessori community classrooms on Erie Avenue. I began teaching back in 1978, and I have seen lots of changes in this district over those many years. I saw secondary schools be 7, 8, 9 in one building, in buildings, and 10, 11, 12 in another. I saw the change when the ninth graders were pulled out and put in high school. And then I saw the change that took us to the current configuration of 7th through 12th grade, which has been Clark's organizational structure for years. The Clark Middle and High School program is attractive, desirable, and successful precisely because it was grown one grade level each year, slowly and deliberately. It came from the dreams and initial efforts of 7th and 8th graders, and from the grassroots research and work of parents, teachers, students, and the support of the then administration and board, and the late Bob Townsend, who was the director of magnet schools for CPS. Clark Montessori is a success story for CPS, as are many schools. Clark has earned national recognition because of what they've accomplished over the last 30 years. Why mess with their success? I urge you to leave the Clark Montessori building configured as it is.
Our next speaker is Nicole Ober. Nicole, you can unmute your camera and microphone, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Ober, and I am a first grade teacher at Carson Elementary. I'm speaking tonight imploring the board to officially move forward with the superintendent's growth plan proposal. This is my 13th year teaching in CPS, and I have spent all 13 years at Carson. Our school and the community has been up and down throughout the years that we have consistently seen growth. Although growth is what we strive for, our building is so overcrowded that we cannot support the district growth. We have had to use every available space for classrooms. For example, our stage is our ALC area with curtains for walls. Our library was converted into spaces for our intervention specialists. Our staff lounge was turned into a classroom. Our copy rooms were turned into specialist rooms. Our new staff lounge was actually a small conference room. It still houses a copier. However, you cannot use the copier and the microwave at the same time because it will blow a fuse. Our music teacher is on a cart this year because we needed that room for a classroom to help right-size our classes. Our tech teacher was also put on a cart this year because we needed his room for the 5 ESL teachers we have that support our ESL population that is also growing. Our teachers no longer have spaces to plan because our specials have to be done in our classrooms during that time. As I listen to other buildings speak about the things they do not want to lose, I empathize with them. As a building that is overflowing and needing to balance our space, I'm disheartened that we are not empathized with as well. We are crammed into a building and regularly have 28 to 36 students in rooms where students have to walk in windowsills to get to their seats. It's frustrating to see other CPS buildings with extra space to have amazing wellness spaces for staff, with massage chairs, when we can't even heat up our lunch and print copies at the same time. We know change is hard, but with timely decisions, we can support each other and make the necessary moves to do the best for all of the students and all of the staff in the district, not just some of them. Thank you to the superintendent and her team for...
Thank you. Our next speaker is
Thank you,
Ozzie
Mr.
Davis.
Wilson, because I think that the speakers cannot hear me when I say it, so if you could continue to please let them know about their time, I appreciate it.
Great.
Thanks.
Ozzie Davis?
Don't start, Rob. Don't start letting her know now. Let me talk 2.5 minutes. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent Murphy. That sounds real good. Let me echo member Ollie's kudos to Taft. Let me echo that. PA one time. I want to congratulate Superintendent Murphy on having I removed, and I want to thank Board Member Moffitt and Chair Bolton for always keeping me abreast of what's going on at the district. Community engagement is broken, but you didn't break it. It's broken all levels. It's broken when I deal with the city. It's broken from the community council perspective. I would implore all the folk that have come out tonight to continue to be involved, because that's the only way that community engagement will get better. I do think there may be an opportunity for some training of parents and community members that serve on PTAs and the district's LSDMCs, that they go back into the communities in which they live and get others' perspectives and share information that is happening at the school. I've seen far too many times over my 25 years, single people representing an entire community. And that is what is really breaking our community engagement process. I want to thank you for your efforts at community engagement in Avondale, particularly with Assistant Superintendent John Chambers coming to last month's community council meeting. After 3 questions, he got a standing ovation. So I don't know if we could have done any more there. Quickly, I want you to know that I had a wreck this morning. On my way to Taft Technology High, coming down Vine, a staff member at Rising Stars was driving into left off of Vine, driving into the one little side parking lot. I'm sorry. Bye.
Thank you, Ozzy. Is your time. Our next speaker is Rachel B. Rachel, you have 2 minutes. You can unmute your camera and microphone. Rachel B., go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you guys see me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So good evening, all. My name is Rachel Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Imani Family Center, and we are a community partner to the district as lead agency and after-school provider. And I stand in support of all 3 of our sites tonight, which are Rothenburg, Woodford, and John P. Parker. I first would like to thank each of you for your commitment to being leaders of our districts. Also, thank you to the administration. You all are doing great work. I know the growth team has been working hard on phases 1, 2, and 3 to tackle some changes and challenges we're facing as a district, and we appreciate you for doing the work to address it. I have many thoughts and questions on the phases, but not enough time, so I'll just share these 4. 1, is now the best time to implement a plan of this magnitude without knowing the possible changes that can come as early as January from the new federal administration? 2, if phase 2 passes and once all the children are moved to their new sites, will all of our buildings be at 60% utilization or more? And if not, we haven't really solved that issue, just moved it around. Also, from what I saw for Senate Bill 295, it mentions underperforming buildings, which hasn't been addressed by the plan yet. 3, I think the engagement was done a little backwards. Yes, the administration did spend 6 weeks meeting with LSDMCs, but when they met with us, plan for phase 2 had not been presented to anyone, so it's hard to get feedback on something we don't know about. 4, the administration stated that our buildings are being prepared for the new families coming into our communities, but with enrollment being on a downward trend, is there a district-wide plan for recruitment? In closing, I think movement on phase 2 should be paused to get more input from the community. And I just want to reiterate that I know this is a tough decision, but we're all in this together. I'm rooting for you all. I'm praying for you. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you and good night.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker will be Tracy. Tracy, you can unmute your camera and microphone. That's Tracy Gratzton. You have 2 minutes.
The camera's not letting me unmute. Is that a function on your end?
Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the school board. Not only am I a taxpayer, I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Evanston Academy who is autistic and nonverbal. I need this board to slow down this process and not take a vote tonight or in the near future. I want to speak on this plan. In my communication with the board president, she expressed that this board, while currently negotiating with the unions, is not in a position to guarantee services that my son needs if he moves from Evanston to Frederick Douglass. My son needs a guarantee. Otherwise, he might need to leave the district for the autistic services that he needs. Slow this process down. The vice president of this board took $3,000 from the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. So I expect her to go with the CFT. And I want this board to consider a question. Do you work for the CFT? Do you work for Julie Sellers? Or do you work for the taxpayers and the people of this city? There's an election coming up in November 2025. And if you all don't understand that you work for the people instead of these unions who's pushing this, we will vote out half of this board. And we need you all to stop this school to prison pipeline as described as WCPO. This superintendent has worked for this board for over 30 years, and she has done nothing to slow that pipeline down. Vote this plan down. And yes, we will target everybody up for re-election in 2025 if our voices are not heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Victoria. Victoria, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes. Victoria, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes. Victoria, your microphone is still muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, sorry, Zoom apparently does not like me talking. That's fine. I'm going to talk anyway. Hello, my name is Victoria. I work with the Rothenberg Rooftop Garden, which is a partner organization with Rothenberg Preparatory Academy. And this whole process has felt kind of like being the ball in a pinball machine. And while on one hand, that is partially due to, I would like to say, rapid adaptation, which could be seen as positive. I think that along with rapid adaptation needs to be an extra emphasis on communication that has not occurred. To that end, I'm not 100% sure where Rothenberg sits right now, but as someone mentioned earlier, while it seems that we are safe currently, I don't trust that because the communication is not communicating. So I just want to give some of the things that we're doing really well at Rothenberg so that whatever happens, you know where we're at. So at the Rooftop Garden, which I want to give props to all of our teachers and our community members and our parents because we are just a drop in the bucket of amazingness that is going on there. But here's some numbers for you. So this season alone, we have gone through 200 pounds of produce that we have grown with our students from seed to table. Those students cook, those parents come into a parent program and cook, our community members, our volunteers, our teachers, our families, they take that food home with them. That's over 25 different types of produce. We do STEAM and STEM activities all the time in the garden, being hands-on. We provide an essential green space and green break for
Victoria,
all of our
thank you. That's
students
your
and
time.
our staff.
Our last online speaker today is Allie Rost. Allie, you can unmute your camera and microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, I'm coming to you not only as a parent, but as an educator of 25 years. I've emailed each of you several times, starting back since February. Our daughter, who is hard of hearing, started at Woodford in preschool. And when she started there, she was nonverbal, and we didn't know a single soul there. And now she's in first grade and thriving. She's speaking, she's learning ASL, and thanks so much to the wonderful teachers at Woodford. We love you guys. Woodford is not just some regular school. At Woodford, you have the deaf and hard of hearing units, you have the multiple autism units, and you have an elementary school centered around the arts. And I'm an art teacher, so I'm loving this. Nowhere else in the district do you have a school like this. And it's more than a school, it's a community that accepts each and every student. And it's growing almost daily with new students coming in, thanks to Principal Donner. If you break this up as a parent of a deaf child, I'm terrified of how she'll be treated at a school where she doesn't know a single person. Everyone knows Ellie at Woodford. Please don't take this away from her and all of her friends, including the teachers she loves so much. Thank you.
We have our last speaker, Julie Sellers.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Murphy, and Treasurer. I know that many are worried about the board's decisions that are going to be made this evening, and it's causing many disruptions, but we know what's coming down from the feds. We know what's coming down from the state. While we don't know exactly what actions are going to be finalized this evening, here are some of the things we do know. There have already been some changes to the plan as it has been rolling out. And that is because the board has been listening. And you can tell from all of the speakers this evening, there are many great things going on in our district that everybody in this room should be proud of. But like Ozzy said, engagement has been, people have been asleep at the wheel with engagement. I know that Superintendent Murphy has been out to more than 75 locations meeting with the public. Many of the people who are in the room haven't been given information from places where they belong to organizations where the board has just met with them. But the board must make a decision as soon as possible based on the current processes within our district so that we can ensure proper staffing and the budget process and for all of these processes to work effectively. The past 2 years or more, these processes have been broken and pushed back and created chaos and dysfunction within the district. You cannot stall on making a decision about these changes. They're necessary. We know that transportation costs exceed $70 million a year, and these costs are squeezing out educational programming and opportunities for our students and staff. Our high schools are overcrowded and desperately need relief. Nearly every high school is over capacity. There are too many teachers who do not even have a classroom and must travel and use other teachers' classrooms who are on their planning bell. Unless you have worked in a building with overcapacity, you don't understand the chaos and dysfunction that causes. High schools need more career tech options, which is included in this plan. Parents for the last 10 years have been asking for more career tech options. If you don't pass that, when are we going to be able to have those options put in place? Many of the 7th and 8th graders have not transitioned successfully to the 7 to 12 schools. The high schools are too large for 7th graders. More than 70% of the teachers surveyed in January of 2021 said that the 7 to 12 model is not working for our students. We need our 7th and 8th graders in smaller environments. Most all of the West Side elementary schools are so overcrowded that learning conditions are subpar, and the neighborhood districts need new boundary lines. That's in this plan. The RAP, which Superintendent Murphy has created, is the strongest plan for our district's unhoused youth of any district in the state of Ohio, and maybe of the country. It will become a model as we move forward, but it has to happen now. Our city doesn't have enough affordable housing, and we have too many students who are homeless. CPS is also risking the state's forced takeover of under-enrolled school buildings under the proposed legislation. If you have not read the Fordham Foundation report about under-enrolled and under-capacity schools, you are not understanding where our state is going. The Fordham Foundation is directing our state. If this happens, CPS will lose buildings to private or charter schools. This is reality, as much as some people don't want to believe it, but maybe some people don't care if we lose buildings to charters and vouchers and private schools. We need a healthy, growing CPS, which is vital for our community, our families, our students, and our teachers. If there are not changes being made in some buildings, that's why we have a huge turnover of staff. The board must move forward with most of the decisions in this plan, and they can't keep pushing the can down the road another year. There have been too many years that we have not taken action to make sure things are corrected. I know that a lot of things in this plan go all the way back to the year 2018, 2017. And this is something that our students need in order to be successful. The students who are in the pilot school this year, of middle school, they're doing great. The teachers have said that the students have had probably one of the most positive experiences that they have seen in the last 20 years. So as we're moving forward, I think we need to make sure that we're making decisions that are right for our students. And I think that we need to make sure that we are looking at our students in a developmental manner so that they are not lost in all of the chaos. The other thing that is happening is we need to have a board coming together so that these decisions can be moved on. I know that some board members who are against any plan or any change haven't been around that long, but I think that some of them have to start thinking about the overall district as we try to move forward. Thank you.
I would like to thank all of our speakers, both our in-person and our online speakers, for coming out this evening. Thank you for sharing all of your concerns. And we are now at the close of hearing of the public.
Thank you, Vice President. Thanks to everyone that's participated tonight, both virtually and in person. It's greatly appreciated by the board and certainly by the administration. We'll go on to the next part of our meeting, which is the first presentation. And the first presentation is from Superintendent Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. My presentation will be relatively short. Rob, if you go ahead, there's two simple slides. And the first basically is a reminder about the board and the ad hoc resolution directives. And then the second is simply a reminder about the board ad hoc resolution actions that I believe that my senior leadership team and I have worked really hard to put together and to address everything that was requested of us in reviewing the plan that has been something worked on for over an 18-month period of time. And I understand fully and appreciate everything that has been shared, not only today, but since our initial public conversation about this work in October. I take it very seriously, and I'm actually very humbled to be in the seat and to be able to work with everybody in this room today and everyone who has anything to do with Cincinnati Public Schools. And outside of the fact that the federal government and the state government has interesting plans being discussed for public education, I do acknowledge the many great things that are happening in our school district that I am extremely proud of and might be one of the first, second, or third people to shout from the rooftop any celebration about our school district. No one can say anything to me negative about Cincinnati Public Schools without some type of response. We do know that we have students experiencing homelessness. And having worked with Rebecca Beach over a long period of time and her team, and thank you to those who make coat donations to those young people today, I do know that we talk many times about how we're grateful for cars that kids have to sleep in, and that was so critically concerning a few years ago. But now even of greater concern are the kids who are sleeping under bridges, children sleeping under bridges. We have to help them. We also know that we have middle school students who have needs. that are different than the needs that are developed and created in K-8 buildings and in 712 buildings. Our team is ready to put that in place for the young people. We also know if you visit our schools, we have an ever-growing population of multi-language learners. We have to address our approach to our multi-language learners, and we can't wait 30 more days. We can't wait 60 more days. We have to begin how we're doing business with them today. It's just not fair. And I'm not talking about adults. In each of these cases, I am talking about children. I visit schoolhouses where classrooms have 12 children. And it's great, and the teachers are doing a marvelous job. They're doing a fantastic job. I am so proud of them. However, financially, we can't continue to do business like that and then have classrooms with 30, 32, 34 children. We have to address it. I know it's hard. I'll be right there working with you on whatever might be accepted. It is my wish, desire, goal that everything presented today is accepted. We have programming that our children, our families have demanded for years. It took us many years to get junior ROTC in Aiken High School for young people. It took a long time just to get one teacher. We're blessed to have two, but we have high schools and young people who are asking for junior ROTC opportunities in their building. This plan will allow that to happen. Yes, Clark Montessori is an amazing in-demand program of 7th through 12th grade students. I have done my homework. There is nothing about their accreditation process that says it's mandatory to have 7th and 8th grade. I know you like it. I know you appreciate your community. I know you want your community to stay together. But right now on the east side of town, I have 90 students who would like a seat at your beautiful, lovely, amazing school who I can't give them that. But there is a way to do it. There is a way, and it's in this plan. And it does listen to what has been shared with us over the last few months, hearing your public cry. Now, the only thing I will say as just a human being, for those who share with us in a respectful way, I appreciate it. And I know you're frustrated. I know you want your school and this school board. I know you want to do what is absolutely best for the citizens you serve. I do too. That's it. That's all.
Thank you, Superintendent Murphy. Our second presentation tonight is from our treasurer.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I've been working on, as the board is having conversations about the growth and the future of the district, and we have upcoming levies that are coming up for renewal. We have some financial needs. But we've been working on a long-term financial plan to help support what the board decides to do. So some of this is repetitive in nature, but it's important for the public and every opportunity we'll present it for the public to understand. So go ahead, Rob, thank you. So what I'm about to share with you and the growth plan cost analysis assumes that we strictly adhere to our staffing formulas the way they are, and that enrollment remains stable, so that in the reorganization plan, if students shift, the cost will change, right? For example, currently in our collective bargaining agreement, the staffing formula for K-3 classrooms is a teacher for every 18 students. When you get to the 19th student in a classroom, you add a paraprofessional to that classroom. When you get to the 26th student, you take the para out, add a teacher, divide the class into two classes. So subtle shifts of kids from one building to another could drive changes in some of these analysis. And then, of course, we'll be negotiating some new agreements that may drive some of the changes as well. So numbers that are shared today are going to change. The plan is fluid, and so don't get hung up on a specific number or not. Keep going. So this is a picture of, and it's in millions of dollars, of the long-term financing needs to support operations. The first line on that is the growth plan, the way it was presented recently, and that was shared on November 18th. So in the first year, we were anticipating a savings in operational cost. It's about $5 million in cost to move everybody, to buy lockers and furniture. But there's going to be savings in staffing because you're consolidating buildings, you're able to staff more efficiently. That's comparing the projected students in that plan with the staffing formulas compared to how we're staffed today. So, but going forward, there will be recurring costs. Specifically, I think the $700,000 represented the expansion of the career tech programs and those staff. Also, the board is talking about taking on the crossing guards from the city of Cincinnati, and we anticipate an increase in that budget. Technology and curriculum adoptions have 5-year cycles, 3 to 5 year cycles. These dollars represent things that are not currently in the budget, but they're coming up and they need to be done. So they were funded, some of these dollars were funded by other funding sources that are no longer with us, namely the ESSER dollars. And so we have to decide if we're going to continue on those cycles and updating the curriculum adoptions and technology. We have to seek new money. And then once again, we don't know what the negotiations, any cost changes that might happen. So sitting today, operational, we need about $12 million a year on top of what we have. That represents 1.4 million. That will change based on your votes tonight. Moving forward, the growth plan will change, and some of the negotiating staffing formulas may change as well. Next slide. So the long-term non-operational conversations, I want to clear up a lot of confusion over the $200 million cost.
Please do.
First, so that was what I just said was part one, or actually phase 2 of the growth plan. Part 2 of my conversation is we have a $1 billion facility master plan that we've updated, that our community very generously invested in. Those buildings are 20 years old now, and they need roofs and chillers and HVAC system upgrades. And so there's a plan, a 5-year plan of about $170 million divided up by 5 years. And so that we have an opportunity, we cannot absorb that into our general operating budget. So we need to find new money for that, and there's an opportunity to do a permanent improvement levy, which allows you to do construction remodeling and to support assets of 5 years or longer at their lifetime. So if you were to do a permanent improvement levy to support that effort, to bring in the revenue stream that's needed to support those, and there's a huge file on this that shows school by school, project by project. Anyway, that would represent about 4 mils of a PI levy, permanent improvement levy. Part 3 of the growth plan and beyond, and we have no idea what's going to get adopted and when it will happen. If you even started a building today, it wouldn't get finished for 2 years. Okay, so the $200 million is new money of 7 projects, not just 1 or 2, but it's 7, and they're listed here. These are the estimates of what they would cost to support the programming the superintendent was recommending. So let me just repeat myself. We have an operational need. We have a long-term non-operational, but it's to support the facility repair plan. And then we have new construction depending on where we go with growth, the growth 3 and beyond. The bond levy, the bond levy operates a little bit different than other levies. So the other levies bring in an annual revenue stream. A bond levy, you get the money up front, and then the millage is based on the principal and interest that's needed to pay the bonds back over that life cycle. Excuse me. Okay, next slide. So this is what we lovingly call the spaghetti or the slinky slide. It shows you the current fixed sum levies that we have. The green line represents the $65 million levy that's on a 10-year cycle that's coming up for renewal in 28. The blue line represents the $48 million fixed sum levy that also includes the $15 million set aside for the expansion of preschool. That's coming up next November. And we have some actions that we have to take in order to make that happen. The hardest decision is going to be, what do you do with the $15 million preschool expansion? Because CPS and CPP, the Cincinnati Preschool Promise, have collectively outgrown the $15 million set aside. So if we continue to fund that, we'll be taking money out of the K-12 operations to fund that. The Ohio does not support regular ed preschool financially. They only support preschools with disabilities. So we have a ton of grants, and the $15 billion set aside is last dollar in. So we apply all our state and federal grant money first, tuition paying, Head Start, early childhood. There's a ton of them out there. And then we apply the general fund money after that. So we have to decide what to do with that $15 million in this levy. The orange slide represents the last levy that was renewed at $52.5 million. We changed that to a 10-year cycle, and that will be renewed in 32. I do want to point out that the current bond levy that supported the $480 million that supported the facility master plan, the last payment on that debt is December 1st of 2031. I received two different pieces of guidance. One that says you can do a new bond levy in 1 year in advance, but tonight I heard you could possibly do it 3 years in advance. So I need to do some more research on that. But that's an opportunity moving forward. Next slide. So this is the same picture, but we've added Chris Burkhart, Chief Operations Officer Burkhart, and I kind of married our slides together, the timeline and when a PI might come in. So you have a levy on the ballot on 25. You could do a PI in either to sometime in 26 or 27. And then we're investigating the bond levy. You can't renew a bond levy, it's a new levy, but you can replace the old one with a new levy. I'm also noting on there, like when board members are up for election, when city councils for election, so you can kind of plan when you want to go onto the ballot again. Next slide. So board actions that are necessary, and we talked about this at the Saturday workshop a couple months ago. So we have the $48 million fixed sum levy. You can renew it as it is, as a 5-year cycle. You can renew it as a 10-year cycle, or you can you do either one of those and increase it. You have to have your first resolution, board resolution, adopted on by your July 14th board meeting. And the resolution states the need for a levy. And we send that resolution to Hamilton County Auditor. They certify the millage and the ballot language. They have 10 days to do that. They send it back. So your second resolution adopting that ballot language and the millage has to be done by August 4th. And we have to submit to the Hamilton County Board of Elections by August 6th. It's 90 days before Election Day. So once you do that, legal counsel Dan and I will go over to and file our paperwork with the Hamilton County Board of Elections. As you're planning moving forward, we need to decide what to do to fund the growth plan and beyond, right? So the mixture of operational levy, PI levy, bond levy, and other things, we're investigating the possibility of an income tax levy. And so we'll keep those conversations going, but I want to keep this out in front so you realize what your timelines. The last time we did a levy, we did the first resolution in April and the second one in May, and we were done. And so we had plenty of time to do this and have conversations about what's the best thing for the district and what order. So I think that's the last slide. So
Thank you,
happy to answer
Treasurer
questions.
Wagner. Yes, do board members have any questions for either the superintendent or the treasurer at this time? Mr. Liddy.
Thanks, Ms. Bolton. I have a question for the treasurer, and I really appreciate the numbers, so thank you. Could we go back to the slide that has the negative 1.4 and then the 0.7s going across the top row? Great. I had two questions. So one, I want to just make sure I'm understanding that top row with the growth plan. So everything we heard from the 50-plus speakers tonight was about the phase 2 of the growth plan, and that's just this top row. So there's nothing in that crossing guards, technology, curriculum adoption. None of that is the phase 2 of the growth and sustainability plan. It's just the top row. Okay. And then if I'm trying to figure out, does the growth plan save Cincinnati Public Schools money? I just want to check my math. When I'm looking at the top row, it looks like it saves money in the first year, but by the time you hit the third year, it's actually making our costs more expensive. And I just wanted to make sure I get these things wrong sometime. I wanted to make sure I was following it.
So if the savings in the first year will pay for several years, and actually, depending on how you vote, that savings is going to change. It's already changed based on some of the recommendations that have come through, but it's so fluid. We were waiting to see what the board was going to settle on to go out and then redo it again. Because one change of one bundle might have an impact on a different bundle.
So, and that's really helpful. So,
Yeah.
I didn't interrupt you, sorry.
That's why I said don't get married to those numbers yet, but there is a savings in transportation estimated and a savings in staffing because you're able to staff the middle schools and the elementary schools. We have 30 buildings that are under this 450 kids enrolled. And we can't get enough resources out there because we can't manage the human capital well enough efficiently.
It's really helpful, and I just want to make sure I'm going to try to say back what I think I'm hearing to make sure I understand it. There are a lot of unknowns, including what gets approved tonight or what doesn't get approved tonight. There's opportunity for savings, there's opportunities for increases. So it could be the fact that this proposal does save the district some money. It could be that it's cost neutral. It could be that it's actually more expensive. And we at this point don't know which of those three scenarios we're in.
That's correct, because it's all based on human behavior, and we can't always predict human behavior.
That's okay. And then the second question I wanted to ask was, if we go back a couple meetings ago where we approved our 5-year forecast, it doesn't look great, and that's nobody's fault. We're just at the end of a levy cycle. And so we're in a situation where we're going to see some real budget challenges, I think, even in this planning year that we're doing for next year.
Correct.
And I was just trying to size those. So if we make the assumption that, I just take the growth plan out of it for a second, and we assume that we get renewals in the future, but we don't assume any new money from like an increase, how much would we have to take out of our costs in order to have a positive cash flow over our 5-year forecast? Does that question make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I don't want to quote a number. I don't have it in front of me, but I will tell you this. If we do nothing differently, our operational budget goes up by $7 million simply because of
By how much?
increases. $7 million.
$7 million.
Yeah.
And that's per year?
$7 million for next year, but it averages, it depends on retirees and new hires and stuff like that. But next year would be about $7 million just to pay for step increases. And that's without a cost of living increase.
It's great. I think we should do cost of living increases. I think they're good things. I think we should reward our employees. I appreciate the fact that they work here.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have to stop spending on some things to pay for those things. We don't have the cash reserves to continue growing the budget.
I agree.
Okay.
100%. I think what I was just trying to make sure I understood was, if we think over maybe a 3-year time period, we're going to see an additional need to find $7 million a year just to keep up with our current obligations. And the proposal for the growth plan might save us a little. It might be cost neutral, or it might cost us more.
It depends on what you vote on, but yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Drew. Mr. Craig?
So again, I want to thank both of you for bringing the information to us again today. I think one of the things I wanted to make sure that we're very clear about is there are certain assumptions that we make as part of the finance that we put into the growth plan, right? And so some of those assumptions are about the enrollment numbers that we would see in those enrollment patterns. And I guess one of the things that is of concern that I think is just the reality of, unfortunately, living in the state of Ohio right now with education is that enrollment numbers can be very fickle, because everything tells families that we'll get more benefits from the state if you're not in a public school district, right? Like amount that the state will pay to the schools that are not public schools for them to educate the kids is more than what they pay to the public schools. It's a sad reality of what our state legislature has put forth. And I think that is a struggle for a district like ours, though, because we are, as you mentioned, a lot of this is so contingent upon enrollment numbers kind of following a pattern, because at some schools you could have a shift of 5 students at a particular grade level have a significant effect, and in another school you could have a shift of 5 students have no effect, right, on the staffing, on what their needs are at that particular grade and that idea. And so I think it's important for us to recognize that as we look at the growth plan. I did want to just highlight a couple of things, though, that I think is important for folks to recognize, and we've talked about it in Budget and Finance. Dr. Moffitt and Board Member Lindy and I talked about this. The things like the crossing guards, the things like technology payments that we somewhat put off, or things like that we did to balance this year's budget, we somewhat did on the premise that we would some point down the line still have to pay these costs, right? And I guess one thing I would worry about, and what we're looking at from the numbers on the chart there, is just that we potentially have a number of figures that even if we passed everything, we still got $12 million without looking at any of the negotiations that we sub-defined in the budget. And so I think that's one of those things that we also have to be just recognizing, that this conversation doesn't end today about what we do from a budget standpoint. The conversation still requires us to find another 12 at the least $1 billion in this coming up year's budget to even just carry on the cost, right? And so I want us to keep that in mind, because I do think in some ways folks think this conversation ends with how our votes end today. The reality is, it's the start of the conversation, and that there's going to be other things that we're going to have to look at as a district on how we operate that we're going to have to change. Because there's absolutely zero way we can pay for $12 million just operating the same way we do, above what we already are spending. The last thing I will just say, and I think I did see Councilmember Albee here earlier, and I think she had to leave out, but I do want us to continue the conversation with our city council members, because I do think some of the costs, like the crossing guards, while it's appreciative that we are taking on this, and again, I welcome anyone to come and apply and take on some of these responsibilities to make sure our kids get in and out of the school safely. The reality is that this is just a higher cost for us to take on some of these things. I look at nursing as a great example of this. I think crossing guards is another example, but the reality is that we're taking on costs of stuff that districts and other places don't have to carry. And I say that to really stress the fact that we talk about our partners, we talk about the folks in our community, and we've seen a lot of them here. A lot of folks who are bringing coats to our schools, who are out here tutoring, who are in our schools every single day. I in some ways wish we had a little bit more support for the things that make our schools safe, the things that get our kids to school safely, from those folks who preach to us in board meetings that we must do more to be safe for our kids. So I mean, it's a soapbox I've been on before, and I won't stay on it. But I just wanted to stress that. And then the third thing I wanted to say about to the superintendent with regards to the plan, the growth plan 2. I know we've had a lot of voices come in and talk about our community support. We've had a lot of people on this board talk about how much we need to have community members at the table. We need to have community members. We need to listen to our community members. We need to listen to those people who partner with our schools and partner with everybody. And I don't worry necessarily that all of a sudden we do this growth plan 2 and everything in the district falls apart, but I worry that we don't succeed in the way we could. And I'm not going to use hyperbolic language with regards to that this is the end of the district kind of deal, but I do think it's reality to say that 1,000 student shift is a big shift if we had that, or a 500 student shift would be a big shift if we had that. And that's what I worry about is these marginal changes to our enrollment numbers, these marginal changes that could happen because parents will make decisions that are outside of our control, could have a significant effect on both our staffing, but also on the little bit of money that the state seems to be fit to give us each year. And so I just worry about that because, again, I think we are taking an opportunity here with something like, for instance, the Dawn Academy. There's a conversation that we had at last Monday. That's a great opportunity for us to come in and help some students get education they were not going to get this year and may not get next year based on what that charter was doing. And a number of charters have had this happen throughout our time here. The struggle is that a lot of those students are some of the students who need more than other students we have. And so we need to figure out ways to also think about what programming and what resources we're providing in the schools to really look at that next level. So I will throw that out there, and it's just my thoughts for now.
Thank you, Chairman Craig. Other board members have any comments or questions for either the superintendent or the treasurer? Member Mapp.
Yes, so thank you, Treasurer Wagner, for this presentation. So I'm just really trying to process all the information that you shared. And so just want to ask directly, in terms of what we have as our cash balance presently, do we have the available funds to support potentially the growth plan for phase 2?
It depends on what parts you vote on, what gets passed. So because the original plan projected a savings, so there were some expenditures that go into supporting the plan to make it happen, but we estimated around $4.5 million in savings of staff and $1.8 million savings in transportation. So I would say, given that plan, and if it's blessed in a whole, then yes, we do have the funds to support it.
So what I believe I'm hearing you say directly is that if what we are envisioning is implemented, then we would have the funds available. However, if not, then we ultimately wouldn't have the funds to support this growth plan. So there's a lot of unknown variables, is what you're saying to us. Is that what I'm?
The unknown variable is what you're going to approve and what you're not going to approve as a board. And so once that once that plan gets blessed tonight, if you're going to vote on it tonight, then, and you pick 5 out of the 10 things, I'm just making numbers up, but if you approve half the plan, that'll change those estimates, and we'll have to come back and share that as an update next time.
Okay, so I guess as I'm hearing it, is we don't know specifically if we have the funds available. Ultimately, we are hoping, based off of what is approved or what's not approved, that this could be supported.
So the way the plan is recommended from the superintendent and her team, we can do it. But if you break it into parts, that might have a lot of the bundles are dependent on each other. So if you start breaking it apart, then my cost estimates might change.
Okay. The next question that I have is around the staffing. Can you explain the staffing formula a little bit more? Because I know that you said it could potentially be a $4.5 million savings. But so would that mean we would be losing staff? Because the way I see the plan being written is we are shuffling staff around. So how, I guess, are we saving on?
So we'd be losing positions, not necessarily people.
Okay, go into more detail about that, because I'm not tracking with you, and I want to make sure I'm tracking.
We have a lot of vacancies, so it doesn't necessarily mean that people would lose jobs, but we would be reducing positions in the budget that are funded now, but they're not filled, or they're filled by a substitute. But so one example is when you take 7th and 8th graders from several buildings and you consolidate them into one building, then you're gaining cost efficiencies because you're able to fill the classrooms more efficiently with the same or less teachers. So it's the teachers, the paras, the assistant principals, counselors. They're all formulaic and they're driven off of enrollment at each building. So if you can fill the buildings to be more efficient, then you can staff them more efficiently and gain savings that way.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And then 2 more questions. So with the levy, the permanent improvement levy, what are the implications? Or so one, how would this positively impact, I guess, the growth plan? And then if the levy does not pass, what are those implications as it pertains to this plan?
So the permanent improvement levy, it was my recommendation to fund the facility repair plan.
Okay.
Means we don't, if it doesn't pass, we won't have money to do new roofs, chillers, HVAC systems, and painting and carpet repair, stuff like that.
Okay.
It supports the growth plan because you're upgrading the buildings to, and there's some things that are safety precautions, like, you can't have leaky roofs. Security doors, security systems need to be updated. And so it supports the growth plan in that you have safe and updated buildings for the students to attend.
Okay, so it's updating the facilities, but the growth plan is also about, from my understanding, making sure that we're meeting those utilization requirements, right? So it's not in any way speaking to how our students or our buildings are enrolled, but it is speaking to the repairs.
The facility repair plan is strictly about making sure the buildings stay maintained and supported and safety issues are taken care of, and that we lengthen the life of the building. The growth plan is about the use of the building.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then lastly, my other question is around the COPS process. Can you speak about that for myself and everyone that's here?
So a COPS is a financial tool. It stands for Certificates of Participation. And you can borrow money, and it acts like a capital lease. So your buildings and your land is collateral. It's like a second mortgage. So you get money from the market to fund, like we use the COPS to buy the Mercy building and renovate it. And so that became Gamble High School, Montessori High School. But you had to pay the money back, and you take the money out of your operational budget to pay that lease payment. But there's rules around it. You have 3 years to spend the money from start to finish, or the IRS will fine you, because it's the bonds that are sold on the market are tax deductible. And if you don't spend it in the time that you intend to spend it, then you get fined. And you can't use it on a property that's already encumbered. Like, we would not be able to use it at Gamble Montessori High School because it's already encumbered under the COPS that we're still paying on. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So we're a little bit limited on that.
Okay, so with that, how many buildings do we actually have exactly that are under the COPS plan, do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Probably 12 to 14, because we used a lot of COPS to help finish the facility master plan.
Okay, and so the reason why I'm asking that, because I'm interested in knowing how much money are we still expected to pay back on those particular buildings, and because that would be a yearly payment, correct, that we would have to pay?
Yeah, so at the next board meeting, I'll bring a schedule of all the COPS so that
Okay.
everybody can see it.
Okay, because I would like to know how it connects to.
But here's the big difference everybody needs to understand. The payment on that COPS has to come out of your operating budget. So you're going to be cutting something to make that payment. Whereas a levy is a new stream of money that comes in. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
so we would have to cut something to make these COPS payments.
Mhm.
I will be interested in knowing again how this aligns with the growth plan as well.
So if you were to use some COPS to help fund the growth plan, then you would have 3 years to do it. And it can only be done on renovations or new construction. Okay, so not on reconfiguring bathrooms or locker rooms or whatever. So you have to be really careful about that. And you can structure the payback period. We've done it differently based on the market. So I'll do a presentation on COPS at the next meeting that will go into what our current inventory of COPS are, what our payments are, and what the long-term, the timing.
Okay,
If that'll
thank
help.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Other comments, other questions from board members before we move on? Dr. Moffitt.
So I have a question for you. Would you be recommending a PI levy if there was a no growth plan?
Yes.
So the need for the PI levy would be there regardless of the growth plan or not?
Yes.
Right?
And if you recall, we started these conversations maybe about 2 years ago during a fact finding. It was right at the tail end of COVID, I think. Well, we started presenting the need for reinvesting in our buildings.
I thought that, and also, we talked about cops significantly last year and maybe the year before. And we kind of took that off the table a little bit, or let me just say we stopped discussing it. So you had given us a presentation before about the buildings that were encumbered and how much we would be eligible for. I think I asked the question then about being able to encumber vacant lots, because we have quite a few of those, and I think we could not do that. Would we be looking at COPS as an option, or even exploring that if there were no growth plan or phase plan?
So the facility repair plan is $170 million, and it's going to continue to grow because construction costs keep going up, inflation goes up, right? So $170 million over a 5-year period. $170 million, and we couldn't do it you have to do it in pockets, because remember you have that 3-year window, so you can't do it over a 5-year period.
Right.
So you'd have to do it in versions, and you have to cut things in order to pay for those payments.
Right.
If I remember correctly, there was, at one point, we were talking about a $70 million COPS, and that was gonna be about a $6 million annual payment that you would have to cut of the budget to make that payment. So double that.
Gotcha. Another question around the preschool. So we need to make a decision with regard to the levy around renewal, increase, and all of that needs to begin at the beginning of the year?
Well, I'm encouraging you to have those conversations now because it's part of this larger package.
Okay.
And so you have some opportunities to strategize on how to do that. But the $48 million levy is coming up for renewal in November, yes.
Okay. And then I think we did adjust Jen with Cincinnati Preschool Promise around, does Cincinnati Preschool Promise see a need to increase that, or is that just what we're kind of ideating? I know that they've expressed that they are using their monies efficiently, but has there been any discussion around the need to increase that levy for even them?
Well, collectively, our budgets are $20 million, so they would, I don't want to speak for them. I haven't asked that question directly to them, but if we don't, then they're going to have to significantly shave back because we are almost their only source of income.
Okay, so if that levy does not pass, that directly impacts the Cincinnati Preschool Promise and their ability to provide services for students?
In a disastrous way, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can I just make one more
Please.
comment about reminding, the levies that we're talking about, the fixed sum levies, they do not increase with property values. As property values went up, they're fixed sum, and that's the definition of it. We get $48 million whether property values go up. What happens is our state revenue goes down when property values go up, and because it's part of our wealth index, we become wealthier district. And so it really, our state share, which was 42 cents on the dollar last year, dropped to 36 cents this year because our property values went up. And so we are now down to receiving about $3,000 per student for base cost, and where the base cost calculator is at $8,000 per student. So instead of getting $8,000 per kid from the state, we're getting $3,000, and the local has to make up the difference.
Well, we did do a Just Ask Jen last week, so all of those around school funding are recorded for people to see. I just wanted to.
And there's an animated whiteboard that explains that, the state funding formula too. So if you go on our website and watch it, yes.
Any other questions or comments for either the superintendent or the treasurer? Thank you. We're going to go to the next part of our meeting, and it sounds like it's going to be awful, but we're going to expedite this by taking a little bit of privilege from a standpoint of motions. There are about 20 items because the board had suggested that they would like to see, if you can think about this, of seeing things in line item, meaning people having to vote on specific things. There's about 20 that are very specific. They'll be by virtue of a motion, and then there are the 10 bundles, which we've all become very familiar with the bundles. And so we'll do that, and the superintendent will be doing some of the requesting, which we'll then we will make into a motion. And be great to have a second without anybody thinking about it, and then we can do the roll call. But I think there's a total of 32 or something. Yes, ma'am.
Before you do that, I think you have a resolution amending board policy first.
Yes, I would really like to save that for
Later.
Later.
Got it.
Just because the people are kind of waiting, but thank you. So we'll start, I think, Superintendent Murphy, you have the first request that I will then turn into a motion and wait for a second, and then they will do a vote. We're going to see how we can do this.
Yes, ma'am. So the administration is seeking the board's approval to allow me to enter into conversations with the city, and in particular Cincinnati Recreation Commission, on the possibility of any land swap, and furthermore, anything around youth employment, particularly a junior co-op, and a focus on the city's fire cadet, police cadet internship program.
That's a request, and I'm turning that as a board member into a motion. Do I have a second to approve that request?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. Is there any discussion or question? Back up, Mr. Lindy.
Just to make sure I'm following along, the motion that we're currently voting on, where is it?
So some of phase 2 has to do with the Public Service Academy.
I'm just looking for which, is it a slide or is it on the?
I think you have the wrong thing up, Rob. It's the other form. It's the second portion, attachment in board docs.
Keep going.
Scroll down, right? Number 1. Number 1. Right there. Yes. We're all on the same page.
You got it? Do you have it yet?
Yeah, I've got it. So I do have, if we're in discussion now for a
Yes,
motion
there's
on
a
the
motion
first.
and a second. If you have a question for the superintendent about these approaches, you'll recall that the Public Safety Academy has been part of the growth plan. Go ahead.
Thanks. I do not support the plan that is being proposed tonight. I'll be voting against, I think, probably all of these motions.
Okay.
And I want to use my 2 minutes here to be really clear about why, and then I probably will not say a ton left as we go through the rest of the meeting, but I reserve the right to change my mind.
Sure.
So first off, it's just important to get on the table how highly disruptive this proposal is. It would impact up to 15,000 children. That's 43% of the school district's enrollment, or more than 2 out of every 5 children. If we're going to do something on that scale, we owe it to families, we owe it to teachers, and we owe it to taxpayers to have really, really good reasons. We don't. Why is it that we need to make these changes? I've really struggled to figure this out because I keep hearing different explanations. First, it was that we have to make these changes for financial reasons. The argument was that we couldn't right-size the district's finances unless we address under-enrolled schools. That sounds like a pretty compelling reason to me. After all, we can't bankrupt the district. But when you check the numbers, this plan does not address our financial challenges. We heard this just a few minutes ago. At a minimum, we have a $7 million gap in our budget just for this year. That gap will likely be bigger if we pass any kind of COLA or raise, and that gap will grow over time. The plan itself, over a 5-year time period, adds expenses to our budget. This is an elective procedure. We would be choosing to do something that does not address our long-term financial challenges. Our reason can't be financial because the numbers don't add up. So what's our reason if it isn't financial? Well, just about a month ago, the reason for the proposed changes shifted. It wasn't our financials anymore. It was the risk that we'd lose buildings to charter schools. This is not about SB 295, which is currently working its way through the State House and isn't yet law. I'll come back to that in a second. The second proposed rationale was about an older law that's been around for over a decade and that requires districts to offer underutilized buildings to charter schools. But again, if you poke at this, the rationale falls apart. The law says that buildings with utilization under 60% need to be offered to charter schools. I think we have very strong arguments that we make excellent use of our buildings, using almost every room in every building for instructional purposes. If the state comes after us, I say let us prove them wrong in court. I think we can show that we safely pass the 60% threshold. There is virtually no realistic threat under current state law that we lose our buildings to charter schools unless we independently decide to sell them. So, that's my last point. If this isn't about our financials, because the savings from this massive disruption barely scratch the surface of our challenges, and if it isn't about being forced to sell underutilized buildings to charter schools, what is it? Well, there was a third idea that's come up just in the last few weeks, and that's the current bill making its way through the State House, this SB 295. This bill, which has not passed, which may not pass, and hasn't even finished being written, could force some school buildings to be sold when there is chronically low academic performance. I find it hard to believe that a bill that just started in the past few weeks could have been the motivating reason all along for a plan that started in a committee 2 years ago. But let's take the legislation seriously for a moment. Let's assume it passes in its current form. I have to say that I agree with the head of the NAACP tonight. Shouldn't our focus be on improving the academic performance of those schools rather than shuffling the students around to avoid detection? To recap, these are massive changes which impact 15,000 students, which constitute 43% of our district. If we're going to do that, we need really good reasons. As I've tried to show, I don't believe that we have them, and in fact, the reasons offered keep changing. Ultimately, last paragraph, decisions like this one are about whether we are strengthening public trust or eroding it. If we want to ask for more money in a future levy, which I think we will need to do sooner rather than later, we need to be doing everything we can to strengthen public trust. This kind of decision-making, with reasons that don't hold up and that keep changing, does the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Any other? Okay. Mr. Craig.
I just wanted a quick question with regards to the specifics that are listed in this particular motion. The idea is simply to begin the talks, that anything that would come of those talks would still need to come before the board before anything was finalized. And then I would want to also, I have a lot of concerns with land swaps in that I don't necessarily know that these things will work in our benefit at the end of the day, because I don't know that the city will fairly treat us in any of these discussions based on their past practices with us right now. So while I am inclined to support opening conversations, I want us to also recognize that there are a lot of other things that we are also negotiating with the city about that I think, to be quite honest, we need to hold them more accountable for. And so even if we're doing these land swaps, I think, or having these kind of discussions, I would hope that we would do that in the premise that the city needs to invest in our school district more than they are currently doing. And I have the distinct concerns with city council members saying things in public and on forums that seems to be opposite of what the city manager says in private discussions with us. And I'm very concerned that that will be what we will see in some of these cases. So I again, might be more inclined to support opening those talks, but I would just also ask that as you're having those talks, really, we need to hold them to the fire for things that no other district pays for crossing guards. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous that they're like, oh, we won't even, we got to beg them to train our crossing guards. So if they're going to be a partner, I'm all for us having discussions with that, but let's really hold them to the fire to make them a true partner.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Vice President?
Yes, I was just going to say that I would be in support of supporting this particular piece because it says that it's just to begin conversations, whether it's sitting down with the city, whether it's sitting down with the CRC, but in the end, it's talking about developing a Cincinnati Junior Co-op program, expanding youth employment, and additionally with the city police and fire cadets. So I would be in support of having those conversations, getting those things started. I know that there is a conversation of land swaps and exploration of developing facilities, but I would be in support of having those actual conversations. You can't start speaking or talking about anything if you're not at the table. So I think that would be a good idea to start with that.
Thank you very much. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, and the second is a board motion. The board has recognized the creation of 3 categories of enrollment pools: citywide, east and west divisions, and corridors. The board would like to assign to the administration the responsibility to review the possibility of placing Parker Woods Montessori and Taft Elementary in the central corridor officially, and Mount Airy and Chase in the west corridor. And we hope that those changes would allow us to perhaps have additional seats in the west, and then more particularly allow us to begin to concentrate on the development of the central corridor. So that's the request. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion about that? Yes, Dr. Moffett.
So I really do, I think that this aligns with what the original intention somewhat of what the ad hoc was about. I hear my colleague share that the conversation has transcended in his opinion, but the original charge of the ad hoc was to address the boundary lines and to make our district more equitable. And so in listening to some of the concerns around overcrowding, building utilization, and then we didn't, for the boundary lines, we didn't look at academic performance. I think this aligns very, very well in that we had talked about Mount Airy being people that are on Hamilton Avenue can see Pleasant Hill, but they have to go to Mount Airy School. And so I welcome the opportunity to align the boundaries more efficiently so that the kids in the district within each corridor can see more equitable ed distribution.
Thank you. Any other comments? Roll call.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only gonna, this is the way I'm gonna do this, so you catch me, please. I'm gonna look right once, I'm gonna look left once, but I'll get back to thinking, do both of those twice. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Member
thank
Mapp.
you. So I just want to provide clarity around my decisions today, as I shared at the last meeting. While I am very new to the board, I appreciate being able to serve in this capacity. And during my time of running, I stressed how I was committed to disrupting and dismantling the vast inequities and the systemic barriers in education. And so I don't believe that this current plan honors the need for equity. Most importantly, I have not heard where it puts the students at the forefront. But what I have experienced is how this plan has been rooted in division, confusion, and chaos. And I would like to ensure that we have engagement. And so it's not that there are things that I don't support, because there are absolutely things that I support. I think the safety plan is something that's good for some of the schools to have with the cadets. However, I am about process. And if the process does not start off equitably, and if the process is not honored, I cannot, in good faith, support any of these. So I just wanted to make that known to you all today.
Thank you, Member Mapp. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, thank you. The next one is the board commits to a deliberate marketing plan focused on our presenting instructional programs and services at our school sites, as well as positively messaging the aggregate district outcomes. So it's the thing that kept coming up all the time, and it has recently again, is that we don't do a good enough job selling our schools and our district, and indeed you heard it again tonight. Please sell our great marketing capacity of the great good things that we're doing. So the motion is to support, really support a marketing plan to present the good news of the district. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions, comments? Vice President?
Yes, so I would just like to add a couple of comments. I know when I first got on the board 3 years ago, I made a positive decision to visit all of the schools along with my colleague, and it was enlightening to learn about all of the great programs. And I'm going to say, before getting onto the board, I was a teacher in the district for 10 years and did not know about all of the programs that our schools had to offer. And that tells me that also as a parent, I didn't know about those programs. So it tells me that we have an issue in terms of our communication, an issue in terms of marketing, and really showcasing the great things that are going on in the district, going on in each and every one of our schools. Each of them are special. Each of them have something to offer. And I really think that we have to do a better job. I really want this district to rise to the standards, and I want everyone to know what we have and what our students can do. So I am in full support of this because it's something that is way overdue.
Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. Mr. Craig?
I'm trying to understand what exactly this means, though, because to me, this is more of a superintendent responsibility that doesn't need to be voted on. Ultimately, I think it's the superintendent's responsibility to develop any marketing plan with regard to how the district operates, looks, and shows. So I'm trying to understand what's different about the board committing something as a marketing or creating a marketing plan as opposed to what the superintendent's already tasked with doing for the district.
Well, I would just answer that from the standpoint of the last several years. Indeed, our public affairs efforts have been reduced over time and redirected, especially during COVID and then post-COVID, to spending that messaging time and those messaging dollars to get through that particular crisis. I also think that the marketing piece, every time there was an ad hoc meeting, there would be invariably somebody saying that we don't do enough to get the enrollment up by selling the way that we are doing the instruction, by showing the value that we have. So I think it's a commitment from the board as a direction to the superintendent that this is something that's going to be funded and something that's going to be prioritized.
Well, I guess in that, my second question would be, is there a funding source that we are going to then add to whatever is already part of the marketing communications budget as a part of this? Because again, I'm all for us doing a better job of messaging and communicating, and I think that's something we have to work on. I really will say that I think that means we need to build the team back up for marketing communications first, because that's how you get it done, and work with the folks and partners we have for that. But I'm just not understanding why this needs to be something the board directs the superintendent to do in any other way other than like an assignment.
I understand. And seeing it as an assignment, then, we can vote on whether or not to make it an assignment. Did you have a comment, Vice President?
I was just going to say, I can see it as an assignment or just a directive. I think what we're basically trying to say here is that the board is asking the administration to deliberately ensure that we are marketing our schools correctly and we're doing it the right way.
Thank you. Dr. Moffitt?
So I did have the same question, why don't we just make this as an assignment? However, what I think this does to the community and to our schools that are watching is that we are now taking, the board is directing this, that we are going to commit to the community for deliberate marketing of our buildings. We've asked multiple times over the course of the few years to have our schools marketed better. We found that lots of people didn't know that Wiltonburg even had a rooftop garden. Many of our community don't know about the agricultural programs that we have at many of our schools. Some schools like Clark and Gamble they share a rooster. They have eggs. Aiken has coffee. Many in the community don't know that. And so I saw this as a way to commit to the community that we are going to dedicate some attention to the superintendent and hold her accountable to marketing our schools better. So I'm all in support.
Thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
I would vote no at this point.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp? Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. The next one is that the board recognizes the following schools, and they are listed before you and posted on board docs, the following schools and programs as the district's only citywide enrollment schools and enrollment pools. This is important on two elements, is that one of the things, talking about finances, talking about reshaping the district, one of the things that has occurred over the last few years through the administration and through the ad hoc efforts and what have you, has been a recognition that many of the standalone citywide pools, if you will, that are our magnets that were under-enrolled and very, very costly from transportation. Many of them, almost a half dozen of our magnet schools have lost their magnet status, in part because they were under-enrolled and the cost per student was so great. So that's a financial piece. Here, the other piece is saying these are the items that will be citywide, but more particularly, I think it's important that so we recognize, if you look at the last comment on the right side, if you will, the CPS comprehensive high schools remain citywide high schools. This was something from ad hoc that was to be discussed by the board to figure out what we wanted to do and how we wanted to approach the idea of high schools of choice. For that, we have tabled, very frankly, in part because the major reason to do it was the great cost of transportation, but that once the district moved to have their 7th through 12th graders on Metro, the transportation costs regarding high schools became less of a critical issue regarding sustainability. There are still many of us who believe in neighborhood high schools and would like to go back, and frankly, one of the high schools that is in this town, in this district that is truly a neighborhood high school remains Taft High School. But the other high schools, very frankly, are somewhat less so than that. But it's important that we are not disrupting the high schools of choice. Any other comments? I have a second to that motion.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Vice President.
Are we ready for discussion?
Yes.
On this particular one, I think we're missing the Cheviot Gifted School. I didn't see that on here as a qualifying entrance. Is there a rationale or reason?
Because I'm not sure if it's citywide, but I'll stand corrected if it is, or whoever.
Cheviot
So it just
gifted, right, younger students is not, yes, it's just West Side, yes.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
There's a good argument to do similar thing on the east side, but we'll put that on another list. Okay, roll call.
Mr. Craig?
No.
I'm sorry, did you say no? Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp? Dr. Moffett?
Yeah, yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. The next one is the board agrees that the district's early learning centers and welcome centers will be established or maintained at these centers. And we start with the early learning centers, the Rising Star at Desert Charles, Vine, and the Cheviot Westwood. And the fourth one listed there, you'll see in bold, is Bramble Nature Campus East, but that status is to be determined. So that should not be considered as part of the motion to making it necessarily a early learning center, but rather status to be determined. The welcome centers, as you see, are Roberts, AWL, Dater, and Withrow. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion about the early learning centers or the welcome centers, some of which are new as part of the plan? For example, I think Withrow, and go ahead, I don't need to explain it.
Just, so I guess maybe two questions, but maybe it's just one. First is, this is really stepping out of the ones that have pre-K within the pre-K through 5 or pre-K through 6 model. So this is just identifying those schools that are solely early learning preschool students. And then are there any schools currently that are in existence that are just pre-K schools that are not on the list of these here? Okay.
Roll call?
So wait, hold on,
Oh,
I got a question.
sorry.
What is entailed at a welcome center?
This is the plan for the MLL students and their families, for example, what they experience at Roberts when they come into the district, having someone there to work with them to help navigate through our system so that they're comfortable and they get the proper placement, and if there are any additional supports that may be needed by the student.
All right, thank you.
Roll call?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp? Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Superintendent Murphy, I think you have numbers 6 and 7.
Yes, so this number 6 is asking for the board's support of the middle school concept, specifically at the schools listed, South Avondale, Pleasant Hill, Hartwell. You'll also see for each where we plan to focus our instructional programming, South Avondale with a STEAM focus, Pleasant Hill with a social science, social justice focus, Hartwell with STEM and early career awareness. Drawing from our current high school. So for example, Aiken 7th and 8th graders will pool to Pleasant Hill. For example, Woodward 7th and 8th graders, as well as Hughes, will pool to South Avondale. SCPA will remain district-wide pre-K to 12. Taft will remain district-wide 7 through 12, as both of those schools are currently organized.
Questions, comments? Madam Vice President?
So in regards to the district middle schools that you're proposing, this is just a question that was, or a concern that was brought up at our last board meeting regarding sports and programming. How would that kind of go into play?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. I did confer with our district athletic director, just for certainty, and he did feel very strongly for the middle school process that there could be 3 options. 3 options, including those young people playing at the elementary level, those young people playing up at the 7th and 8th grade level, or depending on the number of students, the level of interest, creating our own division for those young people.
So you are stating that they will have a possibility to play sports?
They will have the opportunity.
And a possibility of the 3 different choices based on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Craig?
Just a question of clarifying here with regards to which high schools are we just saying would be pulled, would the middle school students kind of direct to? I know we have Woodward and we have Aiken and Hughes listed here, and I know he said Taft would stay the same as it currently is, it's 7 through 12.
Yes, Taft would remain the 7 through 12. SCPA would remain pre-K to 12, but we would be pulling from Aiken, 7th and 8th grade, going to Pleasant Hill. Hughes and Woodward, 7th and 8th grade, going to South Avondale.
And then Hartwell would be directing students where?
And then Hartwell will remain through the 8th grade.
Okay.
5 through 8. That's on a slide a little later.
Okay, and then I guess the one Withrow was previously in discussion. Is this going to be a separate bullet point, or?
Withrow should also be listed 7th and 8th. I think that's on a slide a little later as well. When Withrow's 7, 8, that's junior high. So this is just middle school.
Okay.
Sorry.
Questions, comments? Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Crossett.
Did we do a motion in a second?
No, I'm sorry, my bad. Thank you.
So moved.
So moved. And we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I know, I'm trying to move fast. Any other comments for this item? All right, roll call. Thank you.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Superintendent Murphy, number 7.
This may require a little more explanation when you see the bundles a little later, but
Do
the
we want to
district,
defer this one
should we
to the
defer? I think
bundles?
that might make a little bit more sense if I
Okay.
can, yes.
Happy to do that, and I think that's where the people are more familiar with that anyway. Thank you for suggesting it. All right, we move to number 8, I believe, I hope. A, the board supports agreement with the Mitchell-era commitment to mirror the IB program in the West with the IB program in the East at AWL, and Withrow returning IB once again to Withrow as it was first introduced in the district. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President. Any questions, comments about IB program on the east side? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Next one, 8B, the board supports Chase in Northside becoming a PK-8 school in order to add medically fragile students, preferably from the West, mirroring the Roselawn Condon programming and staffing in the East. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Mr. Craig?
So a couple of questions with regard to this one. Opening a 7th and 8th grade in this year, are we expecting them to draw 7th and 8th graders from a particular, or 7th graders from a particular school to fill the 8th grade for next year?
Are we planning to have them pull from any particular school?
I guess
Is that what you're asking me?
I guess it's more the thought is that where would the students who would be in the 8th grade be coming from?
So I think this one in particular focuses on the medically fragile children, so it's hard to say exactly where they would come from, except for the designation of West.
Okay, and then I guess, this is where I struggle with our enrollment estimates, because I know we've been previously given that there was an estimated 35 that would come, that would progress up, and then 35 that would be in that 8th grade group, and I guess I'm a little bit concerned with where that 35 in the 8th grade year would be coming from as a consistent number. So my second question to that is then also, so this is primarily focused on those 7th and 8th grade who are medically fragile.
Yes.
And are there additional services that would be offered attached to that group that would be unique for them?
No, this would be just driven by their individualized education plans and what that calls for.
Okay.
Vice President?
So I have 2 questions. So clarifying, Chase currently is PK through 6, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this particular motion, we're stating that it's becoming a PK through 8, including adding medical fragile students?
For 7th and 8th grade,
Just
yes.
for 7th and 8th grade?
Yes.
So you have your pre-K through 6, so then you're not going to move those 7th graders, you're going to?
Well, to Board Members Craig's question about where would those kids draw from, where I'm not really necessarily interested in pulling them from another school, but we do know that we need more space for medically fragile students.
So in the 6th grade, the non-medically fragile students who are in the 6th grade, are they not staying at that school to go to the 7th grade?
They could choose to go to a different 7th and 8th grade building.
And my last question.
Yes.
Did the Chase Community Council, Community, LSDMC, were they able to discuss this particular option?
So we did not discuss this with them. However, we have been in practice over the years of assigning these classrooms.
Thanks.
Member Moffett?
So Board Member Weinberg asked many of my questions, but I want to understand a little bit more. Where do the current medically fragile 6th graders go?
So they're in many different places, and I don't have the list of those classrooms today.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, what the population of that is going to look like. So are we talking about adding 3 more classrooms? Do they have the space for that? What's their enrollment? Are they like significantly, I know they're not, but are they significantly under-enrolled that would take them up a lot? I'm just wondering why we're putting the medically, like why, if this is specifically targeted to medically fragile, is there a need for that?
They do have a smaller enrollment. They are one of the many schools under 400, and we do think that this could then help and assist with their enrollment numbers and at the same time provide a place for needed services. Thank you. Jen Wagner, of course, has the numbers. 262 children. Thank you.
Is their enrollment, that's their enrollment?
262.
And they're currently not pre-K, but this proposal is to make them pre-K?
Yes.
Okay, so they would be adding pre-K classrooms and just medically fragile 7th and 8th grade?
Yes.
Right? What, you look like you want to say something. Okay, I just wanted to understand what the ask is. We're moving Chase, did we just vote to move Chase to the west side? Or was that considered a, okay, so then that would help some of the numbers for the west side.
Yes, and Dr. Moffitt, they do currently have preschool.
Okay.
They do currently have preschool.
So they're currently a pre-K through 6, but we're talking about making them a pre-K through 8 with just 7 and 8 being medically fragile.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I know that we had gotten a report last year and even during ad hoc around Children's Hospital sharing with us that we needed more autism units.
You do.
And I don't know exactly what that number was, but they talked about the need for a significant increase in autism units. Is that part of this, or is that something separate?
Yeah, so we currently have a blend of classrooms with young people who are medically fragile, who have multiple disabilities, and are on the autism spectrum.
Okay, so this would address some of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Matt?
Yeah, so my question is around, I guess if I'm understanding correctly, so at Chase, the 7th and 8th grade, it would become 7th and 8th grade, and that would be specifically the medical fragile students. So students that have like autism diagnoses would be at this particular school in that grade band?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Some of them, not all of them necessarily have an autism diagnosis.
Right.
Mhm.
So I guess what is the recommendation though, or how, I guess my background in this or my thinking around this, I had an opportunity to go to Woodford on Friday. So I thank the Woodford community for inviting me in and allowing me to see the different units and how they were structured. And it really takes a lot of intentional work to work with our medically fragile students. And so what I appreciated about the way Woodford was set up is while they are working in their designated classrooms, they have an opportunity to interface with the gen ed students and peers. And so what this is proposing is that they won't have the opportunity to interface with their peers at all, just those that are classified as medically fragile?
No, that's not what I'm saying. In terms of that interfacing with peers, there's a grade band, an age span that they can work with other students. So it's not just limited to a 2-year, for example, age group. They can, in terms of working with other students, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, but
Yes.
I'm speaking specifically on like a 7th and 8th grade level, and interface with their peers in that way. So you're saying that they would interface with pre-K through 6, but they won't have the opportunity to connect with students in their actual grade band other than those that are classified as medically fragile?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
I'm stuck on this one. I'm gonna abstain from this one.
Okay.
Vice President Weinberg?
No.
President Bolton?
Yes. Next one, I think, let's see, yeah. The board supports additional career academies in entrepreneurship, cosmetology, and auto located at least at Woodward Career Technical, dependent on budget priorities. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you. Questions or comments for the superintendent? Mr. Craig?
Just really quick, I know we've talked about the adding of the additional career tech, but I also want to stress that we need to strengthen the career tech that is currently there also. Because I think one of the struggles that we've heard from folks talk about is that our current career tech needs to be established so that folks could go out and take those into the industry and meet the industry standards for coming out of the programs. And I don't know that we are at, I mean, I think from all that we've seen as a board, we are not at that level yet. So the only thing I would maybe put a caveat into that also is that we're also still strengthening the other programming opportunities and working with some of our community partners a little bit better as we're developing any potential other opportunities. Because I can tell you right now, if you look around Clifton, Coreyville area right now, construction is going on in high demand, and there's a lot of folks who need that. And the fact that if we're producing folks who are not meeting industry standards or able to walk into some of these apprenticeship programs, it would concern me if we're doing that poorly and then we get something else that we're also doing in addition.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Comment, other comments? Discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Next one, the board supports a review, adjustment, and possible expansion of career paths, credentials, and funding at SCPA dependent upon budget priorities. Is there a second? I did ask for a second.
Second.
I was just ready to say, if there's no second, we can move on. So we have a second, discussions, comments.
I just want to, again, this is another one where I'm a little bit confused because I think we also have some conversation around what is career tech at SCPA. And so I feel like this might be a little bit early for us, given our other discussions that we might need to be having about what does this look like to be voting on it at this point. But again, if that's what the will of the board is, it's the will of the board. But I just am, there's a lot to what is career tech at SCPA that will make a difference as to what do we come through with this.
It's my understanding, it's our largest career tech school. When you start tallying it up, which is interesting, and we don't usually think of that as the case. Thank you. Vice President?
I was going to ask, could this possibly be seen as an assignment? I mean, can you explain a little bit more in terms of what are we exactly asking for them to come back and do? I know that it says review, adjustment, possible expansion, but like, what is it that we're looking for?
Can I
Expand a little
piggyback
bit.
on this as to why
sure.
it might want to come off? Because of what we talked about tonight prior to this meeting, that a meeting we're going to be having on the 18th, I believe, of fact-finding. So I mean, as a motion maker, and if the seconder would be okay, it would be all right with me to remove this one at this time until we have better understanding. And I think that's something that the treasurer had mentioned to me actually personally last week, so I think that makes sense. So we'll remove that one from the calculation. And then the next one we have is the board supports the development of additional career offerings where there is demand, opportunities, and funding, but may not be initial facility capacity. The board supports the development of additional career offerings where there is demand, opportunities, and funding, but may not be or have initial facility capacity.
I liken this to the exact same one above. My understanding is that the superintendent and her team should be doing that anyway. And so I would encourage and invite them to seek out additional career offerings for our students review, adjust, and expand any possible career paths. So I think that that's something that should just be tabled, not necessarily tabled, but that's just an expectation.
Okay, if somebody will retroactively
Second.
second that.
I was gonna say, I think we need to second that, but yes, and then what
We
board
can
member
move
Moffitt
that
said.
one. We can table that one if that pleases the board.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I hope that's okay. Superintendent, you have the next one.
I would like the board's support of the expansion of and a wider range of purpose for our Public Safety Academy. The Public Safety Academy becomes our CPS Public Service Academy, located in at least 4 campuses, including Fire and EMS at West High, Law, Police, Security, and 911 at Withrow, the expansion of additional military options currently at Aiken, but expanding a little later in the bundles at Saylor Park.
Is there a second?
Second.
Actually, wait, so moved. Is there a second? You can't make a motion.
Second.
Madam Vice President.
What is the branch to be determined?
So we already have the Army Junior ROTC. We are looking at Saylor Park because of our location to a couple of airports and the river. We are reaching out to Air Force, we are reaching out to Navy, we are reaching out to the Marines, and so far so good, but we'll see where we land.
Thank you for that.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
I just wanted to state this is another example of an area where our partnership with the city should be better and stronger. Because when they made this commitment, they offered in their commitment that they were going to supply some services and backing to these programs. And then it's certainly been a part of this conversation, and I knew there are folks within the public service or public safety officials and the people who work with them who have been there, who say they want us to be able to build these and want to be there to help develop it. But to be truthful, the city should be investing in this in some substantial way, because these are the future officers, the future EMT workers, the future firefighters, the future folks will be working at the 911, operators, and all these folks that we are talking about we need. And so I'm just very confused as to why we have wonderful partners from the actual officers and the actual firefighters, but not so much from the actual people who make the dollar decisions at the city.
I'm detecting a theme, Chairman Craig, not surprisingly, from the finance chair. Yes, Dr. Moffitt.
So I think this is beyond overdue, because the voters passed this Public Safety Academy probably 10 years ago. I will encourage the administration to invite and put at the table the city, because this does directly impact what the voters have said that their ordinance would like to enforce. So I'm not exactly sure. I don't think we should have to pay for much of this, because I think it fulfills what their commitment is supposed to be as well. I do think that I'd like to support this with the caveat that we get some commitment, or we get some discussion from the city as well.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Oh, wait, one more. And if we're changing it to a public service academy instead of a public safety academy, ensuring that that aligns with what the voters wanted, because that was the other piece. They have an ordinance that they have to abide by, but are we altering that, what the voters wanted, in doing that in any way?
Okay. The ballot language that the voters voted on. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossen?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. And here's another one. If we wanted to delay to the bundle, we could, but I'll enter this motion. The board supports additional early college program at Saylor Park, mirroring the East Side Early College at Schroeder. Are we willing to vote on this at this time, or are we interested in waiting until we get to the bundle?
So moved.
Oh, yeah, so move second. Mr. Craig?
So, and again, maybe correct me if I'm wrong on this understanding, but the early college program at Schroeder is attached to a particular university, right? So like, is there a university that is committed to do the program with Sailor Park? Or is that part of what's being asked, is that we would build another partnership?
So I believe there is a little interest in UC expanding. Don't want to step out too far. I will also say we are interested in beginning some conversations with Mount St. Joe.
Okay, and I guess maybe for purposes of maybe a friendly amendment that would get more of my support is to, the board supports initiating the conversation around the potential additional, because my concern is that we would say, yes, we're gonna do this, and then if the universities don't play a part of it, it seems like kind of a worthless gesture. I would also say, I know the Mount has a number of programming that also may be a benefit to other things that we do. And so, and more specifically, athletic trainers, they have a wonderful program and a health center program that might be a better, I don't want to say early college has to mean something specific, but a focus around some of the things that they might offer might be a better partnership. And then they've been trying to do that for a couple of years now, to partner with some of the schools on the west side to provide some resources for healthcare resources. And so,
When making the motion, I was thinking that we could wait till the bundle, but based upon the value of the conversation that we just had, I'd like to keep this as a motion and the seconded and vote on this as is, if that's all right with folks. I think the conversation just now was quite rich.
I like the language that Board Member Craig offered to support conversations around early college programming and other useful programmings. I'm happy to support it with that, not just specific to early college, but if it's something else that benefits that particular community, I think that's better. So open to, well, I didn't make the motion, so I can't change.
So the motion maker is willing to amend, is the seconder willing to amend, and we will vote on this here and now as amended. Treasurer Wagner, do you need the verbiage repeated?
Could
or
you
are
read,
good?
yeah, repeat the amendment, please?
Yes. Mr. Craig?
just that the board would support the additional conversations around early college programming and/or other programs with the local universities for the Sailor Park school year 26-27. Mirroring the east side, blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
All right, roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Next one, the board supports school year 25-26, Phase 2. Odell Owens Center becomes the site of instructional and servicing support site for the newly designed or redesigned, I guess is a better word, Promise Center. I think it's, that merger has occurred, but I'm not sure that we kind of officially moved both of those schools and thinking in terms of one. Superintendent, we have a motion, and somebody will do a second, and then we'll do some discussion and ask a question of you or two. Do we have a second for that one?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. Did you want to talk about that?
I think I was going to say exactly what you said, President Bolton, and that is we have really done this, but circling back, we've gone from there were two principals, one running the program, the other running the school. Now they have been merged.
Any discussion or comment about this? The state law does require us to have a particular program like that we have, as we have called the Promise Center. I think we're still required to do that. So by law, we have to have this service provided. Interestingly enough, the state doesn't require that of all 600 and some districts, just for the most part, the urban 8. So take it for what it's worth and what that communicates. Discussion, yes, sir.
And just as a clarification, is this basically us voting on something that basically already exists? We're just principally voting to memorialize that?
Providing your support.
Okay. And then the other question I have, and I had this question when we went through this before, and I really just want to stress this because while I appreciate the need to have the Promise Center in a location that is more centrally accessible, that is an opportunity for folks to be able to get there and actually go, I have a lot of concerns with us putting the Oda Owen students in the same building with students who may have reasons that they are not in the school of their assigned location. And it has always concerned me with that because I think we keep them, I think the idea is that we keep them separate, but I want us to still be principally thinking about like, those are two separate educational programs housed within one building, and that there's not the inner communication between the two programs. Is that right? They are separate. Okay, because I mean, I just, it's still a worry of mine, but I think if we're already doing it, it's just memorializing what we've already been doing.
Dr. Moffett.
So I was going to ask a question around the same concern. How does that look, like with the building, I don't know what it's called, where the building has like a number, like the IRNs. How does that look? Because I think that we need to do a greater job in increasing awareness around students that are assigned to the Promise Center and what that looks like for parents versus the students at the Oda Owen Center. That building is huge, so I think that they can very easily take up a floor each and it be separate. So that part doesn't concern me, but I am kind of concerned when we mix them, what does that look like?
They are separated in the building, and as far as your question about the IRN belongs to the building and not needed for the Promise Center as a program.
Okay.
That is just simply housed in the building.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. And so, and we're not talking about that many students, are we?
One more time, I'm sorry.
We're not talking about a large number of students, are we?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I want to say, I know the Promise Center is rolling because those are students that have been removed from the building for discipline. But the Lighthouse is roughly what number?
They have about 75 students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Next one. The board supports the administration reviewing and providing required athletic, student activities, resource coordination, and the establishment of community learning centers in the reconfigured schools and school communities. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Thank you. The board supports the creation.
Was that a yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I was trying to do this a little faster, my bad. Okay, the board supports the creation of a centralized enrollment system. Was that a yes? Smarty.
Sorry.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion, question, Mr. Craig?
So I actually support this idea of centralized enrollment. I think it's actually much needed. The one concern that I have is I want to make sure, though, as we're doing that we're also communicating how that enrollment process would look. Because I do think part of the difficulty and most parents have had with enrollment is not trying to navigate putting their kid in the system, but is in fact trying to figure out when they reach out to the school why their kid didn't get in, where their kid is in the process, when will they be informed, and a lot of that is, for me, if it comes to central, then plays into marketing communications, which we've just said is understaffed. So I mean, I want to make sure that we're not, that we'll also create a plan that goes with the development of that centralized and that communication out to parents about the centralized enrollment system.
Agree, 100%. Help is on the way.
Roll call?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. The next one is the administration, the administration requests the board's support for an overall administrative review and reassessment of the practices and policies that have dictated placement of all specialized units and student services department. I think we've talked about that a number of times in the last several months, particularly. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Discussions as what this might mean or how it might impact us. Mr. Craig?
Is this different from what the administration asked us at the December 2nd meeting? Because I feel like this is the exact same thing that we kind of agreed that should be done.
But I don't know that I've had a motion with support and a vote for it, for clarity.
Works for me.
Other questions, comments? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, and Superintendent Murphy.
This one I'm very excited about. I should have left the commentary out. However, Dawn, as I shared with you, I believe at the last meeting, Dawn Community School has approached us about a potential partnership. So has the Martha McDermott Montessori School. Would like to have your permission to engage in conversation with both of these schools.
I'll make the motion. Is there a second to the request by the superintendent? Second? There's a lot.
That was my thing.
Does everybody want to second that one? So discussion, questions. Who has some questions about what this might mean or any guidance to offer the superintendent if this passes?
I will share that I had an opportunity to speak to former board members, including Senator Ingram, and I shared with you what she suggested. She suggested that CPS should identify which students, the number changes, but which students are CPS, I guess, eligible students, and reach out to those students anyway. So I think this just gives the marching orders for this to begin to happen, and I definitely support it so that we can support the learning of students from Dawn. And a little background, can you give us a little bit of background about the Martha McDermott Montessori School? I know where that is, but I want the public to know where that is.
Yes, ma'am. So they came to us under a different name a little while ago. However, they now have their own 403C. They now have their own identity and are looking for a home.
And that's the Xavier University Montessori, is that right? Or maybe I wasn't supposed to say that, but maybe.
It was.
It was, former.
go.
So this would give you the ability to enter into discussions around and the Dawn School. Okay, thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Just a
Member
comment.
Mapp?
Oh, yes, sorry, thank you. Just a comment, so I fully support making sure that there's conversation around Dawn as well as the Montessori Lab school, because I think all students should have access, and I'm hopeful that they can have the support that they need, but still, I just wanted to go on record and saying, because it has become a part of the growth plan, I will be saying no to the vote.
Thank you, Member Mapp. Any, Mr. Craig?
I just wanted to also say that if we can also add, as part of the administration, that we also look at the budget implications of those students coming in, because I do have a concern with if, for instance, we're taking on additional costs that either we're not going to get funding from the state for, or for instance, if some of the students are out of the district, there's potential implications from that as well, or those type of things. And then I guess the second part is if they're going to remain separate entities, I think we do need to figure out the financial structure to that. So I would just invite maybe the treasurer's office to be a part of that definition of administration.
Chairman Craig, did you want to make an amendment to the motion?
I guess maybe just a clarifying that administration includes the treasurer's office as well as instructional administration.
I've already been invited.
That sounds good. I do have a quick question, though. For the Dawn students, is our Aspire or our adult ed program possibly a beneficiary of this, or is that I'm not sure who gets to be in what schools? Obviously, our digital academy or our other schools, what?
So Dawn does have a 22+ program, just like we have a 22+ program. To me, that would fold rather easily. There also is, in addition to the adult ed with the GED, 16 and above can have a high school diploma granted to them. Amy's nodding. I'm looking back at our Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education. So I see that it would fold in very nicely.
Thank you for that clarification. Dr. Moffitt?
So I would also like to invite, I know former board member Ozzie Davis talked about night school and what that looks like. And since we are in contract negotiations with our teachers and our professionals, all of our unions actually, maybe we could look at exploring some creative options to accommodate during maybe a second shift or an altered shift to be able to accommodate those students. Because I think if getting up at 7:30, 8 o'clock was a challenge, maybe we could offer starting school at 10. And maybe we could also use some of our buildings that have space, so.
Mr. Craig?
One last, are we talking, are the buildings a part of that conversation?
I wouldn't go that far. For Dawn?
Yeah. I don't think, from what I've seen of the buildings, I don't know that those are things that we want to be acquiring in any form or fashion. I just wanted to make sure it was just about the students and not about the buildings and structures.
It's about the students. If it should grow to something else, I will be sure to return to you.
Now, does this include the discussion around the sponsor, being able to sponsor a charter, or just the students?
So I believe that there's that possibility too, Dr. Moffitt. The same is true with the Martha McDermott School. They've approached us in a few different ways. Could they, become a charter? Could they, rent from us? Could they, become a part of Cincinnati Public Schools as well? So I see similarities in both of those conversations.
So do we need to, in order to give you some oomph behind negotiating with the state or talking to the state around CPS being a charter, do we need to amend that here, or is that a part of the conversation?
It probably, in my mind, if you say a conversation around this work is acceptable, I would include all of those things.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was included. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes, our last two are here. The motion, the board continues to support the administrative review of district properties, values, and future benefits of such properties in order to recommend maintaining or divesting or developing CPS properties to be studied. And then there's a list. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion? Mr. Craig?
So this is one where I have distinct problems with, because I think we are talking about doing stuff that for right now, we have not earned the trust of the community to do. I think there are a lot of folks who are looking at things that we're talking about doing with the current building structures and the current things that we already have that, for me, feel like we're asking too much of them to trust us in how we would do those reviews and that discussion until we show that we can do it in a way that's amenable, so that we don't have 700 people coming to our meetings every day asking about things and that like. But I think the other part to it is, for me, there's a couple of facilities that I guess I'm concerned with us talking about developing or being developed on when we are currently looking at each year a $12 million deficit that we have to make up, right? So I think now is maybe not the time for us to be talking about new buildings, new structures, until we've figured out if the current math that we're using, the current structure we're using, can be, if we're really gonna change programming. Like if we have not changed a single program in a school, we have not changed a single, how we allocate students or we allocate teachers or staff to a building yet. We haven't changed anything about how we do the actual academic structure by any of this. And so if we're not there yet, I think it's just premature for us to be having a discussion about looking into the development or restructuring or swapping of buildings until we've done a more committed job to the actual structure. I think the other part to it for me is that we are also in the course of the potential of being negotiating all of our wonderful union contracts. And so I think there's an aspect of a lot of this that's gonna get affected by what we can and cannot do through our negotiations with regard to our, how we operate our schools. So I'm just a little bit worried that we're doing a lot of looking into things that, to be quite honest, we've looked into for a couple of years now on the cost, and they're not gonna substantially change or differ. And so I would rather use your time and your team's time to develop the programming that we currently have to make the programming more efficient and better structured than to be looking at whether or not we wanna get rid of the Ed Center, or whether or not we wanna get rid of Iowa, which again, may be very valuable things in the future for us to do. Do we need to make that decision now to start to look into that process?
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Moffitt?
So I do agree with Board Member Craig on this. I think that the process is very clear when people want to buy our properties, which is also inclusive of buildings, they need to come to you first anyway. And so that's something that's your responsibility to negotiate that and to bring that to the board and tell us what the offer is. I'm actually, and I've said this before, I'm really not interested in selling some of the properties that are listed here. I think that we have enough to worry about just responsibly. However, I do think that down the line, we could do some more creative things with some of our properties. So I think this already is in your purview. I was wondering, what is this? Is this reading to be studied for the intention of what? And so because of that, and I feel like it may have pending sale opportunities, and I'm just not ready to do that at this moment. But I do want to emphasize to the public that the procedure is to go through the superintendent's office anyway, first, when interested in buying property. So that's already on your purview.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossan?
No.
I'm sorry, no?
No.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Nope.
Vice President Weinberg?
No.
President Bolton?
No. And then the last, which is somewhat different, and that's a motion to have, let's see, the board directs the administration to update the 5-year repair, replace, and maintain plan, 5-year plan, which we know, we were told, I guess, last month that it probably would have to be reanalyzed or what have you in some way, shape, or form. So I make the motion to direct the administration to update and report back, if you will, that 5-year plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? And this is the plan that people have talked about before, that's been actually given to us almost 2 years ago now, if I recall, and appreciate that work. Ms. Craig?
Are we asking them to update from what they presented most recently? Because the most recent update that was presented with the new numbers is an update from what was presented 2 years ago.
I think what they presented them, but also whatever we're doing tonight as we finish up, is that going to change anything about where we are, about the buildings or what have you? So I think it's an update, granted that we've already kind of seen contemporaneously, but I think we might need it additionally, to your point.
Cool.
Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes, and now the moment that everybody's been waiting for, the votes on the 10 bundles as presented. Yes, Mr. Crossett?
Yes, I have withheld most of my comments so far this
Yes,
evening.
you
But
have.
as we get into the votes on these bundles, as a board member, I think the public deserves to know what my thinking is as to why I've been very supportive so far of phase 2. And it's important to remember that organizations that survive and thrive, the ones that do the best at that, are the ones that are the best at adaptation. And this plan of phase 2 that I've seen, and I've got a long career in business, this is an excellent plan of adaptation. And I'm very impressed with the work that the team has done and with what the superintendent has done. And I also think that the reasons why I think it's a good plan is, number one, I think this is going to have a big impact on student outcomes, positive impact, especially 7th and 8th graders, which is, I think, very critical. And I also think that the elementary schools that will get a little bit fuller will actually operate more efficiently, and there might be some more opportunities for those kids as well. So I think this is and the high schools get less crowded. The high schools are less crowded, those students are going to have a better chance to have better academic outcomes also. So I think that's one of the reasons. I think there's many reasons. I sort of see this as a win-win-win. Better outcomes, better utilization of our buildings. I think we owe it to our taxpayers. I mean, sure, we're worried about the laws coming from Columbus, but we owe it to our taxpayers who paid for these buildings to utilize them properly. So I think we should be doing that anyway and taking a review of this more often. And then I think it doesn't look like we're saving any money necessarily doing this, but I have a long background in finance and accounting, and I believe it does position us to find savings much better than we would if we don't do this. So those are all my win-win-win reasons why I'm very supportive of this. It seems to me that we've had 4 superintendents in the last 5 years. We've had a lot of change in the leadership at the top, and many of these things that we're talking about, to me, feel like they were long overdue. And so I'm happy to continue to be supportive. But I also, just a reminder to the administration that as we go forward, it's going to be really important to continue to have great communication with the communities and marketing these things and getting feedback. So those are my comments. I think I owe it to the public why I'm supportive of it and not just sit here and vote yes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett. Appreciate it. Vice President.
Yes, I will be quick before we start with the bundles because I know that's what everyone is here for. I just wanted to further go into a little bit of support. As I was stating in some of the previous board meetings, I said that there are some things that I support and there are some things that I do not agree on. I know someone stated during hearing of the public that academic data has not been shared, and I do just want to go back and kind of make a little small correction on that in terms of at our most recent meeting, and I'm going to read this website for anyone who would like to also try to go to the website. I think it was on November the 18th. You can go to boarddocs.com, you can go to the district website, and you can go through all of the ways to get into the information for the board meetings. But they shared, the administration, the superintendent and the administration shared all of the data for all of the 7th through 12th and the elementary schools in regards to reading and in regards to math. And what I know that I saw after I looked through all of the data was that our 7th and 8th graders, really our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, were really struggling, whether it was with their reading, whether it was with their math scores. And so after seeing that particular data, I knew something had to change. And I want to thank the superintendent for being creative, for being innovative. Sorry. And coming up with a plan that would push, or that will push this district forward. And so my support will be for some of these items, not everything, but I'm thinking of the students and I'm keeping them in mind as I'm making this decision.
Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. Any other comments, questions before we start? Dr. Moffett?
I just want to share, this was what a lot of the ad hoc data was surrounded around, is to directly impact the student outcomes, the social-emotional outcomes of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, because we were seeing even 2 years ago, there was a high connectivity between discipline and that particular grade band. We've had reports through the goals and guardrails for the past few years around improving proficiency for African-American students and students of color in the guardrails. And it just, we've consistently talked about being what I consider is just a horrible number. To Board Member Weinberg's point, to go from a 23% to a 26% and celebrate that is atrocious to me. And I've actually spent time, because some teachers have shared their iReady data, their disaggregated iReady data for 7th graders. And I had an opportunity to go out and speak to some current 7th grade science teacher who showed me her beginning iReady scores, which I shared with you, and it was 3-4 grade levels behind. And she said, Dr. Moffett, when are you getting the 7th graders out of the building? They have so much need. And so this is, along with the overcrowding, hearing from social workers say, we've got grades 7 through 12, they need a separate space. And so this has been a consistent theme that we've heard a multitude of ways in the Gold Guardrail reports as a collective district, not necessarily with regard to that grade band, but it's available because your staff has definitely shared that. So I'm really excited. I'm going to ask a lot of questions about this because I want to make sure that we are doing this with as much fidelity as we can. But I also will implore to you, once we make this decision, starting in January, the engagement has got to increase. And I know you're doing it. We already talked about this, but we can't do this work in silos. It has to be in concert with community, with the neighborhoods, councils, with the LSDMCs, but most importantly, we keep taking parents out of this equation. We have to do it with them as well. So that's gonna be my caveat, but we've heard this for so long, and I'm hoping that my prayer is that this is gonna work for our families, our kids, because student outcomes is our first important piece, and this is supposed to impact that. Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Superintendent Murphy, would you present the first bundle and explain?
The first bundle entails Western Hills High School, Ethel M. Taylor, Roll Hill, and Leap Academy. The proposal is that Western Hills High School would become a 9 through 12 building, with the 7th and 8th graders going to Ethel Taylor. The Ethel M. Taylor Academy, I'm calling that Western Hills Junior High School because the 7th and 8th graders who would have typically selected West High would then go to that particular building, converting into a junior high school, including the rising 6th grade students from Roll Hill. Roll Hill would become a pre-K to 6th grade building that would not only have the current Roll Hill students, but they would receive the Ethel Taylor students. Leap Academy, a pre-K to 6 building, would by a year at a time advance grade levels, adding grade 7 and then adding grade 8 the following year.
Thank you. Any questions about this bundle? Any discussion? Mr. Craig?
I was gonna say, I can save it till after we do the motion if that's actually what we're.
I'm sorry.
supposed to do.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So 2 kind of thoughts on this, and we've discussed this a number of times before in our discussions. I guess the first one is the combining the students who were at Ethel Taylor with the students who are at Roll Hill for the pre-K through 6. And I guess I'm just wondering, like, what's the expected number of students? Because I think right now, as it presently sits, that number would push to really high capacity at Roll Hill, if I'm understanding correctly from the numbers that we were given before.
Yes, so those numbers were on a very early on, like probably the first deck or two that you had around this. So thank goodness Treasurer Wagner has numbers in front of her. Give me a second. Yeah, Roe Hill and Ethel Taylor.
Because, I mean, I will say, just as it was presented before, it looked as though the full capacity of the students who were at Ethel Taylor were not going to be coming to Roe Hill. And if that is the case, I mean, that would be, like, I think probably still another 100 or so more students than what was in the early projections.
The other thing that we did, if you can remember back to those early slides, is stepped it out over like maybe a 3 or 4 year period of time in terms of what those numbers would look like. And I just did not bring that with me today. Sorry.
Again, I think that's fine. I ask that in part because I do know, like, the West Side is a unique spot in the situation of which we have an overcapacity at a lot of our elementary schools in a way that is just unnaturally feeding up. And so there's a need and a capacity to do something on the West Side to address overcapacity. We heard some discussion earlier today about overcapacity. What I am kind of distinctly, and I would still like to keep, like, I hate when we change names and stuff because I think it just makes it more confusing for folks, but so if we could keep it as Ethel Taylor Junior High or whatever, like at least as much as we can. But the other question I have is what programmatic changes are we looking at with regards to the 7th and 8th grade at Ethel Taylor that would be different than what they would be receiving at West High currently? Because I think that goes into the points that several board members have said that we would have these improved outcomes. And I guess the true nature of this is what academic programming are we offering or that we would be offering to achieve those outcomes? Because if all we're doing is moving students from one building to another, theoretically, yeah, maybe they would feel comfortable in a building where there's not as many people, but realistically.
For our 7th and 8th grade students, excuse me, we have had the conversation with Interim Assistant Superintendent Randolph and Director Manager Turner in Career and Technical Education about providing that foundation for all of our 7th and 8th grade students, which we don't currently have across the board. So we would start there. There are some other, as I mentioned earlier, middle school programs that we're talking about with STEAM development or STEM or career and technical research or social justice themes we've already discussed.
I would just say, I mean, again, I think this is one area where I think there is some discussion we've had as a board about the overcrowding on the West Side since I've been on the board. Some of the other things I don't think we've really discussed since I've been on the board, but I would say this, can we at least also get a commitment to come back with the academic programming that would be installed at the 7th and 8th grade? And I think this is in part going to also our budget questions, because the reality is if we're offering a 7th and 8th grade and parents just say, you know what, I'll send my kids somewhere else, or I can look at some of the other school options because there's nothing different going to be offered, we're not going to see the numbers at the 7th and 8th grade that we're expecting. On the West Side specifically, though, because we have so many students who are also low income, who are also, we talked about this several times. We had Rebecca Beach come up and talk about this several times of students who are living 2 houses or 2 people in a house at a time, or 2 families in a house at a time, doubling up. They need more to keep them on track, to get them into that high school education model that then they can go into some of these career tech and other stuff. And so I think specifically on that side, if we can just get a report back at some point as to what those academic programming would look like for a 7th and 8th grade, it would bring a lot more clarity to those folks out there who are trying to make the decisions.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes, when I visited Ethel Taylor, there's a very nice rec center, right? And that could be a partnership that I think could work well with junior high school. And no disrespect to Board Member Craig, but when I visited LEAP, I sort of feel like that name of that school doesn't fit anymore. So maybe that school could use some rebranding. Although I appreciate not wanting to rebrand too much, but.
Other questions, comments about this bundle? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Superintendent Murphy, would you introduce Bundle 2?
Bundle 2. At this time, the administration is recommending for Hayes, Porter, and Rothenberg that there wouldn't be any change in their current structure. I
Thank
do,
you.
however, reserve a concern for the number of students, but I have heard the community saying that they're going to work with us on how to increase enrollment.
Any questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
Just, and I want to, one, happy to hear this, but two, I think there is an opportunity for us in those conversations you're having with the city to really present us in these spaces where we are having folks move in those communities. I know a comment made by a former board member about the fact that we have parents who live there who do not send their kids to Cincinnati Public Schools is somewhat true, but the reality is that if we're talking about marketing, if we're talking about communicating, it's about having them opportunities to come in and learn what their kids could do in our schools that are unique and different. Because I think the other struggle we're going to see, or that we're seeing in some of the charter schools and some of the other programs, is that while they thought they would have a lot more funding from these vouchers, they have learned that, quite honestly, they're getting the same exact money that they were already getting. Because the students who are already there paying tuition are the ones who are getting vouchers now. And there may be some places where those students and those parents who thought they were going to get something better may be willing to do something with a program like Hayes Porter, especially because of its high rating and the program and things that are going on there. And so I think it's a great opportunity to sell it within the community, sell it within those grandparents who live in that community, those folks like some of our community leaders who live in the West End now and the development there to really push that. But the other thing that I had really quickly was that specifically with Hayes Porter, but also I think it's true with Rothenberg, the large businesses within that community owe the district a debt of gratitude. Because we are the cornerstones of that community. We've been the cornerstones of that community, and that the holding us there and keeping us there is what will keep that community thriving and growing. And I don't know that we have a great enough partnership of support to communicate out the great things that are going on at the school. We got great partners at the school, but we got some larger organizations and structures that are in that area that who really should be investing better in these younger kids, getting them ready to go up to their higher grades.
So I move to accept this bundle. Is there a second?
Second.
Because
Any
there's
further discussion?
because there's no change, can we skip this and move on?
No, we're going to vote on this.
We have to vote.
People want us to
That's
vote.
fine, that's fine, that's fine. I hear that, and that makes sense.
I'm reminded many years ago when the Taft High School folks brought a petition and made us sign that we were going to build Taft High School no matter what. And we did it live TV, if I recall, so we will vote on it. I think it's not an unreasonable thing that you're suggesting, but we're going to vote. Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Abstain?
Okay.
Ms. Mapp? Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Superintendent Murphy, would you please introduce the bundle number 3?
Absolutely. At this time, administration makes the following recommendation, and that is that Rising Star at Vine remain a pre-K building. I'm not sure why there was any thought of closing, but that would be a pre-K building. And the recommendation for William Howard Taft Elementary is that at the LSDMC's request, that we begin the investigation for them to become a neighborhood Montessori school, and that they would also host the RAP at their building.
Questions, comments? Vice, we can do a motion, and I'll do the motion. I'll do it right this time. Motion to accept.
Second.
Second. Now, Vice President.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that the slide is showing the information correctly. So it's saying that the building, William Howard Taft Elementary, then it says grades none. Then it says PK to RS at Vine, blah, 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 blah. So is that correct, what it's saying right there? I just want to make sure.
Well, so at their request, at the LSDMC's request, they asked if they could be considered as the neighborhood Montessori school.
But wouldn't they have kids there? Wouldn't they have grades?
I'm
still
sorry,
there?
say it again.
Wouldn't they have grades at the school though? So it says none currently, but currently what do they have at the school?
Oh, so currently they have pre-K through 6.
So should it say pre-K through 6?
It depends on if we're doing a fresh start as a neighborhood Montessori.
Well, it looks like right now we're saying we won't have any kids there. And I know what you're saying, but if I'm looking at this slide, unless I'm just thinking about it wrong.
Well, I'm just thinking about if we were going to accept them as a neighborhood Montessori as a startup, or no.
So you're suggesting on this particular slide that we're starting as a Montessori?
Neighborhood Montessori.
Neighborhood Montessori.
Or
with no grades. I'm just, you know what I'm saying though.
Say the existing grades are gone.
Yes, so.
Yes.
Okay, I just want clarity.
I'm sorry, it's not
Because there
clear.
will be a different narrative out there, and I want to make sure we are going to control the narrative. And just to also state at the bottom, Rising Star would stay as they are, no change.
They would stay as they are. This says
Okay.
pre-K 6, they would be a
Pre-K, so we need to change
building.
that.
I'm so sorry.
So we need to change that.
I will change that.
Because if we are voting this in, then they're going to say, oh, someone's going to say, oh, no, you said it was going to be a pre-K through 6. So I wanted to just make sure that it has accurate and correct information.
I have a question, and so the RAP goes to Taft Elementary.
Taft Elementary has expressed interest in having the RAP in their building, and I think that's a fine idea.
And some of it is the additional facilities that they have at Taft
So
Elementary.
some of the things that they pointed out is having a swimming pool, access to a swimming pool that I was not aware of. And so we think that that would be very attractive to what we're trying to do with and for our students experiencing homelessness, our CPS students experiencing homelessness.
And the school-based health center that
And there is a
worked very
school-based
hard to
health-
get, as I recall. Okay, thank you. Mr. Lindy?
I'm following up on Member Weinberg's question about the grades being none. Is this essentially proposing that it closes Taft High School and replaces it with a new school, Taft Elementary, and replaces it with I'm just confused about what the change is.
No, I'm not proposing a close of the school. I'm not proposing a closing of the school.
So the students who are currently there could stay there.
If they're interested in becoming a Montessori neighborhood school, yes.
And the teachers, staff who are there could stay there if they wanted
For
to.
those teachers who would be interested in that type of programming.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Bolton.
Dr. Moffett?
So I would like to amend this bundle. I'm a little confused. I'm going to say that, but it could be because it's late and I'm hungry and I've been sitting for 5 hours, so it could be that too. However, I've taken off the pre-K to 6 under Rising Stars at Vine and just put pre-K there because that's
correct.
what that is. It is a
Yes.
pre-K building. And I would like to submit that Taft Elementary has the RAP and that those students stay there and that we find out maybe next on the 18th what programming you're recommending for there, but there should be K through 6 grades there, right?
So for the programming, Dr. Moffitt, you said find out on the 18th. So
Or
we're,
just whatever. I mean, I'm saying that we should cross out none and say that there are K through 6 students there. You're gonna work on the programming of that, right?
Yes,
But we're
for the
keeping the-
Montessori. I want to be clear about that because there was a school that we had initially recommended and that was not desired. So I just want to be really clear. The LSDMC said, the principal and the LSDMC said they wanted to have the Montessori startup.
What impact would that have to the current students that are there?
They would have to decide if that's the type of education they wanted to continue to have.
So if they decide to stay, there's approximately 250-ish students there. Would those students remain there, or would they have to leave?
If they were interested in Montessori education, is what we're saying at this point, then yes.
They could stay. Well, I'm trying to think, I'm trying to just, let me tell you what I don't want to do, and you can tell me how this happens.
Okay.
I don't want to displace those 250 students if they want to stay there at all. So I want to make sure that whatever I'm voting on, it says that they can stay there regardless of the programming, or we have a plan to transition those students if they want to. Because I know that the Taft Elementary magnet status has been removed, so that impacts their transportation. I don't want to lose those 250 students if they want to stay there. So I want to understand, I want to vote on something that allows them to stay in that building if we can.
So are we going to continue to provide the transportation to the students? Is that what you're saying, suggesting?
No, I'm just saying, I want to understand what, if you have a plan to keep those students there with Montessori programming, how does that look?
If they are interested in Montessori programming, is my current recommendation, then they are fine to stay there as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
One of the things that came up before with the Montessori suggestion was that school wasn't interested, and the message was, and I understand, not all students, not all families are interested in Montessori. I understand. So I just want to be clear what we're proposing would happen instructionally.
I got you. I don't know how this needs to be worded, other than to take this off and table this for me, because I'm not interested in displacing those students. So for me, my desire is that they stay there. And if the LSDMC of that building wants Montessori, I'm happy to vote on that. I just want to understand how that impacts that population, that's all. So I don't know how that looks, but I want to understand.
I'd like to ask a question too on this, if I could, very quickly. We know that your recommendation is that the RAP goes to Taft Elementary.
That's correct.
The issue is the students, and that Taft Elementary is going to lose its magnet status as a STEM school.
That's correct.
If the students want to remain at Taft, even though the RAP is also coming, and none of us are quite sure how big that's going to be or what it's going to involve, the students that would be staying there would be students that would be part of the beginning of building up a Montessori.
Yes.
Changing of programming, losing the STEM status.
No STEM, no transportation because of the magnet status of STEM. Those remaining, if they choose to remain, would be welcome to remain, but it would begin to become a Montessori school.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Craig, and then I'll go over to Member Matt.
So I think I have three thoughts that would maybe make me a little bit more in support of something like this. I think first is the first right, like the encouragement, not necessarily just saying if they want to come, but more or less encouraging those students to remain and go through, because I think what's been expressed is there's a number of teachers who either have Montessori education or have the skill sets that would be required to provide Montessori education. And so I think, again, having briefly spent like 4 weeks hanging out with a few of the students there, I do know that there's a love of a lot of the programs. And I also don't think necessarily that STEM falls outside of Montessori programming. I think you could do like a Montessori program that had a STEM Connection to it does not necessarily mean STEM is the magnet status to it, but that the education model does not fall outside of being a Montessori education. So for me, like it would feel better if we were giving those students kind of that first pick of coming into that program so they could stay. And then if there were some students who needed to change, or there were some students who had other reasons that they could no longer attend, that is fair. I think the other part to it is we have the opportunity to have that conversation with what was the Xavier Montessori program or whatever, to bring those students to also fill. So I think there's a possibility of certainly filling the space, but I think when you, like for me, it feels like we need to be telling students who are in a building that we want you to stay, more so than saying to them, if you want to stay. Right? Like there's an aspect of that that feels to me a lot different when I come to you and say, I want you here. So if you want to be here too, stay here with me. Because I think a lot of those students would be like, yes. I think the other part to me with the RAP and all this, I think this is a classic example. We were talking about discussions with CRC. The relationship that's been built up in that community around the school, with the rec center, with the charter school that's right up the street, that's an example of how all of our schools should operate within their community. And that is not something that was not done by accident. That was something that was a dedicated effort by the principal of that school. And I think to establish relationships where they even set up times for when people come in and out, when they have activities and events, they're so coordinated that this could be a great opportunity for something like the RAP to be a part of the additional things that's provided by the school and in that rec center. And again, that's another partnership connection there. But for me, it does need to feel like it is not a, if you want to stay, you can, but a more like, we want you to be there. And here's the reasons why you could succeed in a program like this Montessori STEM. I think the third and final thing is that I do think there needs to be some form of a transition. We did this with some of the other schools that we removed their magnet status for, is that we grandfathered in at least a year. I think that's not a hard thing for us to do in this one, but I would say it really depends on where some of the students are, because I do know some of those students have been at like, this is like their third or fourth school that they've transferred in and out of throughout the district for various reasons. And I remember sitting here hearing a kid who talked about, he was a sixth grader in the group that I was talking with, and the thing that kind of struck me was that he was the president of their MORE program group or whatever, but this is his like first year at the school. Like he's embraced being a leader within that group, and I think that's the thing we would lose in some ways for some of those students who have found a space that might be inviting to them. But we may need to figure out how we structure-wise handle the transportation issues that may be a concern, or where they're located and that kind of deal. But I think if we're saying to them, we want you there, we can have a discussion about how we get you there. But if we don't say it that way, I don't know that parents always hear it as, I want it there.
Member Mapp?
So Board Member Craig kind of touched upon it. I was just wanting to inquire about the retention of our teachers, if it's being offered as a Montessori. How would we retain our teachers at TAF and making sure that they are also prepared to teach the Montessori pedagogy? So just wanted to know plans around that.
We definitely understand if you do support any expansion of Montessori, that there would have to be training provided. We understand that.
Okay, so, but again, also, how are we working to make sure that those teachers are being retained apart from just the training?
How are we making sure that the teachers are being retained so they can be a part of the training?
I said, apart from just
Apart
talking
from
about
the
training,
training.
how are we ensuring that the staffing will be there? Because again, to the point of, if they want to be, we
Yes.
want to ensure that the teachers are still retained there. So how do we go about doing that?
Yes, I do believe, and Treasurer Wagner mentioned this earlier, that there are still additional positions in our district that are either currently being covered by a long-term sub or day-to-day sub, or just have not been completely filled yet. So I do think for our cadre of teachers, there are plenty of assignments available.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President?
I had a question as well. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you all will like it, but can we possibly have a 3A and a 3B? for this slide. So 3A could be the rising stars at Vine, staying at their PK. And then for 3B, we're suggesting that the RAP go to William Howard Taft Elementary, pending, there was something that you had stated about a transition and something about programming. I don't know how you said it, but I liked how you said it. Can that be added? Thoughts? Do you remember what you said?
Well, we've done this before with magnet status, where we've given like a transition year of.
Invite them
But
to remain.
I think the two thoughts I had was invite the students to be a part of the Montessori program and tell them we want them. And then the other thing was the transition as regards to transportation when we change magnet status.
Take time to do that. That's good. No, I think I like A and B. We are missing a member. And
Oh, I had one other question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going back to, you said you talked to, who did you talk with at TAF regarding the Montessori piece?
The principal and the LSTMC chair, you may have a letter in that green folder that they submitted a while ago and then again today.
And did we talk with the parents? Did we talk
This
with?
came from their LSTMC. So
So we did not.
You'll see that I personally did not, but this came from the principal and the LSTMC and the chair, and they submitted these a while ago and then again today.
So now I'm wondering, does this need to be a three-parter? Being the fact that you've not talked, well, not that you, but, so we know that we want to keep Rising Star the same. They're going to receive the Taft Elementary PK. Then 2, the RAP is going to William Howard Taft. And then 3, the possibility of it becoming the Central Corridor Montessori. Okay.
But we're inviting the students that are there to remain during that transition. Okay?
Are you breaking up the vote between 3A and 3B?
I don't know. I think we could probably all settle on the 3B. And did the 3B capture everything that you had mentioned, Mr. Craig?
I mean, again, I think if we are taking the PK from William Howard Taft to Rising Stars, if we are keeping Rising Stars, it's just PK. And then if we're saying we're going to begin the building of a Montessori model within the school, although the students have the first rights to remain there, I can support something more in that line, because I think that keeps the students at the school that they're at and gives at least the opportunity for them to stay for many of the students. The only caution I would kind of throw to this, and I think this is where I have a little bit of a worry when we talk about changing to Montessori, is that I always have this fear that we do stuff and then we say we can do stuff, and then realistically, it may take a year or two for it to actually happen. And so, if we're automatically saying we're going to go into Montessori as the model for next year, that has a different meaning for some of the parents who would be within the spectrum that would be able to get access to it, right? So parents who would be in that Mount Auburn area, those type of things, who may not have, or been in other places who may not have already been. Again, I keep going back to the Xavier Montessori program students who may be new students coming in. I'm just worried about also capacity. If we're doing, if the whole point of us is to be building capacity within the school, and we're not, I want us to keep as many students that are there to help maintain capacity. Because I feel like if we restart, we're going to be restarting with a lot less students, and that the potential for not growing that capacity up would worry me.
So what, I wonder then, Board Member Craig, if it's a transition on both ends, a transition with the start of Montessori, which is probably best practices to do it anyway, as young people are transitioning on to 7th and 8th grade. So we would have, and I think it's small enough that we would have both, we could have both going at the same time. Does that make sense?
Oh, all right. That being the case, we've quasi amended the motion by creating a brand new motion. which is not unusual for our board. But if that is the value of working together, let's be ready to vote. Are you here or not here? Or? Okay, good. All right. So moved as amended or changed and seconded, everybody's agreed, and we'll do a roll call.
And this is calling three.
All that stuff.
Okay. Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
And President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you, board members. Superintendent, would you please present Bundle 4?
Bundle 4 begins with Withrow High School transitioning to grades 9 through 12. Frederick Douglass would be the pre-K to 6 to 5 building that would absorb Evanston pre-K to 5. The 6th grade students from Frederick Douglass would then move to South Avondale for the middle school experience, allowing Evanston Academy to be the 7th and 8th grade building in the neighborhood, pulling in the students from Withrow or Withrow Junior High School.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that Bundle 4, as presented by the superintendent, is a motion and needs a second.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Discussion. Dr. Moffitt.
So I'm back. I had a little snack, so I'm better now. I have a question.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
It is a dangerous thought. I have some concerns around Douglas 6th graders going to South Avondale to have to come back to Evanston. So for me, if you're proposing Douglas to be a pre-K through 5, I think that for that first year, those students should be allowed to stay there. And then they would go to Evanston for their 7th grade year. We've had a lot of discussion before around transition, and I just feel like that is an unnecessary transition if we can prevent it. And we probably could if we grandfathered those students for like 1 year, because it just would be one class.
Can they fit? Can they fit?
The size.
Can they fit? I'm concerned they won't be able to fit.
So my question was just, can we grandfather like the 6th grade Douglas students to be able to stay at Douglas for that year and then go to Evanston for their 7th grade, rather than to have to go to South Avondale and then go to.
So Evanston next year would be grades 6, 7, and 8. The current Evanston 5th graders would be 6th grade Evanston.
Right.
Being 6, 7, and 8.
And then that 6th grade class would just phase out and it would turn into a 7th. In an effort to keep them together in that cohort, in that neighborhood. I just don't want them to have to leave and then go because we're phasing that part out. So that's what I was wondering.
Understood.
Vice President, and then Mr. Crossett.
Yeah, just to go a little bit after Board Member Moffitt. So with the transition, the only thing that I want to be clear to everyone listening or who will listen is, as we're talking about having these particular middle schools or junior high schools, just being transparent about the transition and how many transitions there will be. I do think that if you're upfront, people may not like it, but at least they know, versus I know here it's stating, or it was recommended, that we would just keep that particular grade, but then for the following years, you're still going to have families moving 3 times. So can you kind of just explain that a little bit so that it's clear to everyone?
So it's also possible that those 6th graders, not necessarily, so the 6th graders who would then be leaving and going to Evanston next year, the following year, so 27, will remain there at South Avondale for 7th grade and for 8th grade, so it would not be a transition back. The same would be true for the current rising fifth graders. So for next school year, fiscal year '26, they wouldn't come back. They would remain at South Avondale for seventh grade and for eighth grade.
Okay, thank you.
So are we saying, okay, I'm
So
confused
if it's your
myself.
pleasure to keep the rising fifth graders, they will be sixth graders at, in the Evanston building next year. That's a strong possibility. But my only point to that is we're not asking them to come back.
Where would they go?
They could stay at South Avondale if they wanted to.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So these are the kids who would have selected Withrow for seventh grade. They would be going to Evanston. But if a student wanted to stay, in the middle school setting, they would continue at South. I wouldn't expect them to leave South Avondale.
I think I understand, because
Okay.
South Avondale would be 6, 7, 8. So they could stay there.
Yes.
6, 7, 8.
Yes.
Okay, and then Evanston would just be for those seventh graders that chose the junior high option, okay.
Mr. Craig?
So I think this actually makes me a little bit more concerned. And part of it is that South Avondale is not really in the same vicinity as Evanston and Douglas. And I think that the folks who might be coming to South Avondale will be a different mixture of students than necessarily who would be at Douglas as they progress up. But the other thing for me on this, and this is where I'm also trying to figure out, in theory, Evanston is a higher rated school than Douglas. And I think we talked about this on last week. And so the transition of students from Evanston to Douglas potentially opens up a whole new bag of worms that we would have to address as to whether or not they could transition from the higher rated school to a lower rated school. And so it almost makes more sense to redo the reverse than it does to take students from Douglas to Evanston, as that would be a more natural. I don't think it raises the same concerns as taking a school from a higher rated down to a lower rated. I guess that's my question. I know we talked about it a little bit last week, but that seems to raise some concerns as to whether or not we would be required to do other things as a result of a student who's at a higher rated school being moved to a lower rated school. But my bigger question is really with regards to the flow into Withrow. And this is where I think this is the weird part of how our district is set up, is that the students who normally would be going into Withrow come from so many wide parts of that, like it's not a neighborhood, it's like 7 neighborhoods feed Withrow for some odd reason. And I think that's in part because of where we've placed our high schools over the years and the way the city's built up and those changes. But like, for instance, Mount Washington would feed Withrow, right? And we made that made that K through 8 or pre-K through 8 or whatever. You know, Woodford potentially could feed Withrow. Parker or John P. Parker could feed Withrow. So like, there's weird spots of how students would end up at Withrow, and I guess I'm wondering on the one end, where are the students who would be going to Evanston ideally coming from? Because I do think if they're at Douglas and they're now transferring over to South Avondale and they're staying at South Avondale, then who's feeding that 7th and 8th grade number? And then is that really lowering our transportation costs if we're just shipping them, basically to the same area of town, just a different way?
So the thought is that those students who would have selected Withrow, right, for 7th, 8th grade, this is where they would be going. And I think, to your point, we are high schools of choice. We have been high schools of choice. So not only the Mount Washingtons of the world, the Woodfords but they could have even come from Carson or wherever in order to go to high school. This corridor model should lessen that, thus helping even more with transportation costs, but that's going to take a little time to build out.
And that's where I guess I'm wondering, who are the 7th and 8th grade students who would have been at Withrow who will now be at Evanston? Because in some ways, I just don't know where they come from if we're shortening where you could go to school at and those type of things, or trying to corridor off some of the student opportunities at our high schools, because like in theory, we built up other places that would have an effect on that number also. And so, or we have other programs. So if you're at John P. Parker, you might end up at Schroeder Middle School instead because it's closer and nearer to where you are, as opposed to coming down, or same deal for Woodford, that type of deal. As opposed to you picking Withrow because that's where you feel is a better high school than for your child. You know what I'm saying? Like that, who's the natural feeder to Evanston if it's not the folks at Douglas or the folks that would have been at Evanston before?
Could I piggyback on that? That's why we mentioned some hours ago now, the idea that the citywide remains our comprehensive high schools. We didn't change the high schools of choice issue. So any kid that is ready or family that's ready to choose Withrow would know that they start their 7th grade, regardless of where they are in the city, they're going to start their 7th grade at Withrow at the Evanston building, the Withrow Junior High or whatever, right? So they could be coming from all over the city because they will be.
Except for the kids who would have been who are now at Douglas, who were at Evanston before, will now be at South Avondale going through their 6th through 8 program. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's a smaller amount of people than I think we really are counting, and I just hope we're not double counting students.
But remember, Board Member Craig, those students, the current 6th graders, will be selecting, they would have selected Withrow or Schroeder or Woodward. So now it'll look different. Instead of selecting Woodward or Withrow, they may select Evanston.
I guess, so this is where it's a little bit confusing to me, because in the old days, yes, they would have selected the high school, which would have been a 7 through 12. They're not selecting a high school anymore. Now they're selecting a 7th grade program, which is essentially the junior high. And so unless we're requiring you to select both the junior high and the high school as a package at that time where you would naturally feed up, you may have a parent who says, yeah, normally I would have picked Withrow because Withrow 7 through 8, cool. But now, I don't have to pick Withrow yet. I can pick this other option that's closer to me, or I can pick this other option that works better for me. And then maybe when they get to 9th grade, we'll make the decision about which high school they go to. And that's maybe the thing I'm wondering is that 7th and 8th grade, are we still filling that 7th and 8th grade space?
More comments, and then I'm going to call the question pretty soon, or we're going to have to come up with what is the issue for us. Yeah. Dr. Moffett, and then we'll go to Member Mapp.
I was just going to suggest to Board Member Craig's question, they're going to have to go somewhere. So they're not going to be double counted because they're just making a choice for middle school and making a choice for high school. But that's going to count one time. Sometime, what we do have is a high transient population of students, even in the middle school option. So some students may live on the central corridor and choose a middle school option there. And then by the time they get to high school, within that 2 years, they may choose a different option. But I don't think that those students are being double counted. I think the number is set. Where they choose to go is typically based on, in Cincinnati, not necessarily the programming at the school, but hey, my uncle went to Withrow, or I live right here. So I would imagine that the numbers are going to be consistent, because we are seeing, when Jeremy pulled these numbers before for us, we were seeing based on address where kids were going was not consistent upon the school that they chose. They were living on the west side, right next to Western Hills, and going to Withrow. So it wasn't based upon demographics that they were choosing those schools. It was based on something else. And so we had some data before, and I know Jeremy's not here, but we had some data before around the transient nature of students rising from the 6th to the 7th grade, choosing that high school option, but there's also another time period that they were also transient, and it was right around 9th, 10th grade level too. So to your question around students choosing the middle school options, I think it would be based upon the same reasons that they choose it now because the transient nature of that demographic is consistent because of the socioeconomics, so.
Member Mapp?
Yes, so I know that Evanston currently accommodates 6 units. Where would those students be absorbed? Would they stay at Evanston, or is this pertaining to, I know the recommendation around students going to Chase, like where would these students go?
Depending on their grade level. So it is possible they would be going to Douglas.
Okay. Okay.
Vice President?
So I just want to make sure, on this particular, on this particular slide, we're saying.
Slide B.
No. PK through 5 would be Frederick. 6th through 8th is South Avondale. 7th through 8th is Evanston. 9th through 12th is Withrow. That's correct. That's what I thought. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Roll call?
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Can I say no and yes?
Which A or B? I'm teasing.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no.
President Bolton?
Yes. Bundle 5.
So this recommendation evolves around Hughes, Woodward, South Avondale, and Rockdale, with Hughes STEM becoming a 9 through 12 building, with the 7th and 8th graders going to South Avondale, Woodward High becoming a 9-12 building, with 7th and 8th graders going to South Avondale. South Avondale would convert to a 6th to 8th grade building, with their elementary age students going to Rockdale. Rockdale becomes the pre-K 5 building.
Yeah.
In this case, so just an adjustment, then they would not be receiving the Taft Elementary boundary based on what we talked about a few slides ago.
We're on 5. I'm waiting to see if she's doing B.
President Bolden.
Making a motion to support the superintendent's presentation on bundle 5.
Second.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
So just kind of 2001 is with the removal of the Taft boundary students. I don't know how many
Yes, take that
projected
off.
students that were. Do we have any offhand kind of guess as to how that will affect the numbers at Rockdale?
Yeah, we'll still be fine with that. We'll take that off based on the previous conversation.
Okay, and then the second thought I had, and this one's a little bit different one for me for Woodward as opposed to per se for Hughes, because I know we have a congestion issue at Hughes, absolutely, not just in the not really just building wise, but community wise, that this might be helpful to help alleviate. I think the question I have with Woodward though is, I don't know that we have a congestion problem at Woodward currently, and so I guess the question becomes, what are we looking to do to expand?
Remember, we want to add entrepreneurship, cosmetology, and automotive at Woodward.
I guess I'm thinking though, what are the efforts we're going to do to get the numbers up? Because from when I remember looking at the last things, Woodward was not a school where we had an overabundance in folks from 7 through 12 currently, right?
In those areas just mentioned, young people across the district have asked for those opportunities.
Okay.
And so therefore, an increase in numbers of students participating at Woodward.
I guess I'm just, and again, maybe I'm not following this, but I don't know why we would take the 7th and 8th grade out of Woodward. I guess is my question is
We also remember we're looking at their social emotional needs in that age band, right? And not putting them into a high school setting when they need something much different than the high school student would need. And then we also need the space for those additional career and technical education programs.
Okay. I would feel better. So my one concern, and again, it's my growing concern with this, is that the capacity level at Woodward, based on what is on the chart that was presented to us, would still be below 60% if we did it based on the numbers that are in that projections. And so if we're at 60% at Woodward, even if we're assuming that folks are going to want to come and join and that kind of deal, we're still making up for students we're losing from 7th and 8th grade. If the concern is that we are underpopulated in some of the buildings, I don't know that this fixes that concern at Woodward specifically. Hughes is different for me. Hughes, I live with the folks at Hughes walking around every day by UC's campus, so I am completely understanding of there, and I think there's, again, I believe Rockdale and South Avondale are a great example of two schools that are literally less than a quarter of a mile from each other, who quite honestly are probably serving similar population, not the exact same, because they have their own issues in the community there, but the Woodward one is the one that I'm a little bit less convinced on, but.
You're suggesting that, like what just happened regarding Withrow, that Woodward also remain a 712?
I think my concern is just that even the numbers that we're projecting in what was given to us won't get us to 80% capacity. So unless we're shortening the capacity of Woodward, which is a whole other conversation, I think we're going to end up in the same boat again of saying the school is underpopulated, even if we're only, especially if we're only doing 9 through 12. Whereas Hughes actually has a capacity issue, like Aiken actually has a capacity issue.
Member Moffitt?
So I'm wondering about, while I'm sharing your same concern around the capacity of Woodward, I'm wondering if done at the same time, the increase in career tech opportunities, that may increase the capacity at Woodward, which would offset that. That's what I was envisioning, is that it would increase the differential programming would increase the capacity at Woodward. And we pulled the 7th and 8th graders off because they didn't need to be in that building. The 7th and 8th graders, the social emotional learning, the academics of the 7th and 8th graders across the district in alignment with the discipline is what was needing to be improved upon. The academics, the discipline across the district, inclusive of Woodward. And then when you change the programming, we may have more students that are choosing that option. So that's what I was thinking. I'm hoping that that's in alignment with Board Member Craig's. But I do have a question. Can South Avondale accommodate Withrow, Hughes, and Woodward instead of it going to Evanston?
I'd have to pull those numbers. I'm not sure. Withrow, Hughes, and Withrow.
So I asked that question because I'm wondering, I don't know if the previous one passed. I don't know if it did. I don't think it did. But is South Avondale able to accommodate all of those middle schools?
I don't know about that for 6, 7, and 8, because I'm gonna say typically, we set the classes at about 150, so 150 7th graders, 150 8th graders for each of those. Hughes, to your point, might be a little larger than that. Withrow might be a little larger as well, now that I think about it. So that's like almost like 1,000 kids, just roughly.
Humming is killing me.
I don't know what that.
She said 343 at Hughes.
What was the number at Hughes?
343.
343.
Withrow, the whole building's 1286.
That's 7th, 8th grade.
7th, 8th grade is 339.
339, 7th and 8th at Withrow.
What was the other school?
Woodward. They're going to be smaller.
I'm just reacting, 195.
So, 48 plus 195.
So it's 195 at Woodward?
195.
And how many at Hughes was
343 at Hughes and 339 at Withrow.
It's 877.
877.
South Avondale's a 650 building.
And South Avondale is a 650 building.
Why are you counting Withrow?
Dr. Moffitt just asked that question.
But didn't we agree, didn't we just vote that Withrow would stay as 712? So Withrow doesn't count, they're gonna stay.
No, she was just
So
asking.
my question was just, since that didn't pass, could the South Avondale accommodate those three communities instead of sending them to Evanston? That's why I was asking that question. But the goal was to pull 7th and 8th graders to improve their discipline, academics, and support their social emotional learning in a separate environment, so, okay.
I do think at Woodward that indeed the additional career piece will increase the enrollment significantly. Rob said part of the humming is that we can't do something about the Wi-Fi, and so it has to be at a particular volume, so when we're not speaking, make sure we have muted our mics. To vote on this one?
I'm just curious about a different amendment to this. Maybe keeping the Woodward 912 and opening this up for Withrow and Hughes, 7 and 8. I don't know if that's just his thought. I mean, is that even workable?
We also heard from the Woodward and Woodward counselor and the district lead counselor about these 7th and 8th graders tonight as well. I really don't think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
So your suggestion is that indeed Woodward lose the 7th and 8th grade as, okay. And that's what this is part of this bundle. Hughes and Woodward losing the 7th and 8th grade. Thank you. If there's no more comment, then we will vote on this.
Ready?
Oh, wait, is there anything happening? Okay, wait. Another county heard from? Cuyahoga County. Oh, good. Mike, you can't do it. It's not on.
In front of the mic, there's a button in front. A little bit more, right? Like at the thingy.
This is fun so far.
Up a little bit more.
This is the man really in charge of operations for the district. Go ahead. Hallelujah. No. No. Go ahead.
Okay, so Rockdale and South Avondale are both at about half capacity. Taking those students from South Avondale, combining Rockdale with Rockdale up enrollment. South Avondale then takes Hughes and Woodward to make South Avondale a up enrollment. The reason why Woodward looks like it's under enrollment is the space capacity for those programs that we're talking about needs twice or 3 times
Gotcha.
more space as a regular program that we're currently taking. So if you're talking about automotive, instead of 1 classroom for automotive, you're talking about 3 to 4 times classroom size. So even though on paper it looks like it's severely under enrolled,
Great, thank you. Other comments, questions? I think we're ready for a roll call as it has been presented. Has this been amended in any way, shape, or form? Is this the way it's been presented? Thank you.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. And no, we'll go on to 6. All right.
This recommendation is for Sailor Park to be expanded from a pre-K to 6, pre-K to 8 currently, to become a pre-K to 12 building, stepping out, adding a grade level each year, and also looking at a junior ROTC and early college programming.
Thank you. So it is moved. Is there a second for the bundle 6?
Second.
Thank
You
you.
don't have a motion yet.
Yes. Discussion? Question?
No, that came from the superintendent. There's no motion yet.
No, I made it into a motion.
I see. Thanks.
Okay.
So I have,
Yes, go ahead.
I have a question around alignment with what we had said for the other, I think it was Board Member Craig, I don't remember the number, but we had talked about it being not just early college, but whatever was in alignment with Mount St. Joe, athletic trainers or something
Oh,
like that.
yes, Board Member Craig mentioned, well, we had mentioned possibly UC being interested, possibly looking at a partnership with Mount St. Joe. Board Member Craig mentioned other entities and programming that could come from or be supported by Mount St. Joe.
So I just wanted to add that to here, to align with what could potentially be that we don't know yet for the Sailor Park option.
Yes.
That's all. I don't know if that's amending, is that
I
amending
think that,
this
yeah.
as
We'd
written?
be amending the motion as presented. If it's okay with the motion maker, it's fine with me. Second to her?
Yes.
Yes. So as amended, this would be, Treasurer. And you want to do the language? Was it Mr. Craig that first mentioned that language way back when?
Gotcha.
Amended. Ready? Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Now we'll do bundle 7. Superintendent, will you present? And then we'll
Bundle
make it
7
into a
takes a look
motion.
at Aiken High School, becoming a 9 through 12 building with the 7th and 8th graders going to Pleasant Hill Academy. Pleasant Hill would convert to a middle school, so their pre-K to 5 students would go to College Hill. They would, College Hill would no longer have the magnet status. The 6th graders would go to Pleasant Hill for the middle school concept. The Winton Hills Academy pre-K to 5 students would be in that building. And then the Mount Airy pre-K to 5 students who live in that Winton Hills Academy attendance zone would go back to that neighborhood school.
So moved. Right?
Yeah. I'll second that. Discussion? Dr. Moffett?
Aiken High School is very full.
It's very full.
It needs to have a 7 and 8. It's overcrowded.
Member Moffett?
So I just want to clarify, Mount Airy would be in the west boundary. I mean, it would be on the west corridor, I'm sorry.
Yes, not changing anything about Mount Airy. It's just those students who are going to school there from the Winton Hills Academy attendance area would return to their neighborhood school.
Okay.
Or the College Hill attendance?
Or College Hill, depending on the grade level.
Right, I
Sorry.
remember that was an issue too. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
So So I don't disagree that Aiken is overrun with people. I mean, I think that's
The center of the universe.
just the reality of the school there has, again, this is where our populations move, right? So I guess my question would be, though, if we are removing the magnet status from, was it College Hill and, or just College Hill, right? Is there not some level of a natural transition of 7th and 8th grade within, in one or two of those that might be less jarring of a change? And I guess it's maybe the only question I would have, because my only concern is, again, location-wise. This is where I start to worry when we're moving folks from one side of an area to another side of an area and then kind of back again, or that type of deal, that are we really saving on transportation costs in that same vein? Because I think that's fair enough that they can pick whatever high school they want to kind of go to, but yeah, reality, if you live in College Hill, you're highly likely to end up, or you're in Mount Airy, you're highly likely to end up in Aiken if it's something that's convenient and near you and it's in your community and it's an easier travel. But the bouncing back and forth to me is just another one of those things where I'm wondering how much of that is naturally moving folks into spaces, or if there's more maybe centrally, I guess they're really are, I mean, they're close to each other, but not in their communities in some ways and in their space. So it's still a little bit of that travel for me that raises just some concerns about what happens to that 7th and 8th grade group, and do we still keep them in the district? Because I think that's my other problem, is that I think a lot of our problem when we lose students is that 7th and 8th grade is where we start to lose some of the students. We have a lot of kids in that PK through 6. We keep a lot of the model, and then we start to slowly lose them in certain parts. And so it just feels very disjointed to me in some ways, but again, that's just my perspective, so.
Mr. Craig, is that the thing of it's elementary and middle and the high school? Is that it, or is it in this transition, there's going to be transitions for this phase?
I just think I'm very much concerned that we sit here and say that what we're looking at are seats is what we're projecting. Like, we're not projecting people, we're projecting seats. And because people make decisions that are very different. And so going PK to 5 at each one of those, while it's more consistent, and I will give us that this is a much more consistent version of what we were doing as far as those changes, I'm just also concerned that the measure of 6 through 8, while it may keep some folks and it may bring some folks in, it may also lose some people. And that's what I guess is more to me about, we haven't really talked about programming, we haven't really talked about what's going to be offered there that would entice a parent to say, I need to keep my kid from 6 through 8 here, as opposed to looking at other options. And so that's just part of the thing for me with all of this, is that we've talked a lot more about the seats and the spots than we have about what's being offered. And so it makes it a little harder for me to vision that people won't say no. But that's just me.
All right, other comments?
So I just wanted to share part of how this was actually how ad hoc came to be, and a little bit, because I was sharing with former board member Morosky and Jones and Bolton about how I don't think we were equitable as a district, because we would provide transportation if I chose to go to a magnet school, but we didn't provide transportation if you chose a neighborhood school, and that seemed unfair. It also seemed unfair that students who lived on Hamilton Avenue and could look at Pleasant Hill were not allowed to go there, because they had to go, depending upon where they lived on Hamilton Avenue, either to Mount Airy, and we had to provide them transportation, or College Hill. So the boundary lines definitely need to be redrawn in that area. But partnered with that, we keep hearing from Aiken is screaming 7th and 8th graders need to be out of their building. They are at capacity, and they are doing a disservice to their students. If that's the building that said that they had 2 social workers for the entire building. And if you go and you visit, they are really, really talking about that and wanting them to have their own space. So I've heard them. Also, magnet status, and please clarify, Superintendent Murphy, magnet status was removed prior to me getting on the board.
College Hill is College Hill Fundamental Academy, and they have not done fundamental in a very long time.
So when we talk about right-sizing some of these schools that have not had magnet, we're talking about their magnet status being removed, but that was done years ago, prior to the COVID.
It had previously been done many, many years ago. However, we kept treating them like they were a magnet school, including providing transportation.
So a lot of this with regard to College Hill Academy, I did ask a couple of those parents that I just happened to meet around what they thought about this plan. Again, they were excited about the 7th and 8th graders getting specific services, and then Aiken staff was very excited. I think some of them sent us emails around getting the 7th and 8th graders out of that building. I do want to also say, with regard to Winton Hills Academy, we've got students that live in the Winton Terrace area across the street from each other. Some of them were being bused to Pleasant Hill, some of them were being sent to
$300,000
Winton
a
Hills
year.
Academy, and it just does not make sense economically for them to do that. They're neighbors, and they can't go to the same school. And so, while I don't know as much about Mount Airy, except for that it's on the west side and it needed to be, I really do want to support the request from a bunch of different directions around the middle school option for Aiken High School and reducing some of that pressure. So I just wanted to offer that.
Any other comments, questions? Before I go to you, Member Mapp, I do want to do that invite kind of thing too for the College Hill students that are there, that the magnet status, the actual magnet program is never, it's not been practicing, but there are people that I think need to be invited to remain for the duration before they are moving to their 7th grade. So I'd just like to use that language to keep those families, because a number of them have spoken to me. Yes.
So yes, I just wanted to state that I also strongly oppose this recommendation, but will abstain in my vote.
On the grounds of?
That I'm choosing to abstain in my vote.
So no grounds?
There is grounds.
Okay. For the record, there are grounds. Let's do the roll call.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
Abstain.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you. And now we'll go to Bundle 8, Clark, Silverton, and Woodford. Superintendent, present, and we'll turn it into a board motion.
So the proposal for fiscal year '26 is that Clark Montessori High School would remain 7th through 12th grade. However, the following year, they would become 9th through 12th grade. This is following a conversation with their LSDMC, and then an additional conversation with the chair and the principal. For fiscal year '26, Woodford Academy would remain pre-K to 6. The following year, Woodford students would transition to Silverton. For fiscal year '26, Silverton's specialized classrooms and preschool would transition to Silverton. Silverton, grades pre-K to 6, would not have their magnet status, which has been previously removed. They would receive the specialized classrooms and preschool classrooms from Woodford for fiscal year '26.
Questions? Mr. Craig? Oh, I'm sorry, motion?
Second.
Thank you.
And we've talked about the right-sizing our buildings, and we talked about needing buildings that were not occupied. And I guess my struggle with this is that, like, we have a building that we're sitting there with 32 students in it that is not a part of this discussion whatsoever. And I just don't understand that. Because to me, the building that's the easiest to move folks out of is the building with 32 people, of which we can put into other programs and other spaces. And you want to build a 7th and 8th grade, you want to build a 6th, 7th, 8th grade, whatever you want to do in Bramble, all power be it to do it. And then we could certainly focus on, I mean, I know the Woodford folks had brought in ideas like being an arts school or like doing these type of programs that might draw in attention as well. As we've been talking about, we think programming would draw those inspirations out. I just don't understand why we have not brought Bramble into the conversation. And so, like, for me, that's why, in large part, this would lose my support, because, again, we have a building that's, we're talking about underutilized. There is no building less utilized in our district than Bramble. And so.
I'd like to comment, if I could, to that regarding Bramble. Is your thought then that you would be willing to put the Clark 7th and 8th grades at Bramble? Is that your suggestion?
I would not. So for me, I don't necessarily believe that we need to take the 7th and 8th grade out of Clark. I think what we could do is have a similar program that might foster the conversation again around having a second, or technically a third Montessori high school that could be built off of building a 7th, 8th, 9th grade program at Bramble. That would give us time to think about, is there a location that might be the best suited spot for a high school program, for a third Montessori high school? And I say that because I do think there is a value to what they do with 7th and 8th, talking with the 9th graders, 10th graders, 11th graders, 12th graders, and especially when you go to their programming. Now, I think, though, there is an abundance of people that we have now created through Montessori programs that at 6th grade need to figure out a place to go, right? And so I do think there's space to do that at Bramble, to build it up and to potentially build up either a smaller version of or a potential landing zone until we can find a better location. I think there are some potential places around the city that could be a location that we could talk about as a board if we wanted to make that as part of our long-term plan. But there's a value to 7th and 8th grade in some places because of the way they build programming, that to me, you start to lose when you start to pulling them out completely.
Vice President.
I think I'm still awake. Regarding this particular slide, can we actually split it up into different parts? So with Clark Montessori, maybe that being 8A, in which we're just leaving it the 7th through 12th. Then going to the Woodford Academy, can we just leave Woodford as is, taking away the Clark Junior High piece or whatsoever, and then adding an additional Bramble piece, and then the Silverton. So actually, it's a four-part slide. I know that was a lot.
Well, when the superintendent comes back and says yes or no, hit it.
So I was going to suggest the same. I've said before, and I'm so thankful to Clark, LSDMC, and administration for working on a resolution to fix it for this year, because I think that's true collaboration. However, all of the experts that I've talked to have suggested that what is needed is another Montessori, and we just simply don't have the money for that. I proposed at the last meeting, and nobody really bit my proposal, but I said, how about we start one grade at 7th grade and maybe utilize Bramble, and it got no traction. But I'm really not interested in the whole fiscal year 27. I asked the superintendent to give me some research. Did she think that Woodford would be able to increase their numbers? Because if it were a numbers issue, perhaps they could. And so that was what I was interested in seeing for this upcoming year, is Woodford working to increase their numbers. I don't know if that's a preschool. I've heard that they can get a preschool with siblings, but that was kind of what I was envisioning. Is we're talking about this year, we're talking about this phase. Clark has been very generous in agreeing to work with accepting all of the Montessori eligible students for this upcoming year. Woodford has also agreed to work to increase their numbers. And Silverton, I'm not exactly sure. Silverton's magnet status was removed a few years ago during ad hoc, actually. And they came to us and shared that they were concerned that their numbers were going down. I resorted to the history that we had in Jones and Bolton, and they said that we would monitor that. I'm just not, I don't know if this is the solution that I was looking for them. So if, I'm happy to approve this if amendments are made to keep Clark as a 7 through 12. Next year, Woodford stays a 7, stays what they are right now for next year. And then we do form the Montessori Consortium that is for Gamble, Clark, and we ideate around opening up another Montessori middle school. Again, I'm going to say, when we talk about under-enrolled buildings, Bramble does speak out very, very loudly around being the poster child for under-enrolled buildings. And so I have a problem with that as well. But if it has those amendments, I'm happy to support it. But I'm not supporting messing with Clark or Woodford at this moment.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Crossett?
I guess it's more of a question. Woodford would be, if it stays the same, it's basically would be a neighborhood school, primarily, or I should say it's an East Corridor school. So with our corridor arrangement that we've agreed to, does there be students that wouldn't go to Woodford anymore because they're out of the corridor, right? Would that happen, or?
There's about, I believe the number is 32 students who live in the neighborhood who go to Woodford, I believe is the number.
Yes, but you could have, I'm thinking if there's people from West High going to Woodford, wouldn't that fall out of the corridor? I mean, even with this plan, keeping Woodford the same with the corridor structure, they're going to lose some students just by the nature of the geography, correct? I don't know how many, but some.
Thank you, Mr. Crossett.
I mean, I think two things to that. One is that we just moved some students into Woodford from Riverview area. These are areas of which, if we are actually doing this intentional marketing of our school programs, that is why you build a program at a school. We've just said that Woodward would increase their enrollment to be able to maintain their lack of loss by having programming. So if we added a particular focus of programming, such as something like they actually asked us about, which was an arts program, so that they would have an arts focus, so they could feed some place like CPA, you very well might see a growth in the numbers. But I think the other thing to it is, and this goes into a little bit of the congestion at times in that area, is that, and I will give credit to Dr. Moffitt for bringing this to the forefront before, the confusion, and maybe this happens better when you have central enrollment management, or management of enrollment centrally, the confusion about where you could send your kid if you lived in Pleasant Ridge and did not want to be at Pleasant Ridge Montessori has been a long-standing problem at times.
Been resolved.
And so, and again, I think we've talked about it for like 2 years now, about the fact that every year, parents have been like, I'm trying to enroll my kid somewhere else other than Pleasant Ridge Montessori.
We have resolved that.
No, that's what I'm saying. That
Okay,
this was
okay,
something
good.
that we have long said had problems with.
Yeah.
So like when we talk about parents and like people not being in the area, I do think there's an aspect of some of this is just, the reality is of where do kids get into, where do the programs they get into, and what do they get to pick? And then what do those programs offer? Now, I will say, I know specifically, and again, anecdotal knowledge, so I don't take it as like being fact of every parent, but I know parents who have sat there and said, you know, I really wanted my kid to get in this school, but if they could not, I want to go to the school that's right down the street from me, but they're zoned for John P. Parker. Like literally they live 2 blocks away from Woodford and are zoned for John P. Parker. So, I mean, I think there is some aspect of us looking at and relooking at how the zoning works and how we're able to better accomplish it. But I just simply sit there and say that if we're going to sit there and say that we can't get numbers in there because there's not numbers now, I don't know how we then do and turn around and say we get numbers in Woodward when we don't have numbers now. Like, I think that's just part of my frustration when we talk about this. But at last, again, all of this comes back to, we talked about getting a bunch of kids into Bramble and we got 32. So, like, let's have a real conversation about that building first, before we talk about buildings that are not at 4%, 10% capacity.
Well, I would like to propose something to move us off the dime on this one, in part. First of all, it's kind of hard to build a central corridor Montessori on the east side of town, where we already have 3 elementaries and a high school. So this is kind of absurd. So these people, we'd be building it there. But I'm into, maybe we could do that. You build have the 90-some kids that are going to be turned away from Clark, except Clark said if we go ahead, we'll accept those kids and be crowded for a while. But let's say we don't put those 90-some kids into Clark, and instead we decide that Bramble is going to be developing a Montessori school, and the Montessori school will start with those 90 kids or whatever that were going to go to Clark, and we are building that 3rd Montessori high school, wherever it may be located, at Bramble for these first few years. Because we're already trying to build something at Little Taft that's in the central corridor, so there's some sense to that. So if we did that, then Clark would remain a 712 building in a too small a building, but that might be added to some sort of a levy thing to give them the floor that they never got. So if we could adjust this and say, add the Bramble piece here, how would that look? If we are using Bramble, it would have preschool, it would continue some of its preschool efforts. It would also be the start of another Montessori high school and start with those 90 kids. What does that start to look like for folks regarding this effort? Does that change anything about Silverton? I will say, though, years ago, it was proposed by other board members to say that there should be no neighborhood attendance boundary lines that separate Silverton and J.P. Parker and Woodford, that should have been all one attendance boundary of those 3 schools, so that people, I mean, that was actually long discussed. So that might be an option too, but I do want to be on the record that it's one thing to say that there's a hope that Rothenberg and Hayes can build their neighborhood enrollment because they've got some. And it's a hard game for me to believe that Woodford can now do that. That'd be great, but they have not been able to do it. And if they don't have their magnet status and the transportation's not being provided from the west side of town, we're putting them in a difficult situation. But I would not be unsupportive of the Bramble piece as being the beginning with the 7th and 8th grade, the incoming 7th grade folks.
I have a question. I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm supportive of, because I hate for our buildings to hear that we don't bet on you.
Well, I'm not betting on that.
Well, that's just me. That's just me. But one of the things that is also concerning to me, and we asked the previous administration for 2 years to change the drop-down menu for PRM to suggest Silverton and JPP and Woodford, and it never happened. So organically, we don't know if their enrollment could have increased because we didn't do what we needed to do. And I see here the asterisk says an overlapping boundary permits students from PRM looking for a non-Montessori elementary experience to opt into Silverton. But it should say Silverton, John P. Parker, and Woodford. And so again, this doesn't feel comfortable to me. What I do want to support is Clark Montessori accepting all of the students, great. Woodford staying how they are, and then we form this coalition, and perhaps with everybody, all these coaches and coming to the table, they will be able to say that we can, in a month or 2, work on plans to expand to another Montessori. But I brought that up last time, and not one person was supportive of that. So I don't understand how now we can be supportive of it, and when I was completely ignored last week. So I'm interested in and thankful that Clark can take those students. Woodford, if we were to, what I would like to suggest is that we do, with integrity, change the drop-down menu that even PRM has been asking about, that we've been promising that we would do and never got done, and see if those numbers do increase, and then leave Silverton alone. They don't have to take any students from Woodford right now. I guess I just don't understand that, why there's the rush to do that. They haven't had magnet status now for 2 years, if not 3. So why do they have to have the specialized and preschool classrooms? That's a question I'm asking administration, because it says here, receive specialized and preschool classrooms from Woodford.
So their enrollment had been declining because they didn't have the magnet status and could not take advantage of the transportation. So it's a bundle situation in terms of being able to have that enrollment increase and yet and still have space to be able to accept all sixth graders who want that Montessori experience. So that was this administration's approach. Of course, can't speak to the past.
I got you. Can you confirm for me what the drop-down menu says for PRM students right now? It's a neighborhood school, but does it give an option other than PRM?
That is my understanding. Yes, that Silverton or John P. Parker is my understanding.
Okay, I would really like for that to be confirmed, if we could even add Woodford as an option as well, because it didn't have it that I knew of. I thought it was still displaying not those options, but I would love to be wrong on that. I just want to confirm that the drop down for PRM is enabling students to choose the other, and then make sure that we're not doing anything around the circle to impact John P. Parker's boundary lines and Woodford's enrollment too. Those are just some of the things. I'm ready to vote if you want to vote on it as written.
I think we heard from a parent tonight that was in the PRM boundary, and they decided to go to Woodford, and that's been such a great experience. Maybe I'm missing that, but I thought there was a parent that said that. I do want to add right before this, the reason that I'm not willing right now to say those 90 kids will go to Clark, then the people that are on the wait list, is we were willing to do that against the agreement that we have with the neighborhood and the community to go over the top, so of the folks being there. And so Clark was willing to take them, and we were basically doing a wink and a blink to the Hyde Park community in this agreement. So I'm more than willing for folks to think in terms of those 90 kids, or building the new, as we do, the next Montessori high school at Bramble. But I would say that we will have to start with the 90 kids that wanted to sign up for Clark that aren't going to get in there. That would give you 90 people at Bramble to start the Montessori. Yes, ma'am.
Are we separating these out, or will they just be one particular slide?
Well, superintendent's here, and tell her how you had mentioned separating.
I think possibly doing an 8A for Clark Montessori, staying 7 through 12. Doing a 8B where Woodford stays as is. Doing an 8C where Silverton stays as is, and then adding something about Bramble. And I wasn't quite sure what we stated about Bramble.
So no changes at Woodford, Clark, or Silverton.
I split them up into 4 different choices because as of right now, it would just be the one slide saying all 3 things.
Okay, but those 3 schools would remain the same, and what we have to do is find a way to deal with the Bramble piece. And the suggestion would be, at least my suggestion would then start to fill Bramble with building the Montessori High School.
Well, I think with the Clark Montessori, we were going to go ahead and keep it the 7th through 12th, accepting the 6th graders, since they already stated that.
Well, they said that, but the Hyde Park community hasn't said we're allowed to disagree with their, with the community agreement. That agreement is, we've been enforcing that agreement for a couple of years, if you'll recall.
And anyone else feel free to add in my A, B, C, or D.
Okay? Mr. Craig?
I was just going to say,
Come over.
I haven't heard from the superintendent about the idea you posed. I think the struggle, again, is that what Clark agreed to do was with the premise that they would not have the students the very next year. So I don't know that Clark would say that that's what they agreed to, is to have the additional 90 students.
Exactly.
Just in perpetuity kind of idea. So I think it's fair to ask us to look at the options that you propose with Bramble, but I guess I would want to ask the superintendent whether that's a viable option, given those responsibilities with regards to how you would prepare Bramble as a building. And I think it's the same things you would have to do for Woodford anyway, or maybe more, maybe less, or whatever, but I guess I just would like to hear superintendent's thoughts.
Clark Montessori, you're right. Board Member Craig did not agree with me to do this in perpetuity, for sure. I'm happy to investigate Bramble as a Montessori option. I might be giving myself a little pause about starting 2 Montessori options at the same time, but we can come back to that.
Mr. Crossett?
Just to clarify, so the kids that want to go to Clark, the 7th graders that want to go to Clark, I guess it's a lottery, they get in, and it would be the overflow kids that would go to potentially Bramble.
Yes.
Is that? Or kids who selected Bramble, sure.
So can we call a vote on, well, the motion has been accepted and seconded, so I'm just, as a procedure, just calling a
Hold on.
vote.
Okay, thank you for the help, but what do we have? We have 4 parts of the motion makers, seconders.
We haven't accepted the amendment.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't vote.
I mean, I quite honestly think we could just vote on the amended version that you proposed. Again, possibly making it as an exploration more so than just a definitive at this point, but because I think there may be some questions that they have not necessarily priced out, figured out, whatever. But I think voting on each individual part, we're going to end up putting ourselves in a bad position where one part passes, but the other part doesn't. Then we still can't do the one part.
I'm wondering if the board would consider Clark accepting all of the students next year with us looking into Bramble as an option moving forward with a study group helping us to do that, leaving Woodford as is, leaving Silverton as is.
Board members?
Can you repeat that? So you're saying for Clark Montessori, are you leaving it 7th through 12th?
For fiscal year 26, Clark Montessori would be 7 through 12, accepting all rising 6th graders, investigating an additional school opportunity at Bramble, but that would be, bless you, for fiscal year 27. That would give us a year. Leaving Woodford as it is, leaving Silverton as it is, with concern from administration on enrollment.
Could I ask, didn't we kind of, within the Hayes and Rothenberg, kind of make some mention that indeed we're committed to increasing the enrollment? And I think if we added that to this, that would be, I don't think they should have less responsibility than Hayes and Rothenberg have to increase their enrollment on the east side of town versus downtown. We ready for a vote? Any other comment? And based upon what the superintendent just decided the motion makers and seconders are good?
Yes, we're taking Clark 7 through 12, investigating another option, but still keeping it 7 through 12. For only for next year. Then the following year, you're moving it to 9 through 12?
No.
Okay.
It'll still be 7 through 12, but within the confines of the numbers that they desire. For example, right now, it's like 135 seventh graders.
Mr. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the point that the superintendent was making is that gives us another year to look at what we ultimately will end up having to do with Clark. And again, I think some of our lovely, colorful folks like to call it kicking the can down the line. But I think the reality is we don't have the information at this point to make definitive as to say this is what's going to happen at Bramble or this is what's going to happen here. And even to your point, if we get to a point where we find another building that made more sense to be the Central Montessori, it almost makes sense to then be like, hey, now we got to sprout the folks out, we get programs growing, and we'd have a 7th and 8th grade, potentially, of folks who might want to take advantage of that closer. So I think it's a fair compromise.
We ready for a vote?
So I just have a
Do
point
we
of
know what we're voting on?
I have a point of clarification. So we're going to take are we taking out, to what Board Member Craig just said, that it is going to be at Bramble, or are we just exploring that idea? Because what I'm hearing is, and what I'm going to support is, Clark currently is going to take the overflow, and then we will talk about where it goes. Not necessarily say it's going at Bramble, but we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to leave Woodford alone and leave Silverton alone.
Yes, ma'am, I agree with that. My pause about the Bramble thing, and I understand something needs to be done with Bramble. On a side note, I would like to focus on truly a central pathway if there's going to be a third Montessori. But we will still look into what we could do with Bramble, and understanding for Clark, the agreement was it's 1 year of them absorbing all of the rising 6th graders.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, ready for a vote? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Abstain?
Ms. Mapp?
Abstain.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes, with the specific changes that you stated.
And President Bolton?
No. And I go to bundle 10. No, 9. Good, 9 is easier.
Bundle 9 talks about Rising Star at Carthage, Hartwell School, and Bond Hill Academy. The proposal is that Hartwell School would serve students in grade 5, 6, 7, and 8, and we've already agreed to one of the welcome centers being there. And then Carthage School would be a pre-K to 4, pulling grades 2 through 4 from Hartwell. And at Bond Hill, pre-K to 6, there would be no change.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Vice President?
I just have one question. In terms of adding the grades 2 through 4 to Carthage, will they have the space?
It's going to be tight.
And what is tight?
We may need to add possibly a modular unit, maybe. It just depends. The rationale behind this at this point, Board Member Weinberg, Vice President, is that the number of multi-language learners we see coming in at preschool is increasing. And so on one hand, to put the Welcome Center there and understand that those services are needed might be more of a disservice to the students and families if we move some of those preschool classrooms. You may remember those preschool classrooms we were suggesting would come to Bond Hill. We're pulling back on that recommendation just because of the demographics of the families and support available having that welcome center.
Brandon?
Just a question. I know when they originally proposed it, again, they were adding the third and fourth to Rising Stars Carthage, right? And so I just didn't know if keeping the fourth grade was a significant difference at Hartwell?
So I'm thinking about the alignment around middle schools and typically starting at least fifth grade. Fourth grade might be a push.
I just didn't know because of space-wise. That's what I meant more.
Yeah, we can look at that and revisit that, bring that back to the board, but they're like 10-year-olds, I think, 9, 10.
Yeah, and the only reason I said that is, again, because from spatial-wise numbers, I know it's going to be super tight at Carthage, and I would rather not have a student in a trailer if we could prevent.
I agree.
So, I mean, I'm don't necessarily have a problem with this one. I would just say that maybe also just considering whether or not 4th or 5th grade would be that starting point.
Sure. Any other questions, comments before we vote? All right.
No change.
Roll call, I guess.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
No.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. And now we do Bundle 10.
Bundle 10, focuses on Carson and trying to alleviate some of the pressures around Carson in terms of the heavy enrollment and shifting of the attendance boundaries for Carson.
Thank you. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
To accept Superintendent's proposal? Comments, questions, discussion about the boundary lines? All right.
Oh, wait, I have a question. So does this align with what we had seen from the presentation, I think at the work session from Jeremy around, we're going to shift this street or this small line and Racy Price would get a huge number of students and then Carson would be lower, but the next year it would kind of swap. Is this aligned with that?
So it's shifting 75 students from Carson to Recy Price that are current kindergarten through 5th grade students.
And Recy Price is what grade level? They're pre-K,
Pre-K to 6.
Currently.
And shifting 35 students from Carson to Covedale, current kindergarten through 5th grade students.
Any other questions, comments? Roll call on Bundle 10.
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffett?
No.
Vice President Weinberg?
Everyone's looking at me. This one is a hard one. Am I able to ask a quick question? I know that we were done with questions. Can I ask a
Or
question?
the voting.
So no? Okay.
Would it help you make a decision?
Yes, it will. What happens if, for the students, the shift, the 75 and the 35, if we don't do that, will the Carson still be overcrowded in terms of their numbers? And there would be no other option?
Yes, ma'am. This is shift to the east. This is a shift to the southwest. If you look at where Recy Price is in relationship to Carson and where Covedale is in relationship to Carson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice President, or President Bolton?
Yes. Moving on, consent agenda, Vice President?
Yes, so I have a question. I wanted to ask Treasurer Wagner if it was a possibility to pull back up bundle number 4 I know that a vote was taken already, but I wanted to know if it could be a possible amendment due to the fact I do not understand that with this particular vote, Withrow would be staying in 9 through 12. Yeah, excuse me, 7 through 12.
General Counsel, we have, it's not a change for a vote, but it's a something or other. Go for it.
Prior action to meeting, but.
Go for it, Kendra.
Sorry. A board member can move to amend a prior act in a meeting. If there's a second, that's taken up as a motion and decided before, and if approved, then it would amend a prior action. Alternatively, you can move to reconsider the vote in the first place. That's taken up as a separate motion, and if approved, there'll be a second vote.
Okay, so I would like to put up a motion that I, say that part again?
I don't know what you're asking.
The last one that you said.
Moving to reconsider?
Moving to reconsider.
Then you need a second.
Bundle 4.
Second.
Now, there's a vote on whether or not
We accept.
to reconsider, and then you would take a second vote on.
So we need a roll call now. Without discussion, I hope.
Mr. Craig?
No.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes, I think we're just voting how we voted the first time, right?
No, you're voting to reconsider.
Oh, okay, yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. And now, the motion would be reconsideration is, Dan? Reconsideration has occurred. So this is a motion that somebody would make? The new one, okay. Go for it.
So I have to say the motion all over again? Okay. I am asking for us to re-vote for Bundle 4 under the understanding that Withrow High School would not be 7 through 12. It's going to the 9 through 12. Everything else, Frederick Douglass School, PK through 5th, Evanston Academy, 7 through 8th.
So the bundle as was
The bundle as
originally
is.
proposed?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion, question? Mr. Crossett?
Question, what is the attendance at Withrow? Are they full? Or,
Very full.
Any other discussion or question? Roll call.
Mr. Craig?
Nope.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Nope.
Ms. Mapp?
No.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes.
Motion
All right.
carries.
That completes the bundles, and I would like to have a motion. I would like to have a motion to accept the consent agenda as published.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any exceptions to the consent agenda? And is the treasurer prepared to continue writing any exception and the exceptor?
I'm sorry, I missed who made the motion?
Dr.
Thank you.
Moffitt.
And Mr. Crossett, you seconded? Vote.
I'm sure I have exceptions, but just give me a moment.
You have an exception, do you know what it is? I know it's been like 4 days since we started.
Does the consent agenda include it's not including the treasurer's report or the?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So yes, then I would like to vote yes on the treasurer's report with the exception, I think it was page 10
Okay,
on item 18. Yes, so page 10, item 18. And then I would also like to vote yes on the superintendent's report with the exception of recommendation 4.
Recommendation
4.
4. And you're abstaining from both?
But while I'm asking, can we have discussion around that? So Superintendent Murphy, could you please explain what the redesign of the Digital Academy is and what this recommendation is entailing?
Yes, ma'am. So we are looking at the Gilligan Digital Academy in terms of the cost to us, in terms of attendance of the students, in terms of grade reporting of the students. And so we've done that audit and have to have the board know that that was taking place, and we'll come back with a recommendation to you to redesign our digital academy.
Okay. Have we received information about what the audit entails around this recommendation?
You will get that with the recommendation for redesign.
But I thought the recommendation for redesign is stated in this report.
You asked me, did you get the report?
No, I asked, did we get the audit information about this particular
I don't think you've
recommendation?
gotten the audit information. That comes when we give you our recommendation for how it's to be redesigned.
Okay, so this is just asking for the initial opportunity to do a redesign of
This is, I believe, my requirement is to make sure you are aware that this is the work we're doing.
Okay, all right, thank you. But it still stands.
okay. All right, and we've had the exception and the acceptor. We good? Yeah.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossan?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffett?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Thank you, and the consent agenda is adopted, and prior to us moving for adjournment and assignments, I would want to make sure that Ms. Davis knows that for the next board meeting, we would be talking about the resolution amending Board Policy 3430. 02, leave for employment by a community school. And we'll carry that forward to the next meeting. And are there any assignments? Seeing none, we'll also entertain a motion for yep.
Just wanted to reiterate I know the treasurer spoke about this, bring it back to a future board meeting, the information about COPS.
Oh, yes, thank you. The COPS report, so to speak. All right, motion to adjourn? So moved. Second.